Yang Tongji, divorce is a life-altering decision. Are you absolutely certain you wish to file for a contested divorce? I am certain. Inside the Commune office, Yang Yidan sat before the counter. On the wall not far in front of her was a large, bright red banner that read, "Fewer, better births lead to a happier life." Her back was ramrod straight. Her dacron blouse was tucked into wide-leg trousers, an elegant ensemble that complemented her lovely oval face, which was set with unwavering resolve. Given a second chance at life, there was no way she was staying with that bastard. Back in 1970, their free-choice romance was quite unique for its time. They walked hand in hand to get their marriage certificate, smiling the whole way. Back then, he earnestly promised her, "I will make sure you're happy for the rest of your life." But promises are like soap bubbles. They pop on their own, even if you don't touch them. Just 1 month into their marriage, Guan Anfu's best friend died unexpectedly. The friend's widow, Ding Xinyuo, was utterly grief-stricken. Unable to work, she took unpaid leave from the towel factory and moved in with Yang Yidan. After that, Guan Anfu changed. Yang Yidan got off work late, but rain or shine, he never went to pick her up. Instead, he cooked for Ding Xinyuo at home every single day. The wages she earned were taken by him to support Ding Xinyuo and her child, buying them meat, clothes, and even dining at upscale restaurants, while she was left with a paltry 5 cents a month for living expenses, surviving day after day on nothing but plain steamed buns and boiled water. The stylish Soviet-era dress she brought from her family home before marriage was taken by Guan Anfu and traded for 2 skeins of the finest wool yarn, which he then made her knit into a sweater for Ding Xinyuo. The keepsake left to her by her late mother was taken by him and given to Ding Xinyuo's son to play with and break. Even later, when Yang Yidan's own son fell critically ill and was fighting for his life in the hospital, that despicable pair secretly arranged for her gravely ill son to give a blood transfusion to Ding Xinyuo's son, simply because the latter had suffered a minor cut and lost some blood. Because of this, her own son died in the township clinic that day. Yang Yidan felt she was losing her mind. The hatred in her heart ebbed and flowed, a burning desire to tear the two of them to pieces. On the very day her son died, she returned home to find the wretched pair, Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo, clothes in disarray, rolling around on the large bed. "Sis, I saw Brother Guan was upset about the child being sick, so I just wanted to comfort him. It's not what you think. Yidan, come in first, don't jump to conclusions." Guan Anfu got up from the bed, pulling on his pants as he spoke. The Friendship brand printed bedsheet that Yang Yidan had brought from her parents' home was now crumpled and damp from the two of them. The sight of it made her vision swim with dizziness and waves of nausea, nearly causing her to vomit on the spot. "Guan Anfu, are you even human?" In an instant, she was overwhelmed by despair and fury. She turned to leave, declaring, "I'm going to your workplace right now. I'll call over the director and the leaders of your military factory to see what kind of person their workshop deputy director really is. You claim you're just looking after your comrade's wife, but I think you're trying to have a wife and a concubine in this new society. Let's call all the neighbors in the compound to judge. See if I'm right or not." Yang Yidan trembled all over from crying. Despite her usually gentle nature, she managed to say, "It's stamped, Comrade Yang. Come collect your divorce certificate in 30 days. When Yang Yidan arrived home with the stamped documents, Guan Anfu still hadn't returned. The concrete floor was swept spotless and sprinkled with water, not a speck of dust in sight. Slippers were neatly arranged by the door. A pot of flowers sat on the wooden dining table, and the entire room was immaculately tidy. Guan Anfu had never lifted a finger to do housework before. All this was for Ding Xinyuo. Yang Yidan felt nothing but bitter irony. She slipped on her slippers, walked into the inner room, and yanked open a dresser drawer. Intending to pack a few pieces of clothing, she was ready to leave, but with her parents gone, the old family home reclaimed by the government, and a formal application required for the staff dormitory, which wouldn't be approved anytime soon, she had no options. With nowhere else to go, she had no choice but to endure it. Just then, a key turned in the lock. Guan Anfu came in from outside, holding 2 large oranges in his hand. "You're back." It was bitterly cold outside. Shivering, he closed the door, rubbed his hands together, unbuttoned his dusty padded coat, and pulled out 2 steaming hot roasted sweet potatoes from inside his jacket. "Put these on the radiator in the inner room to keep them warm." When Comrade Ding and her daughter arrive later, give these to them. He held the items out towards Yang Yidan. He had never bought her roasted sweet potatoes. Let alone such expensive oranges in the dead of winter. It must have cost him a pretty penny, not to mention a good chunk of grain ration coupons he likely had to trade for. But Yang Yidan's heart had long since turned to ice. Her hatred for Guan Anfu had reached its peak, and nothing could touch her now. Seeing her stony-faced refusal to take it, Guan Anfu was taken aback for a moment before the realization dawned on him. He took off his padded coat and hung it behind the door, smoothed down the hem of his navy blue sweater, then walked over to Yang Yidan and gently wrapped his arms around her. I know I've been neglecting you these past few days, but you're aware of Comrade Ding's situation. She's really going through a hard time. She had to put her house up as collateral for her debts. She's not from this province, and she can't get in touch with her family back home right now. That's why I let her stay with us for a few days. Yang Yidan didn't react. If Ding Xinyuo has nowhere to stay, she can move into the towel factory's dormitory. If you have no money to spend, you can earn it yourself. After her husband passed away, the towel factory even offered her 3 months of paid leave to rest and recover. But she stubbornly refused all that and insisted on moving into Guan Anfu's house. In her past life, Yang Yidan hadn't given it much thought, but looking back now, it was clear she had been deliberately seducing him at every turn, and Guan Anfu, for his part, fell right for it. In that case, let's just leave this match made in heaven to live their lives in peace. Xiao Dan, seeing Yang Yidan remain silent, Guan Anfu held her tighter, his rough hand slipping under her blouse. Let me give you a child. All right. A wave of intense revulsion hit her. Yang Yidan immediately took a step back, putting distance between them. Give her a child. Just like in her past life, where even her own son ended up calling Ding Xinyuo mom, always going on about how Xin's mom has it tough. Mom, don't be so harsh on her. In the end, that mother and son even took her very life. In this life, she could have a child, but absolutely not with Guan Anfu. Noticing the odd look on Yang Yidan's face, Guan Anfu's expression changed. What's wrong? Aren't you going to pick up Ding Xinyuo? Composing herself, Yang Yidan pretended nothing was wrong and walked to the windowsill. Against the white wall behind her, her red lips looked even more alluring. Isn't she coming today? I was afraid you'd mind. Seeing Yang Yidan bring up the matter so openly, Guan Anfu also adopted a serious tone. You were against it before. Don't let them move in only for you to secretly bully them later. So in his mind, she was that petty and vindictive. Yang Yidan swallowed her anger, gave a light, humorless laugh, her expression turning cold and detached. If that's your concern, then I'll move into the factory dormitory. I'll speak to the supervisor and see if he can arrange it for me ahead of schedule. What kind of nonsense is that? Guan Anfu snapped, his temper flaring. You're my wife, and you want to live in the dormitory. What will people think if this gets out? I knew you were up to no good. Listen here, Yang Yidan, he barked, raising a thick arm and pointing a finger at her. You married me. So you're mine. I'm discussing this with you as a courtesy, so don't you dare give me any backtalk. Han Cheng is my best brother. Taking his wife in to care for her is a done deal. Non-negotiable. Having roared out his fury, Guan Anfu grabbed his padded coat and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Before leaving, he made sure to place the 2 sweet potatoes on the radiator. His gaze took in the new peony-patterned bedsheet on the small bed in the east room, the neatly folded satin-covered wool quilt, and the brand-new Zhonqing brand thermos on the table. Even when Yang Yidan married him, she never had such nice things. Is Guan Anfu looking after his late brother's widow, or is he trying to find himself a wife? Yang Yidan let out a cold, mocking laugh. No longer consumed by the jealousy of her past life, she walked calmly into the living room, picked up a pencil, found today's date on the wall calendar, and marked it with a check. Just 29 more days until she could collect the divorce papers. Come on in and warm up. Not long after, the door opened again. Guan Anfu had 2 large bundles, wrapped in brown cloth, strapped to his back, and was carrying 2 smaller bags in his hands. By the looks of it, Ding Xinyuo had packed up their entire home. Wow, Daddy's house is so nice. The little boy was only 4 or 5 years old, but he was plump and fair-skinned. He was holding a stick of candied hawthorn berries, with only 2 pieces left on it. With his face smeared in sugar and still wearing his shoes, he came clattering in, poking his head into the east room. then the west room, before plopping right down and rolling all over the bed Guan Anfu had just made. So comfy, please don't mind him, sister-in-law, came a gentle, slightly hoarse woman's voice from the doorway, tinged with a pitiful sob. I haven't had the heart to tell him the truth yet, just to keep him happy. He still thinks we're just visiting Brother Guan's house. I'm so sorry for making such a mess of your home. Yang Yidan gave Ding Xinyuo a calm, gentle smile. Why should she feel embarrassed? Guan Anfu was the one who kept the house tidy. What did it have to do with her? If things got messy, he'd just clean up again. He actually enjoyed doing it. Have a seat. Guan Anfu put all the bags and parcels in the east room. Without even taking off his padded jacket, he hurried over, picked up the thermos, and poured water for Ding Xinyuo. From now on, just treat this place like your own home. Make yourself at home. Thank you, Brother Guan, and thank you, sister-in-law. I was just wondering, sister-in-law. Ding Xinyuo hesitated, looking timidly at Yang Yidan. She has no objections either, don't mind her. Having just finished arguing with Yang Yidan, Guan Anfu shot her a warning glance before cheerfully handing a glass of water to Ding Xinyuo. I'll go cut some oranges for you. He turned and went into the kitchen, leaving only Yang Yidan and Ding Xinyuo alone in the living room. Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry, please don't worry, I promise I'll move out as soon as I can. Ding Xinyuo held the enamel hot water cup, the steam rising from it making her eyes red and watery. She had a very pointed chin and upturned eyes, giving her a coquettish charm when she smiled. When Han Cheng was still alive, he said he wanted the child to recognize Brother Guan as his godfather, so little Guari calls Brother Guan Dad. Please don't mind. Of course I don't mind, Yang Yidan said with a smile. The child is young and speaks without thinking. Even if he called him Grandpa, I wouldn't mind. Ding Xinyuo's expression tightened. Look at you, joking around. What nonsense are you talking? In the blink of an eye, Guan Anfu had the orange sliced, placed on a plate, and brought it over. The fresh orange was bursting with juice, its fragrance wafting far and wide. Yang Yidan could see at a glance that Ding Xinyuo was swallowing hard, her eyes fixed and wide. Come on, eat up, sweetie. Come have some fruit, Guan Anfu called out. Brother Guan, have a piece too. Ding Xinyuo stood up and directly placed the orange segment into Guan Anfu's mouth. She took off her padded coat, revealing a white, form-fitting turtleneck sweater that accentuated her curves. As she raised her arm, her chest brushed against Guan Anfu's sleeve. Yang Yidan watched coldly from the side. He froze for a moment, clearly aware of it, but didn't move away. You go ahead and eat, don't mind me. Guan Anfu ate the orange segment she handed over, smiling so broadly his eyes turned into slits, completely forgetting to offer any to Yang Yidan. The two of them were so excessively polite, deferring back and forth, that it made Yang Yidan sick to her stomach. She simply turned and went inside. Sis, would you like some too? As she reached the doorway, she heard Ding Xinyuo's voice behind her. No, thanks, I'm feeling a bit queasy, Yang Yidan replied flatly. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, she heard the two of them whispering outside again. She caught Guan Anfu saying, just ignore her, his tone dripping with disdain. Just then, Ding Xinyuo's son, Xiao Guari, came running in from outside, clutching a slice of orange in one hand, its juice dripping all over the floor. He burst in and flopped onto the bed, looking around with wide-eyed curiosity. The orange juice immediately stained the cotton bedsheet with a blotch. Yang Yidan saw it but didn't react. After all, this place would soon no longer be her home, so why bother? Do you have any toys? After a quick look around, Xiao Guari wolfed down the orange in a few bites, tossed the peel aside, dashed to the cabinet, yanked open the bottom drawer, and swiftly fished out a small, intricately carved wooden box. That was where Yang Yidan kept her mother's keepsakes. Before she could stop him, Xiao Guari had already opened the box. He curiously took out the bracelet inside, held it up to the light, and then slipped it onto his own chubby wrist. So cold, in the winter, the jade bracelet was icy cold. When Xiao Guari put it on, the chill made her shiver, and she yanked it off her wrist in a hurry. Lubricated by the orange juice on her hand, the bracelet shot off and flew across the room. With a sharp crack, it shattered against the corner of the wall. Yang Yidan felt a sharp pang in her heart. It was the only keepsake her mother had left her, in her past life. Even when she threw a tantrum and tearfully begged Guan Anfu, he still gave the bracelet to Xiao Guari as a toy, so in this life, she didn't react much. She just walked over and picked up the broken pieces from the floor. Oops, it's broken. Xiao Guori stuck out her tongue, carefully watching Yang Yidan's expression, ready to burst into tears at any moment. But how could Yang Yidan possibly get angry at him? She smiled and patted Xiao Guori's head. The bracelet isn't very sturdy. Here, play with this instead. With that, she fished out a solid silver pocket watch from the depths of a drawer. The watch's cover could be opened, revealing a photo inside. One she and Guan Anfu had taken at a photo studio. Yang Yidan, don't think I don't know you did that on purpose. Guan Anfu gritted his teeth, his dark face flushed crimson with rage. She had always treasured their love token. How could she possibly give something so precious to a child? It was made of pure silver. Guan Anfu was utterly heartbroken, but for the sake of his pride, he couldn't speak his mind, leaving him visibly choked and grim-faced. How could Yang Yidan have become like this? Just as he was about to say something more, Xiao Guori came running in from outside. He threw his arms around Guan Anfu's leg. Daddy, I'm hungry. This time, Guan Anfu wasn't as patient as he had been a moment ago. He forced a smile, tugged at Xiao Guori's clothes to pull him away, and said, dinner will be ready soon. Didn't you just have a baked sweet potato? Dinner, as expected, was prepared by Guan Anfu. Previously, Yang Yidan would always go over to lend a hand, no matter what, but this time, she shut the door, lay down on the bed in her room, and made herself quite comfortable. Guan Anfu rarely cooked, so he was naturally all thumbs in the kitchen, burning himself several times before finally managing to prepare and serve 2 stir-fried dishes. Dinner's ready, he called out to Yang Yidan in a hushed voice. I can't help but feel she's changed somehow. Yang Yidan sat down at the dining table without ceremony, picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a steamed bun, and took a big bite of her favorite scrambled eggs. Don't you know to leave some for Xiaoding? Guan Anfu flared up again. We're all family here, no need to talk about saving food, Yang Yidan said with a slight smile. If it's not enough, we can just fry some more. Didn't you buy plenty of eggs? With just 1 month left before leaving, she absolutely wasn't going to put up with any nonsense. After finishing her meal, Yang Yidan got up from the table, went back to her bedroom to find a book to read. Doing the dishes, that was the last thing on her mind. Once again, it was Guan Anfu who was running around doing all the work. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that he finally got the place tidied up again, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Brother Guan, is the shower over here? Through the slightly ajar door, Yang Yidan heard Ding Xinyuo's voice. There was a large tub in the bathroom. In winter, you had to heat the water yourself to bathe in it. There was no radiator either, so it was freezing cold. Yet, Ding Xinyuo didn't close the door. The clasp at the back seems to have caught my hair. I can't get it undone. Brother Guan, could you help me? Her tone was soft and melodious, luring like a little hook. Yang Yidan couldn't help but stand up and peer through the crack in the door. Ding Xinyuo had already taken off her sweater and long-sleeved shirt. Now wearing only a snug-fitting tank top, she lifted her hair so Guan Anfu could help unfasten the clasp of her bra. Oh, my hands are a bit cold. The moment he glimpsed her delicate, fair skin and slender waist, Guan Anfu began to stammer. A sudden, inexplicable surge of heat rushed through him, rooting him to the spot. His hands trembled as he fumbled with the buttons of her undergarment, and once his fingers made contact with Ding Xinyuo's skin, they seemed glued there. Utterly unable to pull away, he simply couldn't withstand this kind of provocation. Even if he hadn't harbored such feelings for Ding Xinyuo before, everything was different now. She still remembered the sight from her past life. Guan Anfu pressing down on Ding Xinyuo, witnessing that scene. Yang Yidan had been consumed by a towering rage, feeling as if she were trapped in a nightmare. But now, her heart was a desolate wasteland, utterly still and devoid of any ripple of emotion. With a cold finality, she averted her gaze, shut the bedroom door firmly, and turned the lock with a decisive click from the inside. In the winter, she and Guan Anfu always slept with the door closed, because only the east and west bedrooms had heating. The living room and kitchen were bitterly cold. If you didn't shut the door, all the warmth would escape. Once the door was locked, Yang Yidan turned off the light, lay down on the bed, and closed her eyes. She must have dozed off, because the next thing she knew, she was roused from a half-sleep by the sound of Guan Anfu jiggling the doorknob. Why is it locked? Xiao Dan, get up and open the door. This was immediately followed by a series of loud, insistent knocks, but Yang Yidan pretended not to hear a thing. she just pulled the covers over her head, rolled over, and snuggled deeper into the warm, cozy bed, perfectly content. Guan Anfu, however, was having a very different experience, fresh out of the shower. His skin was damp and his hair still wet. A gust of cold wind hit him, and the warmth from the bath vanished in an instant. When he tidied up earlier that evening, he had put all the clothes away in the cupboard in the east room. Now, there wasn't a single coat in the living room to throw on in a pinch, and he was shivering from the cold. Xiao Dan, stop messing around, it's freezing out here, open the door, quick, he called out a couple more times, growing more frantic by the second. What's so hard to say straight out? What's all this nonsense? It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to freeze me to death out here? Open the door. Yang Yidan continued to pretend to be asleep. Even if she hadn't just seen that, she would never let Guan Anfu share her bed again. She was disgusted. Finally, the door to Ding Xinyuo's room opened. Brother Guan, she said softly, your wife might be asleep already. It's cold out here. Why don't you come into my room? Her voice was a gentle murmur. The thin, pink, form-fitting sweater she wore did little to conceal her figure in the dim light, giving the illusion she wore nothing at all. Guan Anfu's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. He lowered the hand he'd raised to knock. All right then, he said, I appreciate it. Soon after, the door on the other side clicked shut and was locked as well. The small bed in the west room was narrow, and Ding Xinyuo and her son barely fit on it together. With Guan Anfu, a grown man, added to the mix, Yang Yidan didn't need to think hard to guess what would happen that night. Yet, not only did she not care in the slightest, she soon drifted off to sleep. I'm even looking forward to tomorrow. After all, each new day brings me one step closer to the divorce. Yang Yidan couldn't bear to watch. Just because she was getting a divorce didn't mean she had to stomach such a disgusting spectacle. I feel like such a third wheel, out of sight, out of mind. She quickly put the meat away, retreated to her room, and made sure to lock the door behind her. With just over 20 days until the divorce, she could tough it out a little longer. But Guan Anfu shouldn't even think about sleeping in this room anymore. She was genuinely afraid she'd be so disgusted she'd vomit all over him. Outside, Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo were still being flirtatious. Ding Xinyuo's eyes were red, her tears on the verge of falling as she said, Brother Guan, does your wife hate me? I really didn't mean to cause trouble for you too. Brother Cheng, how could you die so tragically? I might as well, I should have gone with you. Ding Xinyuo was crying her heart out. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Guari ran out, wiped her mother's face, and said, Don't be sad, Mom, you still have me, and you have Dad. Dad won't abandon us, right, Dad? After speaking, Xiao Guari looked up at Guan Anfu with tear-filled eyes. Guan Anfu couldn't bear to see the mother and child crying, and quickly reassured them, Don't worry, I would never abandon you. Ding Xinyuo's tears turned to a smile, and Xiao Guari chimed in with a laugh, Daddy, if you give Mommy a hug, she'll be happy. Guan Anfu felt quite embarrassed after hearing this, while Ding Xinyuo shyly threw herself into his arms. Her face flushed as she whispered, Thank you, Brother Guan. Hearing her words, Guan Anfu wrapped his arms around Ding Xinyuo in return. Yang Yidan listened to the sounds from outside. It seemed the two of them were embracing now. It had nothing to do with her. Still reeling from her rebirth, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Yang Yidan was woken by the sound of crying. Opening the door, she saw Ding Xinyuo, with her back turned, weeping as she spoke to Guan Anfu. Wah, Brother Guan. Xiao Guari has a fever, what are we going to do? Only then did Yang Yidan notice the child in Ding Xinyuo's arms. Xiao Guari, whose little face was flushed bright red with fever. Guan Anfu anxiously comforted Ding Xinyuo, while Yang Yidan was reminded of his cold indifference in her past life when her own son was ill. Despite the boy being his own flesh and blood, Guan Anfu showed not an ounce of pity. He even caused his own child's death. Hatred clouded Yang Yidan's vision in an instant. For a fleeting moment, she even wished for Ding Xinyuo to suffer the same agony she endured in her past life. Startled by her own dark thoughts, Yang Yidan dug her nails into her palm, forcing herself back to her senses. Just then, she heard Guan Anfu say, The child's fever is far too serious. We must get Xiao Guari to the clinic right away. Ding Xinyuo stammered. Brother Guan, you know how it is, I spent all my money on daily necessities today, I'm completely broke. At that thought, Guan Anfu immediately remembered that Yang Yidan had just gotten paid. he turned and saw her right there, Yang Idan, who was just about to sneak back to her room and pretend to be asleep. Oh no, here they come for me again. Idan, I remember you just got paid, you need to get your wages out, Xiao Guori has a fever. We have to get him to the hospital right now. Ding Xinyuo, holding Xiao Guori, knelt down at that moment and said through tears, Sister-in-law, please, I'm begging you, save my son. I swear I'll pay you back, you can't just stand by and let him die. I know you hate me, I can move out right away, but Xiao Guori is my only son, if I lose him, I have nothing left to live for. Yang Idan watched Ding Xinyuo kneel before her, her expression utterly cold and detached. She thought of her own child, remembering how she had once begged them to spare her son's life. Yet, Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo still refused to let them off the hook. Yang Idan shook her head, feigning great urgency as she said, I haven't been paid either, what are we going to do? This child's fever is really severe, if I'd known, I wouldn't have spent the money on meat. The concern on Yang Idan's face did not seem feigned. Ding Xinyuo had no choice but to turn her pleading gaze back to Guan Anfu. Brother Guan, my child, how can I go on living without my child? Ding Xinyuo was crying so bitterly, it seemed she might collapse at any moment. Yang Idan remembered that in her past life, she had begged Guan Anfu in the same way, but what had he said back then? He said, it's okay, we can have another child. But now, Guan Anfu anxiously said to the woman who was not his wife, don't worry, I absolutely won't let anything happen to Xiao Guori. Swallowing his pride, Guan Anfu knocked on his neighbor's door. The neighbor opened it and looked at him, saying, what's the matter at this late hour? Guan Anfu frantically explained the situation. The neighbor promptly gave him some money, and then Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo left with their child in their arms. Guan Anfu didn't even glance at Yang Idan on the way out. After Guan Anfu left, the neighbor said to Yang Idan, your Xiao Guan is such a kind soul, he's so good even to women who aren't his wife. So he must be absolutely wonderful to you, you're so lucky. The neighbor looked at Yang Idan with an envious expression. Yang Idan hinted with some reluctance, speaking of this matter, I still feel quite guilty. When he first brought Xinyuo home, I had a huge fight with him and didn't even let him sleep in the bedroom that night. Later that night, my heart went out to him, worried he'd be uncomfortable on the couch. I thought about calling him back to bed. I opened the door and stepped out. But he wasn't there. I suppose he must have found a better place to be. Yang Idan didn't say much, but the neighbor knew exactly what was going on. All the apartments had the same layout, 2 bedrooms and a living room. If one bedroom was unavailable and the living room was empty, then he must have gone to sleep in the other room. And who occupied that other room went without saying. The neighbor quietly withdrew his well-meaning words to Guan Anfu. Looking at Yang Idan with pity in his eyes, it's getting late, you should get some rest. After saying this, the neighbor hurried back into his house. No one was happier about this than Yang Idan, given that this neighbor was famously known for being a gossip. She had been thinking of finding a chance to discuss this matter with the neighbor in the coming days, but she never expected the opportunity to arrive so quickly. Well, Guan Anfu is on his own this time. Yang Idan returned to her room and deliberately locked the door. She knew the money Guan Anfu had borrowed wasn't even enough for them to spend a single night at the clinic. She'll definitely be back by midnight. She's just doing this on purpose to keep them out. After locking the door, Yang Idan went back to her room and slept with a clear conscience. When Guan Anfu returned after taking Ding Xinyuo's son out, he found the door was locked. He had also forgotten to take his keys when he left. There was no other choice, he had to keep knocking. After knocking for what felt like ages, Guan Anfu's gaze shifted to the neighbor's house. The neighbor had also heard the knocking at his own door. He had initially intended to answer it, but the moment he remembered what Guan Anfu had done, he stuffed cotton in his ears, went back inside, and went to sleep. Tomorrow, he would have to give his colleagues a good earful about how Guan Anfu puts on such a respectable front. So this is the kind of person he really is behind the scenes. With the outsiders gone and the noise settled, Yang Idan had a wonderful sleep. Seeing that Yang Idan hadn't spoken for a while, Ding Xinyuo immediately started to take off her apron. Please don't be upset, sister-in-law, I'll take the apron off right now. I just wanted to cook a meal to thank you all. Ding Xinyuo's anxious voice caught Guan Anfu's attention. Without a second thought, he shielded Ding Xinyuo behind him and pointed a finger right at Yang Idan's face, saying, why do you have to bring such bad vibes the moment you're back? Shinua was just trying to be nice and cook us a meal. Why can't you give her a break? She's just a poor mother struggling to raise her child. Yang Idan. You were never like this before. I hardly recognize you anymore. You used to be the kindest person I know. How can you turn away a mother and child in need? I've clearly spoiled you rotten. Guan Anfu looked at her with utter disappointment, as if she were a hopeless case. Yang Idan was utterly disgusted. She regretted eating earlier and now felt sick to her stomach. I married you to be your wife, not a saint, no matter how kind-hearted I am. I cannot tolerate my husband spending the night in another woman's room. Aren't you two just utterly revolting? Yang Idan looked at the two of them. She had intended to handle this calmly. Not wanting to get dragged into their mess, it seemed these two really weren't afraid of their sordid little affair coming to light. If they're not afraid, then I won't be either. Guan Anfu's expression turned awkward as he said, "It's because you wouldn't let me back in the room that night. I couldn't sleep on the couch. It was freezing. Shinua was just being kind, and she has a child in her room. Can't you stop thinking such filthy thoughts?" Ding Shinua shed a couple of tears and said, "Sis, you've got it all wrong. Brother Guan and I are completely innocent. If word got out with you saying things like that, what would people think of me?" She sounded utterly aggrieved, as if Yang Idan had been bullying her. "Then perhaps we should go ask the neighbors. Let's see who, when hosting a guest, would ask a married man to undo their buttons for them and then invite that man to stay in their room. It's only because of the child. If there were no child, well." Yang Idan looked at the two of them, her eyes filled with unmistakable mockery. She didn't continue, but the implication was clear to anyone who understood. Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo's expressions also darkened, although Guan Anfu knew what he did was wrong. At the time he just wanted to get a rise out of Yang Idan. He hadn't expected her to take it so seriously. Knowing he was in the wrong, he quickly spoke up. "Idan, you've got it all wrong. It's not what you think. Nothing happened between us. She's my buddy's wife. I would never look at her that way." Ding Xinyuo's eyes turned icy upon hearing this, a change Yang Idan didn't miss. Just as Yang expected an outburst, Ding closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, that familiar, pitiful expression had returned. "Brother Guan, sister-in-law, thank you for your help these past 2 days. Xiao Guori and I should be going now." As she spoke, Ding Xinyuo took off her apron, went into the room to pick up Xiao Guori, who was running a slight fever, and made a show of preparing to leave. However, her movements were deliberately slow, and she kept casting pitiful, pleading glances at Guan Anfu beside her. "Shinnuo, Yi Dan, she and the child have nowhere else to go. Let her stay until her factory dormitory application gets approved, then she can leave. That way, I can give my brother a proper explanation. I swear, I would never have any improper thoughts about my own brother's wife." Guan Anfu raised 3 fingers to swear to the heavens, but Yang Idan didn't believe a word of it. If he really didn't have feelings for her, how did the two of them end up together in their past life? Now he's putting on this act of being a devoted lover. Where was all this earlier? As far as she knew, that friend of his had more than just Guan Anfu as a close brother. So why on earth did they put him in charge of Ding Xinyuo? Some taking care that turned out to be. He took care of her right into bed. Yang Idan never intended to let Ding Xinyuo leave in the first place. If she left, how was the rest of this little drama supposed to play out? "Alright, I believe you. I know you wouldn't be interested in a widow, especially your own brother's wife. If you really had something going on with Ding Xinyuo, your brother will be haunting your dreams at midnight." Yang Idan said it deliberately to be terrifying. Ding Xinyuo turned deathly pale, as if she truly feared the dead would come for her. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, Brother Guan." Ding Xinyuo put the child inside the house and came back out to continue cooking in silence. Yang Idan was quite content with the arrangement. Otherwise, the chore of cooking would have fallen to her. This was like hiring herself a free maid. "For the next couple of nights, you can sleep on a makeshift bed in my room. I'm not feeling well, and I don't want to risk getting you sick if we share the bed." Yang Idan sat on the sofa, her voice cold and detached. "What's making you feel unwell? Did you catch a cold these past couple of days? Why don't you go to the clinic too? You can go with Xiao Guori." Guan Anfu had no intention of spending more money on shots for a child who wasn't even his own. He wasn't a fool who knew how long it would take for the kid to get better if they just waited it out. Yang Idan saw right through Guan Anfu's little game. It was all about not wanting to spend the money, wasn't it? and she certainly wasn't going to pay for that woman's kid either. It's fine, I don't have a cold. I'm just feeling a bit under the weather. I'll stay home for a couple of days and I'll be right as rain. You should take Xiao Guori. Yang Yidan ignored Guan Anfu's remark. There was no way she was foolish enough to hand over her own money. I remember we have quite a bit in savings, don't we? Can't we just take some from there? You know my salary isn't high, and I don't have that much cash on hand. Seeing that Yang Yidan wasn't taking the hint, Guan Anfu had no choice but to spell it out himself. Yang Yidan shook her head regretfully and said, "We spent a good chunk of money on all this furniture. The rest of the cash went to buying meat that day. We don't have any savings left. I've missed several days of work for the wedding, and the factory is docking my pay, so you'll have to figure this one out." All the furniture in this place was arranged by Yang Yidan herself, bought with her own money. Guan Anfu only contributed the money for the house. Seeing that Yang Yidan wasn't lying, Guan Anfu had no choice but to painfully take out his own money to pay for Xiao Guori's injection, and while he was at it, he also repaid the money he owed the neighbor. Our neighbor is quite clever. He only shares a little bit about Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo with others each day, making their story feel like a serialized drama everyone's hooked on. However, most people who see Yang Yidan can't help but show a look of pity on their faces. It's clear that everyone knows by now, she has someone living in her house. After what happened that day, Ding Xinyuo officially moved in, and Yang Yidan began counting the days. One by one, with only 10 days left until the divorce is finalized, she really had to admire her own perseverance. After these 20 days of living together, it was clear something was going on between Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo. Since I wouldn't let him touch me, he had to find someone else who would. There was a ready-made option right here in the house. He might as well take advantage of it. Yang Yidan was living quite comfortably, with no need to concern herself with the other two. Ding Xinyuo had truly taken on the role of a caretaker, looking after them and preparing all 3 meals a day. Yang Yidan was quite content with the arrangement. Having a free live-in nanny without spending a cent felt absolutely fantastic. Time passed, and with just 10 days left until their divorce, Yang Yidan looked at the dwindling number of days on the calendar. She was over the moon. Her factory dormitory assignment came through, and it was a rare single room. This also meant she could avoid dealing with the gossipy women at the factory. She knew full well that if she got divorced, she'd be the talk of the town. It's better to just avoid dealing with them. I thought I could get through these last 10 days in peace. Little did I know, Guan Anfu would start causing trouble. Yang Yidan had just gotten home from the factory that day. Before she could even sit down on the sofa, Guan Anfu came out of his room and said, "It's been so long. And your factory still hasn't paid you. I've already asked your co-workers. They all got their money. Is it that you don't want to hand over the money? Is that why you're lying to me?" After holding it in for days, Guan Anfu finally snapped. For the past 20 days, it had been Ding Xinyuo who showed him care. At times, he felt confused about who his real, lawful wife even was. He wasn't oblivious to Ding Xinyuo's attentions, but she was his sworn brother's wife. He would certainly never entertain any other thoughts. It was impossible not to be drawn to her, with such a beautiful and gentle woman appearing by his side every single day. He also heard that Yang Yidan had gotten her paycheck. In the past, whenever she got paid, they would spend it together. As his own salary wasn't much, it was only during that period that he truly felt Yang Yidan loved him, so he decided to test the waters, with an extra mouth to feed at home now. Their expenses were already stretched thin. If Yang Yidan didn't contribute, they'd be left with nothing. With only 10 days left, Yang Yidan was done coddling Guan Anfu. "What do I need the money for? To spend on your little family of 3? You've got some nerve. If you can't earn a living, you shouldn't have gotten married, let alone rely on your wife to support you. You've truly perfected the role of a freeloader. Can't Ding Xinyuo go out and earn money herself? You two seem so inseparable. Thick as thieves every day. Why don't you have her support you? I certainly don't have the money to." After Yang Yidan's verbal barrage, Guan Anfu's face turned ashen as he roared, "Don't project your own filth onto everyone else. There's nothing between me and Xinyuo. You just don't want to hand over the money, that's what this is. Listen to me, Yang Yidan, if you don't give me that money, we're getting a divorce." "Okay." Suppressing her inner excitement, Yang Yidan spoke. "I knew you couldn't get a divorce." "What, Yang Yidan? Say that again." Guan Anfu thought Yang Yidan would refuse immediately, but she answered without even a moment's hesitation, Yang Yidan, think carefully, if you divorce me, who's going to want a woman who's been married twice? Guan Anfu glared at Yang Yidan with pure venom, as if his eyes could bore a hole right through her. If you two shameless cheaters aren't afraid, what do I have to be afraid of? I don't need to spell out what happened between the two of you at home last Sunday, do I? After Yang Yidan finished speaking, the color visibly drained from both their faces. Sis, I was wrong. I just had a momentary lapse in judgment. Please don't tell anyone else. If this gets out, my life will be ruined. Ding Xinyuo dropped to her knees and began kowtowing frantically to Yang Yidan. Yang Yidan sneered, although she had given the two of them time to cheat. She never expected Guan Anfu to have so little self-control. To catch Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo in the act, she bought a surveillance camera. She could already tell they were getting flirty. Last Sunday, she made up an excuse to leave the house. The moment she stepped out, she turned on the camera. It all happened in less than 10 minutes. The two of them couldn't hold back. They started getting friendly right there on the couch. But, well, it was only about 5 minutes before Guan Anfu was finished. Well, how to put it, after she came back, even though the sofa had a new slipcover, she never sat on it again. The memory ended. Yang Yidan looked at Ding Xinyuo kneeling on the floor and at Guan Anfu's pale face, then gave a faint smile. Anything else you want to say? I've shown you a great deal of face by putting up with it until now before agreeing to the divorce. At this point, Guan Anfu couldn't care about anything else. He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Yang Yidan's hand. Yidan, I just made a mistake that any man in the world could make, and it was only that one time. I still love you. I'll make her leave right away. Can't we just go back to how things were? Guan Anfu knew what was at stake. Ding Xinyuo was just a fling. If he got divorced, he'd be stuck supporting Ding Xinyuo and her son, with Yang Yidan. She was the one who spent money on him. He had no intention of raising another man's child, even if that man was his best friend. How disgusting. What were you thinking all this time? Since you brought up divorce, I agree, let's just go get the divorce certificate in a couple of days. Don't try anything funny. I still have proof of your affair. If you don't want to leave this marriage with nothing, then wait the 10 days and we'll get divorced. Why wait 10 days? Guan Anfu asked instinctively. There's a mandatory cooling-off period for divorce. If you're truly serious about not wanting this divorce, I'll give you one chance. If you can win me back within these 10 days, we won't go through with it. Of course, Yang Yidan was lying. Her decision to divorce was set in stone. Nothing else was going to change her mind. She was just giving him a sliver of hope. But Ding Xinyuo wouldn't play along. She was definitely planning something big, sure enough. Right after Yang Yidan finished speaking, she caught Ding Xinyuo's scheming gaze out of the corner of her eye. Ding Xinyuo, you'd better not let me down. Ever since the talk of divorce, Guan Anfu has been exceptionally attentive to Yang Yidan, acting like a completely different person compared to his previous aloof and indifferent self. Looks like he's finally figured out who's really funding his lifestyle. Yidan, on my way home from work today, I saw some beautiful flowers. I remember you really like flowers, don't you? Guan Anfu presented the flowers from behind his back as if offering a treasure. Yang Yidan sat in the chair, looked at the rose placed before her, and let out a soft laugh. I don't like roses. Ding Xinyuo does. You should give it to her. She then turned her gaze toward Ding Xinyuo, who was watching us with eager eyes. Noticing my look, Ding Xinyuo lowered her head with an air of deep grievance, as if I was some kind of villain. Yang Yidan. That's enough. I've already apologized to you. What more do you want? I was the one who told Ding Xinyuo to leave. But you're the one who let her stay. Now that something's happened, you're still blaming me. Aren't you the one who caused all this? I only made one mistake. Is it really that hard to forgive? Guan Anfu slammed the bouquet of roses onto the table. He'd had it up to here. He's tried every trick in the book to win Yang Yidan over these past couple of days. But she remains completely unmoved. Is this really such a big deal? This is utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Yang Yidan looked at Guan Anfu with a mocking expression, as if she just heard the funniest joke, and said, Yes, I let her stay. Isn't she your brother's widow? But how did your care end up in bed? And you're blaming me for that. Guan Anfu, if you were any kind of man, you'd own up to your mistake instead of pointing fingers at everyone else. Do you really think I'm clueless? Was he only friends with you? just because he died, you had to bring his wife home. We just got married. Did you even ask me before bringing Ding Xinyuo here? Wasn't I the last to know? I agreed to you helping her get back on her feet, not to you taking care of her in every other way. Guan Anfu knew he was no match for Yang Yidan in an argument, so he could only stammer out his words. I told you, it was an accident. You won't even let me touch you. I'm a grown man, not a monk. I have needs that have to be met. Xinyuo is a good woman. I hope you two can get along. Let's not get a divorce. Okay, I was wrong. I swear, if you don't divorce me, I won't be with her anymore. Guan Anfu wore a look of condescending generosity, as if he was certain Yang Yidan would agree not to divorce him. Yang Yidan couldn't fathom where Guan Anfu's confidence came from. Had she been too nice to him these past couple of days, or did he just not understand what she had said earlier? How could he have the nerve to say those things? Guan Anfu, are you not getting it? I'm serious about the divorce. I don't have time for this nonsense. When the time comes, we'll just go get the divorce papers. It's better for both of us this way. I don't care who you're with, as long as you're not with me. I'll thank my lucky stars. At this moment, Yang Yidan just hoped Guan Anfu could drop his delusions of grandeur. What an ugly face, and such a beautiful dream. Hearing this, Guan Anfu knew Yang Yidan was dead serious, and his expression turned grave. Then let's talk about the division of assets. Splitting everything 50-50 is only fair, right? And considering all the time I've spent with you, it's only fair you compensate me $100. I thought Yang Yidan might not go through with the divorce, but now that she's determined, I'm definitely going to fight for the best deal I can get, even though Yang Yidan has that video of him cheating. He doesn't believe she'd ever leak it. She cares too much about her reputation. If I can just squeeze a bit more money out of this, then fine, let the divorce happen. After that, I can have Ding Xinyuo go out and get a job, and we can finally be together. That slender, willow-like waist of hers. Who wouldn't be drawn to it? Yang Yidan was so angry she laughed upon hearing this. She had never realized Guan Anfu had the audacity to ask her for money after he was the one who cheated. He's really mastered the art of being a gigolo. How could she have been so blind in her past life to get involved with such a piece of work? At least in this life, she cut her losses in time. She also knew that Guan Anfu wasn't afraid of her releasing the video. He was betting on her sense of shame, gambling that if she had any dignity, she would never make it public. But I've been given a second chance at life. Their dirty little secret is definitely going to come out. After putting up with their disgusting behavior for so long, there's no way I'm letting either of them off the hook. The agony of my death in my past life is still seared into my soul. I have to make them feel that same pain. As Yang Yidan thought this, her voice turned stern. Guan Anfu, do you think you're some great catch? Or that you're a big earner? Haven't you been spending my money all this time? And you have the nerve to ask me for more, given your affair. I'm already doing you a favor by not leaving you with nothing, and now you have the nerve to ask me for money. Splitting the assets 50-50 is fine. You didn't give me a bride price when we got married, but I brought all my dowry. I'm taking that with me when we divorce. I'm also taking all the furniture I bought. I won't touch a single thing you purchased. Since you bought this house in the first place, it has nothing to do with me going forward. As for the money we saved together, your share was already spent on meat the day Ding Xinyuo arrived. I even had to chip in extra, so I won't be asking you for that back. But if you're expecting me to give you money, then we'll have to settle this in court. Who knows? By then, this house might even be mine. Yang Yidan looked at Guan Anfu. He still had the nerve to try and swindle money out of her. In his dreams, thank goodness she had kept her dowry under lock and key, leaving Guan Anfu no opening to exploit. Among her dowry was a gold bracelet. In her past life, Guan Anfu had discovered it, and within days, that very bracelet was adorning Ding Xinyuo's wrist. Ding Xinyuo even had the gall to claim she bought it herself, as if I wouldn't recognize my own gold bracelet, ever since her rebirth. She had never let Guan Anfu set foot in her room, always locking the door securely whenever she went out. She had even put multiple locks on her dowry chest. Now, Guan Anfu was already eyeing her dowry. It's not the thief you fear, but the one who covets. She had no intention of reliving her past life. Before Guan Anfu could even respond, Ding Xinyuo spoke up. Sister-in-law, this is so unfair to brother Guan. You two are husband and wife. Why be so calculating about money? Guan and I truly love each other. If you don't approve of me, I can leave this house, I can manage on my own with the child, but you can't force Guan like this. I can see he still has feelings for you. I hope you won't make a decision you'll come to regret. Ding Xinyuo looked at Yang Yidan with a pitiful, wounded expression, as if everything she had said was for Yang's own good. Yang Yidan responded with a cold sneer, "Don't you dare play innocent with me. If you really wanted to leave, you would have been long gone. Why bother sticking around for so long? You don't actually think your brother Guan has any real money, do you? Let me be perfectly clear, his salary is lower than mine. Most of what he spends is actually my money. You're in my house, spending marital assets. I have every right to reclaim every penny, so stop talking to me. Know your place, you're just the other woman. The least you can do is watch your mouth and tread carefully." Yang Yidan didn't mince words when she confronted Ding Xinyuo. She wasn't about to go easy on her. In the first few days, she was purely worried about tipping them off, but now that the two of them had already crossed the point of no return, her own divorce was a done deal. There was no need to hold back with these two anymore. Listen to yourself, just listen to what you're saying. Does that sound right to you? So what if I spent a bit of your money? We're husband and wife. We're supposed to share the good times and the bad, don't you know that? I truly regret marrying you. Fine, we'll split the assets 50-50. Just as you said, the day after tomorrow is when you said Guan Anfu will make things difficult for Yang Yidan. That money will be squeezed out of her then. He still believes Yang Yidan is just speaking in anger. They had been in a relationship for 3 years before getting married. He couldn't believe that over such a minor mistake on his part, she would be so heartless as to leave him. He would agree to the divorce first and see how Yang Yidan would try to win him back afterwards. You really agree to the divorce? Yang Yidan was still somewhat in disbelief. She hadn't expected that after just a few words from her, he would agree to the divorce so easily. I should have known better than to go through all that trouble. I could have just asked for the money up front. The way Guan Anfu fawns over money is exactly the same as he was in his past life. I wonder if, after the divorce, Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo will still be able to stay happily together like they were in their past life. Once the divorce was finalized, Yang Yidan moved all her belongings into the factory dormitory. Even though it was just a tiny single room in the factory, it was at least a space Yang Yidan could finally call her own, freed from having to live with those two dreadful people. Her whole demeanor was positively buoyant. The day of the divorce soon arrived. Guan Anfu watched Yang Yidan arrive late, curled his lip, and said, "Yidan, if you decide not to go through with the divorce now, I can still forgive you. We can make a fresh start and live a good life together. But if you're set on divorcing me, I'll go and register my marriage with Ding Xinyuo right after we're done here." Beside them, Ding Xinyuo was utterly taken aback by Guan Anfu's words. A look of pleasant surprise flashed across her face as she gazed at him, only to find his eyes fixed intently on Yang Yidan. Ding Xinyuo's gaze gradually turned venomous. "Why, after all the intimate things the two of you have done, why has Guan Anfu never had eyes for me? What on earth is so great about that bitch Yang Yidan? No wonder he's reluctant to get a divorce. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you still think he doesn't want to divorce you. Who do you think you are? Let's just get this divorce over with and go our separate ways. Stop playing the heartbroken romantic here. I don't care who you marry, just divorce me quickly. If you do, I won't expose your little affair, but don't try any tricks. Let's part on good terms." After saying this, Yang Yidan turned and strode away. With a dark expression, Guan Anfu followed them inside. Ding Xinyuo gritted her teeth and went in after him. If Guan Anfu really married her in a fit of anger, at least her future would be secure. At the very least, her son wouldn't be looked down upon anymore. She had done all she could. Even if word got out, she wouldn't be the only one with a tarnished reputation. With these thoughts, Ding Xinyuo's steps grew more resolute. The two of them quickly went through the formalities. Getting married had been simple, and getting divorced was just as straightforward. He thought they could just get divorced on the spot. Completely unaware that Yang Yidan had already submitted the application, stepping out the door, Yang Yidan felt the whole world had become beautiful. She had expected the divorce to be difficult, but now it went so smoothly it was as if heaven itself was helping her. "Yidan, I really am going to marry Xinyuo. If you apologize to me, I could." Before Guan Anfu could finish, Yang Yidan waved her hand dismissively and said, "Wishing you a lifetime of happiness and a speedy arrival of a little one. I'll be off now, goodbye forever." Yang Yidan bolted away faster than a rabbit, and Guan Anfu's face instantly darkened. Brother Guan, are we still going to get the marriage license? Ding Xinyor stepped forward, her delicate hand slipping onto Guan Anfu's arm. What do you mean? Get it, you're my buddy's wife. And you have a kid. I'm only letting you stay here for a little while. Once you're back on your feet, you need to get out. Guan Anfu had no time for Ding Xinyor. He was actually starting to regret it now. He'd only meant to provoke Yang Yidan, never expecting she'd actually agree to the divorce. It was all Ding Xinyor's fault. If it weren't for her, he and Yang Yidan wouldn't be getting divorced. He looked at Ding Xinyor with disdain in his eyes, then turned and left without a backward glance. Ding Xinyor watched Guan Anfu's retreating figure, cursing under her breath. When you were doing your dirty deeds, you didn't care that I had a child. Now you remember. No way. I need to get pregnant, and fast. Ding Xinyor knew that the only way to stay by Guan Anfu's side was to get pregnant, but they'd only been together once. That was definitely not enough. Once her mind was made up, a plan began to form in Ding Xinyor's heart. It was for one reason only, to secure a better life for her son. Of course, this is only temporary. If she finds someone better, she wouldn't hesitate to leave Guan Anfu behind. Yang Yidan had already returned to the dormitory. The female workers coming back from the factory were all very surprised to see her. You're back living here, and you got a single room. We've been trying to apply for one for ages and never got approved. Lin Maimai disliked Yang Yidan the most because she had feelings for Guan Anfu. Yet, to her dismay, he was taken by the very person she couldn't stand, coming back now. It couldn't be that they had a fight, could it? But she's in a single room, while I'm stuck in a 4-person dorm. She must be feeling absolutely awful. I got divorced, so I came back. Is that a problem? Yang Yidan didn't think there was any point in hiding her divorce. These people would find out sooner or later anyway. It was better to just get it out in the open. What? You got divorced? Did you do something to wrong Brother Guan? Lin Maimai said with schadenfreude. Feeling glad that Yang Yidan and Guan Anfu had divorced, as it meant she now had a chance. Yang Yidan must have done something to betray Guan Anfu, otherwise, they wouldn't have split up so quickly. And the nerve of that woman to just blurt out the divorce like it's nothing. It's like she's afraid people won't know she's divorced. Then you'll have to ask your dear brother about that. Yang Yidan finally realized that most of Lin Maimei's animosity towards her stemmed from Guan Anfu. Their relationship had been strained in her past life, and she had always assumed it was because they were both competing for the deputy director position. In the end, she got the promotion while Lin Maimai was passed over. She thought Lin's hostility was just sour grapes over losing. But it turned out that wasn't the case at all. So it wasn't just Ding Xinyor who had special feelings for Guan Anfu. She cursed herself for being so blind in her past life. But at least she could see things clearly now. The evaluation for associate director is coming up soon. They need to put their best foot forward during this period. But it's unclear whether the divorce will affect the assessment. Besides Lin Maimai, there were several other people around her, all looking at Yang Yidan with expressions of shock and curiosity. Weren't you two perfectly fine just the other day? How did you end up getting a divorce so suddenly? Exactly. Didn't you date for years? How could you split up right after getting married? Was there some kind of misunderstanding? It's so hard for a woman to remarry after a divorce. The female colleagues in the factory were all chattering away at once. Yang Yidan looked at these people. Some of them even wore smug, gloating expressions. She knew this bunch were all Lin Maimei's good friends, while she herself had no one in the factory she could really talk to, ever since she got together with Guan Anfu. Lin Maimai had been egging people on to ostracize her. That was also the reason she didn't want to live in the shared dormitory. Let me give you all one answer. Guan Anfu and I divorced over certain matters, but the fault doesn't lie with me. If you're so curious, you can go ask him yourselves. After all this time at the factory, I know exactly how you all feel about me. I don't need to say much more. Let's just each live our own lives. After Yang Yidan finished speaking, someone in the crowd snorted and said, "You make yourself sound so perfect. Everyone knows the single occupancy dormitories are the rarest here. Only those who've been promoted to management get to live in them. You moved in there without a word. Did you make some other kind of deal?" After the girl finished speaking, Yang Yidan let out a cold laugh and said, "Are you implying I have a relationship with the factory owner, or perhaps with the investors in our factory? You'd better explain yourself clearly, or we can go straight to the owner." Yang Edan hadn't expected that someone would already be targeting her the moment she returned. These might seem like small things, but over time, they're bound to get to you. Might as well take this chance to just lay it all out there. I never said that. Are you projecting? Is that why you got divorced so quickly? How can a twice-married woman like you have the nerve to live in a single-occupancy dorm? The girl panicked at the mention of fetching the factory owner, her words becoming careless and flustered. Among the group were several women who had remarried, and after hearing this, they all fixed the girl with unfriendly stares. The girl seemed to remember something then, shrinking back and falling silent. First of all, the factory owner is a woman, even our department heads are women. And to my knowledge, it was a female investor who funded us. What? Do you think I'd get involved with a woman? Use your head. If you've got nothing better to do, go read a book. What a filthy mind. If you've got nothing important to say, then get lost. I don't have time to listen to you gossip about me. After saying this, Yang Edan left. Lin Maimai watched her retreating figure, her expression inscrutable. Back in her own dorm room, Yang Edan's mood instantly lifted. The single dorm room wasn't large, but it did have a private bathroom. Yang Edan had brought back all her dowry, along with everything she had ever bought from Guananfu, from the electric fan down to a nail clipper. If she had paid for it herself, she made sure to have someone retrieve it. She truly hoped that after the divorce, they would stop interfering in her life. Of course, she hadn't forgotten about getting her own back, either. Once the deputy director's performance review was over, she was ready to start her revenge. She cleaned the room meticulously. Knowing this matter was far from over, Guananfu wouldn't give up that easily. He wasn't earning much to begin with, and now he had to support that woman and her child. His money would likely run out soon, and once it did, he'd surely come asking her for more. Ding Xinyuo definitely wouldn't look for a job now. After hearing about Guananfu's situation, she must have realized that if she went out to earn money, most of it would just end up in his pocket. Someone as clever as her would never be foolish enough to hand over her money to a man, not like I was. She might even go to great lengths to get pregnant, that way. Even if Guananfu wanted to get rid of her, it would be nearly impossible by then. Ding Xinyuo had no idea that someone had already seen right through every single one of her thoughts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Edan returned to the factory for her afternoon shift. The moment she stepped into the workshop, the previously lively and noisy room fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes were on her. She knew that everyone in the factory must have heard about her divorce. She hadn't expected the news to spread so fast. It hadn't even been 2 hours. Seeing the curiosity and schadenfreude in their eyes, she sighed and returned to her workstation. Hey, don't sit there. You're bad luck now that you're divorced. Stay away from me. I don't want it ruining my chances of finding someone. Yang Edan recognized her. The speaker was Lin Maimei's close friend, Zhong Dandan. Those two are thick as thieves. If Lin Maimei has a crush on Guananfu, Zhong Dandan would definitely know about it. Looks like she's trying to settle the score for her friend, Zhong Dandan. You're really playing the loyal sidekick to a T, aren't you? Whatever Lin Maimei says goes, and you're just her attack dog, ready to charge into battle. Yang Edan looked at Zhong Dandan, her eyes brimming with undisguised scorn. She realized that Lin Maimei had been using Zhong Dandan as her pawn. Whenever Lin Maimei took issue with something, she'd tell Zhong Dandan, who would then inevitably step up and confront the problem on Lin Maimei's behalf. And after taking the fall, Zhong Dandan could be easily placated with just a few sweet words from Lin Maimei. After 2 lifetimes, Yang Edan was convinced Zhong Dandan must have a screw loose. How else could she be so blindly obedient to another person? What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with Maimei. You are divorced, aren't you? I'm still an unmarried woman. Is it wrong for me not to want to associate with a divorcee? Zhong Dandan was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then raised her voice even higher as she spoke. With so many divorced women in this factory, how could you possibly stand to stay here? Yang Edan looked at Zhong Dandan and smiled. A smile as cold as could be. They're not like you. You got divorced just days after getting married. You must have done something. What a disgusting woman. Zhong Dandan could feel the eyes of her colleagues on her from all directions. Several of them were divorced themselves. If she were to actually admit it, she'd have a miserable time at this factory. So, she pinned all the blame on Yang Edan. As long as the fallout didn't land on her, that was all that mattered. That line might work on someone with no brains, Why don't you go tell management you don't want to work with a divorced woman like me? Yang Yidan ignored Zhong Dandan and simply went to her own workstation. You think I don't have the guts to say it? I'm going to tell the boss right now. Let's see how she feels about hiring a divorced woman like you. You're the one who messed up and caused the divorce. Yet here you are, looking so pleased with yourself, with a disdainful snort. Zhong Dandan turned and walked away from the other side of the workstation. Yang Yidan paid no attention to the incident and simply carried on with her own work. Half an hour later, the boss's assistant came over and found Yang Yidan, saying, "The boss wants to see you." Upon hearing this, the others looked at Yang Yidan with schadenfreude, whispering among themselves, "She's in for a scolding, poor thing, and right after her divorce too. I think she's about to lose her job in this situation. I almost feel sorry for her." "What's the point of feeling sorry for her? I bet she'll be let go today." Lin Maimai spoke the loudest. She looked at Yang Yidan and said mockingly, "Weren't you so tough just a moment ago? What's wrong now? Scared? Hurry up, pack your things and get out. No one cares about you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yidan turned to look at Lin Maimai and said, "Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Now you can go after Guan Anfu, if you want him. You'd better hurry. He's not exactly short of company these days." Stung to the core, Lin Maimai could no longer hold back and blurted out loudly, "Yes, so what if I like Brother Guan? Is it a crime to have feelings for someone? I never tried to come between you when you were together. I may not have thought much of you. But I'm not one to kick a man when he's down. Now that you're divorced, of course I'm free to pursue him. But what's this about someone else being around him? Are you lying to me?" Lin Maimai couldn't get Yang Yidan's last words out of her head. What did they mean? Could it be a warning meant for her? She knew Guan Anfu had admirers before he got married, but after he tied the knot, she was the only one who hadn't given up. Could someone have beaten me to it? Lin Maimai grew uneasy at the thought. Ever since she fell for Guan Anfu, she hadn't had eyes for anyone else. She had waited so long for Guan Anfu's divorce. She couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away. Seeing how desperately Lin Maimai wanted to know who it was, Yang Yidan said with feigned concern, "You'll have to ask him about that. You'll find out soon enough." After saying that, Yang Yidan left. It remained to be seen whether Lin Maimai would continue to be so persistent in her affection for him after learning about the situation between Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo, following the assistant to the office door. She had no idea what was about to happen. Well, the worst-case scenario was leaving the factory and finding another job. With a sigh, Yang Yidan walked in. In the office, the factory owner, Liang Xiaoyan, was leisurely sipping her tea. Zhong Dandan stood nearby, her face pale. Upon seeing Yang Yidan arrive, she fixed her with a venomous glare. "I heard you got divorced." Liang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Yidan, her tone betraying no emotion. "Yes, I'm divorced." Yang Yidan offered no further explanation. Simply acknowledging the matter with composure, she had already made up her mind. If they really did kick her out of the factory, she would find her own way without troubling anyone. As a last resort, she could always go work in the city. In her past life, she had considered moving to a big city for work. But her children held her back. Now, there was nothing left to tie her down. "From what I understand, you've been married for less than a month. Could you tell me the reason?" Liang Xiaoyan wasn't asking out of gossip. Zhong Dandan had suddenly come to her, saying that Yang Yidan had gotten divorced and was the at-fault party. Their factory was full of women, and she herself was one. She couldn't tolerate a woman who was at fault in a relationship staying there. Even though she knew Yang Yidan's workability was outstanding, in her view, the Yang Yidan she saw was different from the one Zhong Dandan saw, so she didn't take Zhong Dandan's word for it. Instead, she called Yang Yidan over to get to the bottom of it. "I can tell you, it's just that." Yang Yidan didn't continue, but her gaze shifted to Zhong Dandan. "You can head back for now. I'll be in touch later." After Liang Xiaoyan finished speaking, Zhong Dandan breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, she still made sure to shoot Yang Yidan a glare. Once outside the office, Zhong Dandan felt a pang of fear, thinking about her earlier impertinent remarks. Had she completely burned her bridges with Liang Xiaoyan? She just said a lot of bad things about Yang Yidan, even claiming that Yang got divorced because she had an affair. It's important to know that Liang Xiaoyan absolutely despises infidelity and tattletales, and I'm the one who reported on Yang Yidan. Looks like I'm going to get my pay docked. But the thought of Yang getting fired for her own infidelity makes Zhong Dandan secretly delighted. That's because the factory owner, Liang Xiaoyan, divorced her own husband over his affair. In the office, Yang Yidan waited until she could no longer hear Zhong Dandan's footsteps before closing the door and saying, "Yes, I did get a divorce. It was because Guan Anfu was unfaithful. Right after we got married, he moved his brother's widow into our home. You can ask around. All the women at the factory knew about it. Everyone praised him for his kindness. And I too believed Guan Anfu had a good heart. Just 2 weeks ago, Guan Anfu's caring for that woman ended up in bed. The only reason I found out was because I was worried something might happen to her child in our house. So I installed a surveillance camera. Surveillance cameras weren't very common back then, but this one could connect to Yang Yidan's phone. Even though the video quality was poor, at the time, a camera you could access from your phone was considered quite advanced. Of course, it's also very expensive. The reason Yang Yidan said this was clearly to tell Liang Xiaoyan that she had always had Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo's best interests at heart. Yet they still ended up having an affair. She was just a poor, pitiful woman. That's all. She actually learned how to cultivate this pitiful image from Ding Xinyuo in a past life. Sure enough. Liang Xiaoyan's gaze towards Yang Yidan was filled with sympathy. She knew all too well the sting of betrayal, and she never imagined Yang Yidan had witnessed it with her own eyes. Well, are you holding up okay? There are plenty of good men out there. Just focus on your work, aim for that deputy director promotion. Let that Guan Anfu be the one full of regrets later. But for now, maybe you should take a break. I'm worried you're not in a good place. Liang Xiaoyan was expressing her concern in a gentle, roundabout way. She was never one for many words. Even when she had caught her husband cheating, she had simply divorced him calmly and divided their assets. She never thought there was anything wrong with being single, nor had it ever occurred to her that someone else might have gone through the same ordeal. No need for a break. I've been calm ever since I decided to divorce him. I should actually thank them. Thanks to Ding Xinyuo. I have one less leech in my life. Yang Yidan gave a brief account of how Guan Anfu spent her money. That's absolutely outrageous. Don't worry, if that homewrecker ever comes looking for a job here, I'll make sure she doesn't get in. I don't want her disgusting presence anywhere near me. Alright, get back to work. And send Zhong Dandan in while you're at it. She certainly didn't hold back in talking about you just now. After Liang Xiaoyan finished speaking, Yang Yidan nodded and left. She's not magnanimous enough to speak well of someone who despises her. Everyone has their own fate. She should have known this day would come when she chose to slander me. Seeing Yang Yidan return safe and sound, Zhong Dandan exclaimed in surprise, "How dare you come back? What, you didn't expect me back? You look awfully disappointed that Mr. Liang didn't fire me. Too bad for you. She told me to get back to work, and she wants to see you in her office again. She didn't look happy at all. You'd better watch your step." Ignoring Zhong Dandan's pale face beside her, Yang Yidan simply got on with her own work. Not a moment later, Zhong Dandan stormed in, marched straight up to Yang Yidan, and slapped her across the face. Stunned by the blow, Yang Yidan snapped out of it and retaliated with a pair of matching slaps, one for each of Zhong Dandan's cheeks. "How dare you hit me? You be asterisk tch. How dare you lay a hand on me?" Clutching her face, Zhong Dandan glared furiously at Yang Yidan. "So what if I hit you? You hit me first, didn't you? And since when do I need to pick a special time to hit you back?" Zhong Dandan had struck with considerable force. On Yang Yidan's fair, delicate face, the 5 distinct finger marks were clearly visible, and her cheek had begun to swell. However, Zhong Dandan wasn't faring any better. Yang Yidan had struck back with every ounce of her strength, and now Zhong Dandan's face was swollen even more horrifically than her own. "Aya, I'm going to kill you." As Zhong Dandan lunged forward, she was held back by her other female colleagues. Lin Maimai, who had been watching the drama unfold, couldn't resist stirring the pot and asked, "Dandan, what's going on? Why are you getting physical?" The moment Zhong Dandan heard someone ask, her tears started falling even faster than Ding Xinyuo's. "Wah, I just went to Manager Liang's office. She told me to leave on my own, said I was gossiping behind people's backs. That the factory doesn't need troublemakers like me. But I wasn't stirring up trouble, I was telling the truth. Yang Yidan really did get a divorce." Zhong Dandan was sobbing uncontrollably, but she still managed to get out the part about claiming Yang Yidan had an affair. If that got out, it would look like I was the one making up stories about her. Yang Yidan must have badmouthed me after I left. That's why I got fired. Zhong Dandan's loathing for Yang Yidan had reached its absolute peak. She was itching to scratch that smug look right off Yang Yidan's face. After hearing the story, Lin Maimai knew the situation was far more complicated than Zhong Dandan had let on. She gave Zhong Dandan's shoulder a reassuring pat and said, "You're still too impulsive, but maybe leaving the job is for the best. Didn't your family want you to find work elsewhere? You were planning to resign anyway, so this works out perfectly." After Lin Maimai's comforting words, Zhong Dandan felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She just let out a sigh of relief and said, "If it weren't for my family's arrangements, I'd have taken Yang Yidan down with me. You should be grateful." After saying this, Zhong Dandan looked at Lin Maimai with concern and said, "When I'm not around, you can't let anyone push you around. I'm worried Yang Yidan will bully you. You're too kind. If anything happens, just text me. I'll come back for sure." Zhong Dandan was most worried about Lin Maimai. In her mind, Lin Maimai was a delicate girl who only put on a tough front. A flicker of impatience crossed Lin Maimai's eyes, but she kept her composure and said, "Don't worry. I can take care of myself." Yang Yidan watched the two of them, feeling a pang of envy because she had no friends in this factory. When she first arrived at the factory, her whole world revolved around Guan Anfu, leaving her no time to make friends. Later, after he got involved with Ding Xinyuo, he stopped keeping her company, so when she felt miserable and stifled, she had no one to talk to. Still, the point at which I got a second chance isn't bad, even though I still don't have friends. At least I'm divorced now. All the wrongs will be set right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After Zhong Dandan left, Yang Yidan's life was peaceful for a while, but trouble has a way of finding you, even if you don't go looking for it. One evening, after returning to her dorm from work, Yang Yidan heard a knock at the door. When she opened it, she found Lin Maimai standing there, her eyes red and brimming with tears. Startled, Yang Yidan immediately tried to shut the door. Was this woman trying to make it look like she'd been bullied, coming to cry on her doorstep? How utterly vicious. Before Yang Yidan could close the door, Lin Maimai spoke. "I saw." Those four simple words stopped Yang Yidan in her tracks for a full 10 seconds, then she turned her head and let out a sigh. "So you know, come in." Just by looking at Lin Maimai's expression, Yang Yidan could guess, she must have seen Guan Anfu with Ding Xinyuo. "That's why I couldn't help but come. It's just a shame that all Guan Anfu cares about is money and the inheritance from Ding Xinyuo's late husband. Based on the timeline from my past life, the inheritance should be coming through right around this time. How could he choose a woman with a child? How could you lose out to a single mother? I'd rather it were you. I can't stand the thought of him being with someone who already has a child." Lin Maimai burst into tears the moment she stepped inside. She had taken the day off, and what Yang Yidan had said was still eating away at her. She had originally intended to dig up evidence of Yang Yidan's infidelity to humiliate her properly. To her surprise, she saw Guan Anfu holding a woman's hand, with a child cradled in his arms. She knew for certain the child couldn't be his with Yang Yidan. That meant it must be the woman's. Besides, the child's features didn't resemble Guan Anfu's at all, yet the little one was calling him daddy, unable to hold back. She approached and asked a few indirect questions. She learned the woman's name was Ding Xinyuo, and the child belonged to a close friend of Guan Anfu. She didn't dare ask anything else. She already understood why Yang Yidan got divorced. If she were in that situation herself, she'd probably have left even faster. "Did you get divorced because that Ding Xinyuo was living in your house?" Lin Maimai had also asked about the reason for their divorce at the time. The strange thing was, both Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo gave the exact same reason in unison. That's why she rushed over to ask. Deep down, she still held onto a sliver of hope. She didn't want the person she'd liked for so long to be a complete scumbag. "Well, let them say what they want. All I can tell you is that the fault wasn't mine." Yang Yidan didn't have the heart to talk about what happened between them. It was actually pretty embarrassing. Besides, her relationship with Lin Maimai wasn't good anyway, so there was no need for her to air that dirty laundry. Still, she felt she had to set the record straight for her own sake. As for what Lin Maimai thought, that was none of her concern. "Alright, I understand." Hearing Yang Yidan say that, Lin Maimai had no more doubts. "I'm sorry about what happened before. I thought you were the one who abandoned Guan Anfu. That's why I..." Yang Yidan waved her hand and said, "I know you're not a bad person at heart. We're both women, and it's normal to have disagreements. Let's just get along peacefully from now on. But when it comes to competing for the position, I won't go easy on you." Lin Mai wiped away her tears and smiled, saying with great seriousness, "It's me who won't be going easy on you." They exchanged a glance and smiled. Yang Yidan suddenly realized that Lin Mai could be quite endearing when she wasn't being annoying. After clearing the air with Lin Mai, they went from rivals to friends. Everyone at the factory was surprised to see them become so close. Some even felt it was unfair to Zhong Dandan. After all, she and Lin Mai were supposed to be best friends. Zhong Dandan had been worried about Lin Mai when she left, only for Lin Mai to turn around and buddy up with her own arch-rival. But this didn't faze Yang Yidan. She kept to her usual routine at work, and at the factory, she was only really close with Lin Mai. One day, just as Yang Yidan had started her meal in the cafeteria, a few female workers walked over and flipped her tray. "What are you doing? Are you out of your minds?" Yang Yidan stood up, facing the hostile group in front of her. "How can you be so shameless? We've been waiting for you for days, thinking you'd vacate the dorm. How can you have the nerve to stay here for so long?" One of the female workers spoke sternly, her gaze towards Yang Yidan full of mockery. Ever since Yang Yidan returned to work at the factory, these female workers have felt their status diminish. They all have more seniority than her, and I was waiting for the deputy supervisor position. But not long ago, they heard that the deputy supervisor position had already been unofficially reserved for Yang Yidan. They were absolutely seething. But Yang Yidan was always with Lin Mai. Lin Mai was a formidable fighter, and to be honest, she was on good terms with most of the women in the whole factory. They didn't dare bully Yang Yidan in front of Lin Mai. Today, they finally caught her alone, so they all came to the cafeteria to start trouble. Everyone else in the cafeteria just kept to themselves, looking down and minding their own business. No one stepped in to help, and many of them held a grudge against Yang Yidan too. "Why should I give up my dorm room? When I got back, there were no spots left in the shared dorms. That's the only reason I took the single room. If you think it's unfair, go take it up with Director Liang. Don't make a scene here with me. Or is it that you don't have the guts to face him, so you're coming after me instead? Pathetic." Yang Yidan sneered. She knew it. She knew this bunch wouldn't let it go and would keep causing trouble for her. She had seen it coming. She knew it wasn't just because of her divorce. More importantly, the deputy director position was about to be decided, and everyone had their eyes on it. She had also heard the rumors going around that the deputy director position was already a done deal. That's why this bunch had come back to pick a fight. She couldn't afford to clash with them now. The deputy director role was still crucial for her. "I suggest you vacate the dormitory immediately. I won't be responsible for what happens next if you don't." Having said her piece, the female worker turned and left. "I don't even know your name yet," muttering to herself. Yang Yidan had no appetite left for the cafeteria. She took out her lunchbox, got some food to go, and headed back to her dorm. *********. That afternoon, Lin Mai somehow got wind of what happened. She came over to ask during work hours, "I heard you had a rough time in the cafeteria today. Why didn't you tell me?" Yang Yidan waved her hand dismissively and said, "Is it possible that I don't even know her name? She probably isn't from our workshop. Anyway, she just wasted a meal and didn't actually hit me. Right now, Yang Yidan just wants to focus on earning money properly. Of course, she won't let anyone bully her without consequence. I know who it is. I'll take you to see her after work. Her name is Zhong Fang. She's Zhong Dandan's cousin, and they're very close, ever since you hit Dandan. Fang has been holding a grudge. She's just been waiting for a chance to trip you up." After Lin Mai finished speaking, Yang Yidan nodded in sudden understanding. No wonder Zhong Fang had looked familiar. She really did resemble Zhong Dandan. "Forget it, just between you and me. They've increased the number of deputy director positions from 1 to 2. Let's keep our heads down, stay out of trouble, and try to land those promotions for both of us. Once the performance reviews are over, we can settle old scores." Yang Yidan smiled faintly. She knew the difference between making money and seeking revenge. "Really? How come I didn't know about this?" When Lin Mai heard the news, she was so thrilled she almost shouted out loud, "Sure, she told me this yesterday when I was helping manager Liang. No one else knows about it. I didn't tell you because you've been working in another workshop these past few days. The performance reviews are next week. We just need to avoid starting any trouble ourselves during this time." But if someone else picks a fight, we can't just let them walk all over us, Yang Yidan shared in a hushed tone. At first, she genuinely believed it was best not to stir up trouble, but with this week being so unpredictable, it was better to be prepared. They wouldn't dare touch Lin Mai, but I was definitely not going to get off so easily. After telling Lin Mai, she might keep a closer eye on things. Sure enough. The week was anything but peaceful. In the midst of all this, Yang Yidan never imagined that the biggest obstacle to her promotion to deputy director wouldn't be her detractors, but Guan Anfu. After slapping Zhong Fang, Yang Yidan chimed in, Guan Anfu, am I your mother? Am I supposed to take care of your whole family? I can't believe I never realized how shameless you are. Didn't Ding Xinyuo give you any money? Didn't she get a huge compensation payout when her husband died? She didn't give you any. Well, it sounds like you two aren't doing so well. Then, you're that close, and she won't even spend a little money on you. Then you must not be earning enough, or you're not treating her right. No wonder she's not opening up to you. Yang Yidan looked at Guan Anfu with a mocking expression. Upon hearing this, the other party's face turned deathly pale. Then, when the topic of the compensation money came up, his voice grew deadly serious. Xin Yuo said she gave all the compensation money to her mother-in-law and has none left herself. She's just a vulnerable woman. If she had any money of her own, why would she need to stay with our family? You're truly rotten to the core. Why do you assume the worst in everyone? She's broke, I'm broke. Just give me some money, now. Don't you have a dowry? Hand it over for me to use. Guan Anfu had long been eyeing Yang Yidan's dowry. He'd heard it contained several bank books and even a gold bracelet. If he could just get his hands on one item, he and Ding Xinyuo could get through their current troubles. He couldn't fathom what Yang Yidan was thinking. Her ex-husband was struggling so much, and she couldn't even spare a little help. He had completely misjudged her. If Yang Yidan would just help them out financially, he might even be magnanimous enough to forgive the fact that they got divorced. Yang Yidan had no idea what Guan Anfu was thinking. If she knew, it would make her sick. Lin Mai nearly gagged in disgust when she heard that. She couldn't believe she had ever liked such a piece of work. Calling him a scumbag would be too generous. He's just utterly revolting. Before Yang Yidan could speak, Lin Mai cut in first. Guan Anfu, you're disgusting. A few days had passed since Guan Anfu's visit to the factory, and he hadn't shown his face again since. He was probably too ashamed to come back after what Yang Yidan and Lin Mai had said to him. The day for selecting the deputy director arrived quickly. Yang Yidan put on the floral dress she had specially made for the deputy director selection. She used to believe in scrimping and saving every penny for the family, only to later discover that all the money she'd saved had been given by Guan Anfu to Ding Xinyuo. In this new life, loving yourself first is what truly matters. You seem different today, dressed so beautifully. How can you be so sure you'll be elected as one of the deputy directors? Lin Mai also put on a pretty floral dress. She had always thought Yang Yidan was very beautiful, but back then, Yang only liked to wear the plain clothes issued by the factory, which hid her natural beauty. Seeing Yang Yidan suddenly wearing a dress today, Lin Mei's eyes lit up immediately. Her judgment was indeed spot on. You look lovely today too. We're both so silly. We really could be sisters. Yang Yidan looked at Lin Mai, smiling as she took in the floral dress that was so similar to her own. The only difference was the color. Yang Yidan wore red, while Lin Mai wore white. Standing together, they made for a striking sight. It wasn't until they reached the factory's meeting room that they realized everyone else was wearing the standard-issue factory clothes. Only the two of them were dressed up. Their outfits quickly drew disapproving looks from others. What are they thinking, dressed like that? Is this an awards ceremony? Who knows, ever since they got close, they've been thick as thieves. Do they really think they're both in the running for deputy director? There's only one deputy director position. Who knows if either of them will even get it? And they're already dressing up for the occasion. They should take a good look in the mirror. What if they actually have the skills? But this is a bit much. It makes us look like clowns. Just wait until Director Liang gets here. When she sees what these two are wearing, she's definitely going to call them out. We'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Yang Yidan and Lin Mai could hear what the group was saying, but neither of them was bothered. They were both utterly confident that if there were only 2 spots available, those spots would undoubtedly be theirs. Shortly after the two of them sat down, Liang Xiaoyan arrived. She wore a stylish blue suit that accentuated her waist, giving her an overall look that was sharp and professional. Liang Xiaoyon's eyes were immediately drawn to Yang Yidan and Lin Maimai, whose outfits made them stand out in the crowd. "Why aren't you two wearing your work uniforms?" Although she asked, Liang Xiaoyon didn't actually mind. She thought young women should dress in a fresh, lively way. Wearing the uniform for work was fine, but this wasn't work. They should wear whatever looked best. Seeing that Liang Xiaoyon was merely asking out of curiosity, Yang Yidan nevertheless stood up and answered earnestly, "I believe today is a very important day. Wearing a uniform only shows our acceptance of the job, but wearing our own clothes is a sign of respect for it. And of course, we all have a shot at the deputy director position. What if one of us gets it? We'd want to look our best for the occasion, wouldn't we?" The remark was measured and tactful. Liang Xiaoyon nodded in approval. She then moved on to the main agenda. Looking out at the nearly 1,000 employees, Liang Xiaoyon launched into her signature brand of corporate speak. It wasn't until a few people in the audience could no longer stifle their yawns that Liang Xiaoyon finally got down to business. "As I'm sure you're all aware, today is the day we select our deputy directors. However, this time we have not one, but two positions available." The mention of two openings instantly perked up the drowsy crowd. People sat up straighter, each hoping their name would be on the list. Seeing that she had everyone's full attention, Liang Xiaoyon continued, "In addition to selecting a deputy director, we will also recognize 10 outstanding employees. These individuals will serve as workshop team leaders, responsible for managing their respective sections." Some individuals who believed they wouldn't be selected for deputy director perked up upon hearing about the workshop team leader positions. Yang Yidan and Lin Maimai took to the stage to present the red commendation flowers to the outstanding employees. When it was Zhongfang's turn, Yang Yidan stepped forward and pinned the flower on her. Zhongfang looked at Yang Yidan with an ingratiating smile and said, "Deputy Director Yang, I was wrong before. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Looking at Zhongfang's ingratiating smile, Yang Yidan said with a stern expression, "I can't forgive you, but I won't make things difficult for you either. Let's just go our separate ways and leave it at that." Yang Yidan was giving Zhongfang a way out. They were colleagues, after all. There was no need to make things irreparably awkward. Later, she thought about it and realized she actually felt a twinge of envy, no matter how out of line Zhongfang had been. It was all for Zhong Dandan's sake, but she herself had no one like that by her side. As long as Zhongfang didn't cause her any trouble going forward, she wouldn't say another word about it. After being appointed as deputy directors, Yang Yidan and Lin Maimai were given their own private offices. It was obvious the rooms had just been renovated, as previous deputies hadn't had separate offices. Basically, every workshop has a break room, so if you go over there, you can rest in that room. Now, not only do they have their own offices, but the issues they handle daily are also out in the open. However, since becoming deputy directors, they haven't had much to do. Most of their time is spent just making rounds through the workshops. Moreover, the workshop foremen run their sections so well that it makes the two deputies seem rather redundant. So this is what being a deputy director is like. It's a breeze. Sitting in her office, Lin Maimai happily brewed some tea. It was sent from home. Everyone knew she'd been promoted to deputy director, and this tea was part of her reward. "I have a feeling things are about to get busy. It's easy now, sure, but Manager Liang has given us our task to ensure every workshop meets its production targets. In a garment factory like ours, it's all too common to miss production quotas, and our timing is perfect. They promoted us to deputy directors right before the New Year rush. From what I've observed before, as the New Year approaches, production in quite a few workshops tends to fall behind. I've already flagged all of them. We'll need to keep a closer eye on these workshops in the coming period. If we spot any issues, we have to address them immediately." Lin Maimai looked at the paper Yang Yidan handed her, unable to believe everything had been organized in such a short time. "How do you know everything? It makes me look completely useless." Even so, Lin Maimai took the paper without ceremony, carefully looking it over. "Zhongfang's workshop is on here too. I thought she was running a pretty tight ship, yet you've marked it as a priority. I'd think you were picking on her if I didn't know you better. For a moment there, I thought you were about to start nitpicking. What exactly is the problem over there?" Yang Yidan thought for a moment and said, "Things have looked pretty good lately, but before, their workshop was anything but united. There were a lot of cliques, and plenty of people slacking off. This led to a situation where nobody was willing to do any extra work. Zhongfang, to her credit, has a good heart. She'd always jump in to help others who couldn't finish their tasks, but there's only so much one person can do. The workload was simply too much for her to handle alone. As a result, this workshop's output has been the lowest every single year. Didn't General Manager Liang make it clear to us? He said if production drops any lower this year, he'll reassign everyone from that workshop elsewhere. Look, I'll admit, Zhongfang really gets on my nerves, but given our positions, we can't just stand by and watch them fail. Yang Yidan didn't consider herself a pushover. She simply believed that if you held a position, you should shoulder the responsibilities that came with it. Her desire to become deputy director wasn't about the higher salary. It was because she remembered that in just a few years, the factory would shut down due to poor sales. She had worked there for so long and didn't want to see the factory meet such a fate. If she could lend a hand, she would. All right, if you want to help, I have no objections. You can go and assist more in your spare time. I can handle the rounds for your other workshops. Lin Maimai couldn't exactly say she disapproved, but she didn't really want to agree either. Their relationship with Zhongfang had never been good to begin with, so no one would blame them for not helping. However, Yang Yidan didn't seem genuinely eager to help Zhongfang either, but since the two were good friends, she decided to let bygones be bygones and lend a hand. Life wasn't easy for Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo either. After returning from the factory that day, Guan Anfu subtly probed Ding Xinyuo about the compensation money, asking if a portion of it was really with her. Even if it all went to the in-laws, the child is part of their family, right? Shouldn't there be a share for the child? The more he thought about it, the more Guan Anfu felt something was off. Xinyuo, do you actually have that compensation money or not? If you do, hurry up and give it to me. You don't have a job, the whole family is relying on me. The little money I make isn't enough for you and the child, is it? We're married now, you don't have to keep secrets from me. Guan Anfu didn't see anything wrong with what he was doing. They were legally married now, so the compensation was joint marital property. No matter what, he was entitled to use some of it. Ding Xinyuo was a shrewd one. Once they had their marriage certificate, she wasn't afraid of Guan Anfu running off anymore, and her words weren't so pleasant either. You're not really as useless as Yang Yidan said, are you, having to rely on your wife for support? Let me make this clear, I'm not a pushover like Yang Yidan. I told you I have no money, and that's final. Don't even think about asking me for any. Don't you know my in-laws? Go ask them yourself if they've given me any money. After Ding Xinyuo finished speaking, Guan Anfu quickly replied in a placating tone, oh, honey, I was just asking. I went to the factory to ask Yang Yidan for the money, and she mentioned you might have some compensation funds. I just thought I'd check when I got home. It's fine if there isn't any. I'll just work harder to earn more. Guan Anfu didn't dare to say anything more at the moment. He still needed Ding Xinyuo. After all, her late husband's position as department head was now vacant, and he had died saving the company president's life. If Ding Xinyuo would just put in a good word for me, this promotion would be in the bag. Honey, listen, could you talk to him for me sometime? After he passed away, there's that director position open, right? It's not that I'm after the title, but little Bao is about to start school. We don't have much money, so how are we going to manage little Bao's schooling? At the very least, if I become director, my salary would more than double. Then we could afford to get him into a decent school. Guan Anfu knew that Ding Xinyuo treasured their son above all else. Sure enough, after hearing this, her expression grew much more serious. As much as she hated to admit it, she and her daughter really had no choice but to rely on Guan Anfu to get by. She had originally hoped to put off returning this favor, thinking she could recommend someone suitable later and still make a bit of money for herself. But hearing Guan Anfu say that, she started to see the bigger picture. After all, she understood the difference between a one-time payout and a steady income stream. Still, the thought of giving up this opportunity stung. She wasn't even sure if she truly wanted to build a life with Guan Anfu, despite them already being legally married. I already regret getting the marriage certificate. If I'd known better, I would have just stayed at his place and never registered the marriage. But then again, I can't seem to find anyone decent now anyway. Ding Xinyuo sat there in thought for a long while. After some consideration, she finally nodded and said, to be honest, I've thought about this for a long time. Ever since I first came to this household, I had in mind for you to take the director position. It's just that you weren't divorced back then. If I really went ahead with this, people would definitely talk about us. But we've been together for so long now. And you've helped me and my child so much. You're right, I should do something. I can't just let you carry the burden for us all the time. I'll go see your boss at the factory tomorrow. After Ding Xinyuo finished speaking, Guan Anfu's expression visibly brightened. Once he became department head, he was determined to find Yang Yidan and flaunt his success, to make her regret ever divorcing him. Now it's her turn to be the one who regrets. The next day, Ding Xinyuo went to see the owner of Guan Anfu's factory. The matter was settled quickly, but the owner's look towards Ding Xinyuo and Guan Anfu was far from friendly. But since the two of them were already legally married, they weren't afraid. It would take another week for the change in department head to be finalized for Guan Anfu. Before the official notice of his promotion even came down, he heard that Yang Yidan had already been made deputy director. He felt a pang of bitterness. But then he reminded himself that he was on track to become a director, while Yang Yidan was only a deputy director, a rank below his future position. With that thought, his mind was put at ease. Over the past couple of days, to win Ding Xinyuo's favor, he had bought a lot of things for her and Xiao Bao. Dad, why don't I have the surname Guan? Aren't you and Mom married? Even at such a young age, the child understood everything and spoke without any filter. Xinyuo, I. Guan Anfu was at a loss for words, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. It seemed his affection for the boy hadn't been in vain, especially since he and Ding Xinyuo didn't have a child of their own yet. Logically, the child they were bringing in should take his surname. If word got out that he was raising a child with a different family name, the gossip alone would be enough to drown him. How could Ding Xinyuo miss the delight in Guan Anfu's eyes? She had more or less resigned herself to her fate. It was unlikely she'd ever find another man who would be this good to both her and her child, so she gave a gentle nod and said, "That was thoughtless of me. Since you have time today, let's take the child to update the household registration. What do you think we should name our child?" After Ding Xinyuo finished speaking, Guan Anfu thought for a moment and quickly said, "Let's name him Guan Yaohui. I hope he has a bright and prosperous future." Guan Anfu had a selfish motive in choosing this name for the child. He wanted to save the name Yaozu for his own biological son, believing only his own flesh and blood could bring honor to the family. After all, this isn't my own child. Yaohui is a fine enough name for him. Ding Xinyuo nodded in agreement, also thinking it was a good name. Then, she turned and asked the little one sitting beside her, "Sweetie, do you like the name Yaohui?" Actually, this child has been called Sweetie since birth and never had a proper name. But with school starting soon, we really can't send him without one. "Mom, I like being called Yaohui," Guan Yaohui said with a beaming smile. He's a big boy now, and being called Sweetie every day was starting to embarrass him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The moment Yang Yidan saw Guan Anfu, all the joy from being promoted to deputy director vanished. Why does he keep coming back? He just left a few days ago. What is he here for this time? However, this time she wasn't accompanied by Lin Maimai. All in all, she didn't want to see her ex-husband alone, mainly because if others saw them, they might think she still had feelings for him. Yang Yidan immediately tried to slip away into the crowd, but Guan Anfu was already approaching. "Yang Yidan, wait a moment." Hearing her name called, Yang Yidan had no choice but to stop in her tracks. "Yang Yidan, I came here today to tell you that I've been promoted to workshop supervisor. Do you regret divorcing me now? If you want to come back now, I might still give you a chance. I never made department head the whole time we were together, but I got the promotion right after I started seeing Xinyuo. If you're having second thoughts, it's not too late. I heard you got promoted to deputy head, but let's be honest, that position isn't exactly a gold mine." After Guan Anfu finished speaking, Yang Yidan replied with disbelief in her voice, "You got promoted to department head. Is your factory that desperate for people?" After saying this, she ignored the look on Guan Anfu's face and, as if struck by a thought, continued, "Oh, I almost forgot. The previous workshop foreman at your factory was your late brother, wasn't he? No wonder you got the position. You're already with his wife, so of course the job should go to you. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Don't you have work to do as the foreman?" Yang Yidan had no patience for watching him show off. It was the same in her past life. He had also gotten Ding Xinyuo to secure the foreman position for him. I was foolishly offering my congratulations, completely unaware that the two of them had already been sneaking around behind my back. After hearing Yang Yidan's words, Guan Anfu said angrily, "Yang Yidan, I think you're just jealous that I became the department head. Even without Xinyuo, I would still have been the top candidate for the position. You, who understand nothing, should just stop talking. You simply can't stand to see me doing well. I was just thinking that after becoming department head, is that so? That's truly wonderful. You have a child of your own now. There's no rush to have children anymore, and with you as the department head, your family's assets will have an heir to inherit them." Yang Yidan knew exactly how to hit Guan Anfu where it hurt. Guan Anfu's face immediately darkened after he finished pasting it. How could he inherit my things? He's not even my biological child. Everything I have must go to my own son. I wouldn't even give it to a daughter. All I hope for now is that Xinyuo gives me a big, healthy baby boy. I really don't want her to have a girl on my account. Once Guan Anfu started on this topic, he just couldn't stop talking. Yang Yidan had no mind to listen to him. She had more important things to do and no time to hear her ex-husband wax poetic about the future. "I don't have time for chit-chat right now, and don't come looking for me again. You're a married man now. I'm not interested in hearing you brag, either. If there's nothing else, you should leave. I have work to do and no time for this." After saying her piece, Yang Yidan turned and left in a hurry, running as fast as she could for fear that Guan Anfu would catch up with her. **********. She rushed frantically to the spot where she had arranged to meet Lin Maimai, and upon arriving, she gulped down a large mouthful of water. Lin Maimai saw that Yang Yidan looked as if she had been chased, and thinking her friend might be in danger, she quickly asked, "What happened? Why are you all out of breath and covered in sweat? Didn't I tell you not to rush? What happened? Did you get robbed or something?" Yang Yidan took a sip of water and briefly explained the situation to Lin Maimai. After hearing it, Lin Maimai slammed her cup down and said, "That's just too much. Why does he have to show off like that? Is there something wrong with him? I told you his intentions weren't pure. He's never satisfied with what he has. I bet he found out you became deputy director and is just trying to suck up to you. And his wife? They're a perfect match, aren't they? Using her late husband's connections to get her current husband a job, she really knows how to work the system. But I'll give this scumbag credit. He sure knows how to play people. He even got that kid who's not even his to take his last name. No one's better at working the angles than him. I should have waited for you today. I could have helped you give him a piece of my mind. Just the sight of his face disgusts me now. I must have been blind to have ever liked him." Lin Maimai ranted for a good 20 minutes. Yang Yidan listened while passing her water. Worried she might run out of breath from all that yelling. "Here, have some water. Don't get parched." I already gave him an earful. The moment he finished talking to me, I rushed right over. I couldn't stand to look at his smug, gloating face for another second. After saying this, Yang Yidan didn't forget the original purpose of their meeting at the town's snack shop. At the meeting today, didn't Ms. Liang say we're getting into the apparel business? She's thinking of opening her own store. And it just so happens we already have our own garment factory. The problem right now is that the factory floor is understaffed. With only 1,000 workers and us taking on other orders, that's simply not enough people. You were out for a bit and missed it. She actually acquired another factory specifically to produce for her clothing store. Though it's a bit far away, she wants the two of us to go over there and help her recruit staff. We've got the team leaders here to handle the minor stuff anyway, so that's exactly why I came to you to talk it over. What do you think? After Yang Yidan finished speaking, Lin Maimai thought for a moment. I think this could actually be a great opportunity. If the factory over there takes off, we could both stay there. Isn't this factory here too close to that scumbag's place? Getting further away would save us the headache of having to see them. Lin Maimai's main concern was Guan Anfu. Almost every day when she left work, she would see him. What used to make her ecstatic now just made her feel utterly disgusted. How can someone be so blatantly, unapologetically a scumbag? Then let's go. Tomorrow we'll talk to Manager Liang. After all, he did tell us that the initial stages of running a factory would be incredibly tough. Well, we've still got someone backing us up, so there's nothing to worry about. Yang Yidan also thought it was a good opportunity. However, since the directive specifically named her and Lin Maimai to go, she still needed to get the others' opinion. Things at this factory are pretty much under control now. The workshop Zhongfang is in charge of has started running smoothly under her watch. Her leadership skills are actually quite solid. If the two of them were to be absent, Zhongfang would most likely step right in and take over their duties. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you two really okay with going somewhere so far away? That's practically the edge of the city. If you agree, I'll buy your tickets and you can head over. Once things at the new factory settle down a bit, you can come back. We'll keep your positions and everything ready for you. Liang Xiaoyan was convinced these two could really achieve something great. She had asked several others before, but no one was willing. She only turned to Yang Yidan and Lin Maimai as a last resort. They had only been deputy directors for a few days, and she felt bad asking them to give up those roles for a new factory, but there really was no one else. She had even considered the worst-case scenario. If these two didn't go, she would simply shut down the factory. She wouldn't look for new people to run the factory. She just didn't trust anyone else with it. We talked it over yesterday. We want the factory to do better too. And if the two of us go together, we can look out for each other. After Yang Yidan finished speaking, Lin Maimai immediately asked the question that concerned her most. Mr. Liang, when's the earliest we can go? I really want to get this trip started. The sooner we go, the sooner we can come back. The real reason is to get away quickly, so I don't have to see that scumbag anymore. I might even have an extra bowl or two of rice because of it. I didn't expect you all to be so eager. Well, go ahead and pack your things. I'll book the tickets right now. You can leave tomorrow. Yang Yidan and Lin Maimai both nodded. They all hurried back to pack their belongings. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I heard you're leaving. Midway through packing, Zhongfang's voice rang out. Yang Yidan looked up and saw Zhongfang, who should have been working, standing at the entrance of her dorm room. That's right, I'm going somewhere else. The factory is in your hands now. Your work ethic is solid. And you're good at managing people too, so, if Maimai and I aren't around, the factory will still need you to look after it. The two of them are on good terms now. They're not exactly friends, but they are colleagues who get along very well. At the very least, Yang Yidan is well aware of Zhongfang's capabilities, and she didn't want to see Zhongfang's talents go to waste, so she even mentioned it to Liang Xiaoyan, who in turn spoke to Zhongfang about it. Zhongfang knew that it was Yang Yidan who had told her about the possibility of her becoming the acting deputy director. That's why she had rushed over. Zhongfang stood at the dormitory door, nervously clutching the hem of her blouse. The fabric was cheap and wrinkled easily in her grip. Noticing she was still there, Yang Yidan closed the suitcase and looked at her with mild confusion. Is there something else? She simply hadn't expected Yang Yidan to help her before leaving. Thinking of her own actions, she was overwhelmed with guilt. Zhongfang stammered, about what happened before. I'm sorry. She had a domineering personality. The type who wouldn't back down even when wrong and would stubbornly argue a point to death. Coming here to apologize must have taken immense resolve. Yang Yidan hadn't held her actions against her. Besides, recommending her to the factory manager was genuinely because no one else was up to the task. Understood. I hope you'll do well in this role. Who knows, by the time we get back, you might just be the deputy director. She didn't have much luggage, just a few clothes and toiletries. Things like bed sheets and duvet covers were already provided in the dormitory, without much more conversation between them. Yang Yidan got on the motorcycle prepared by Director Liang and set off for Kangle Town with Lin Maimai. The new garment factory was located in Kangle Town, a suburb right on the edge of the city. With a population that was neither too large nor too small, when they arrived at the new dormitory, factory manager Liang had arranged single rooms for them. They had thought they would be the only two in the building, but it turned out there were already some workers who had been hired earlier. The factory had just started operations, and while a few employees had already been hired, even this small initial workforce wasn't enough. Yang Yidan hadn't had a chance to meet them yet. Most were women. Except for the men who handled the heavy labor, but their living quarters were separate. Is that all the clothes you brought? It takes us nearly an hour just to get into town. Lin Maimai dropped her luggage in the dorm room and immediately went to find her. Since it was a new dorm, it was a bit dirty and hadn't been cleaned. If they were going to live there, they'd have to tidy up the room first. Have you finished cleaning your room? Yang Yidan asked. Watching her wander around as if she had nothing to do, she sat on the stool in the room, surveying the space. It wasn't large, but it was sufficient for one person. there was a bed, and a small desk sat in front of the window. You should hang a curtain here one of these days, Lin Mai said, pointing at the window. Her room was on the second floor, right above, so passers-by couldn't see in, but from the outside, anyone walking by could look straight through the window into Yang Yidan's dorm room. Following the direction of her finger, Yang Yidan suddenly remembered, I'd completely forgotten about that until you mentioned it. She had specifically brought 2 small floral print pieces of fabric when she came. All right. I'll go tidy up the room first. We can go get the sheets and duvet covers together in a bit. Lin Mai watched her bustling about, slapped her thigh, and headed out. Yang Yidan borrowed a broom and dustpan from the girl next door and swept the entire floor of the room. I see you didn't bring a basin. The water tap is in the front yard. You must have seen it when you arrived. Do you have a cleaning cloth? The girl stood at the dormitory doorway holding a wash basin, speaking gently. The girl wore her hair in 2 low ponytails. She was tall and slender, with a slightly sallow complexion. Though her facial features were well proportioned, large eyes and a high-nose bridge, she appeared very quiet and gentle, spoke softly, and was quite considerate. Her eyes lit up as she held Yang Yidan's hand, and she didn't disturb Yang Yidan any further as she tidied up the room. As she was leaving, she suddenly turned back. Deputy Director, feel free to call on me if you need anything. Yang Yidan thanked her. With not many staff living in the dormitory, she had now effectively remembered one person's name. By the time she finished cleaning, it was already afternoon. When Lin Mai came to find her, she was accompanied by another young woman. This is Xue Di, my neighbor across the hall. She arrived a few days before us and is already settled in. I thought she could show us around. Lin Mai and Xue Di hit it off immediately, chatting away like old friends. Yang Yidan introduced herself and went with them to collect the sheets and quilts. Xue Di was more bubbly and energetic than Lin Yi, doing most of the talking with Lin Mai along the way, while Yang Yidan chimed in occasionally. This is the storage room, Auntie. He is in charge of the toiletries, bed sheets, quilts, and all that. You need to sign in here. Xue Di walked familiarly into a small room next to the warehouse and called out sweetly, Auntie. An elderly woman emerged from inside. Presumably the auntie she was referring to. It was unclear what she whispered into Auntie his ear, but afterward, she pointed toward Yang Yidan and the other woman. Auntie he approached them and said, You must be the supervisor's director. Liang transferred here to help out. He specifically instructed me to set aside some better quality fabric for the 2 of you, deputy supervisors. Actually, thank you for your trouble. Yang Yidan corrected her with a slight nod. Auntie he waved her hands dismissively. No trouble at all, she said. I'll go fetch it for you 2 right now. On the way back with the daily necessities, Xue Di took them on a little tour of the surrounding area. If you ever go into town, just give me a shout. I'll show you around, Xue Di offered enthusiastically, thumping her chest. Back in the room, Yang Yidan made the bed, lay down, and stared at the ceiling, pondering what came next. Director Liang was too busy to manage this small factory. They were here to help with recruitment because they were short-staffed. Even if they found workers, they probably wouldn't be able to leave right away. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to appoint an acting deputy director. I'll have to go into town tomorrow to take a look. Maybe I can still find some people there. With that thought, she fell asleep, only to be woken up by the sound of Lin Mai knocking on her door. What's wrong? Yang Yidan asked as she opened the door and saw Lin Mai standing outside, looking anxious. I'm heading to the canteen for a bite. Aren't you hungry after cleaning the house all day? Yang Yidan hadn't actually felt hungry until then, but at the mention of food, her stomach let out a couple of token rumbles. The canteen was much smaller than the one at their old factory, with only 1 window, but the lines weren't long since there weren't many people. Both of their lunchboxes were brand new, so they rinsed them with hot water first before using them. Where should we sit? Yang Yidan asked, holding her tray as she found Lin Mai. The 2 of them found a corner table and sat down. Hearing someone call her name from behind, Yang Yidan turned around. Xue Di was still in line. Seeing them look over, she waved and said, I'll join you as soon as I get my food. Lin Mai pointed out their table to her. Not long after they sat down, Xue Di took the seat opposite Yang Yidan. I looked for you in the room, but you weren't there, she said. You never told me you were coming to see me. Lin Mai said between bites. I got hungry, so I just brought Yidan along. Xue Di smiled and said, It's fine, I was just worried you two wouldn't know how to find the place. While eating, Yang Yidan caught sight of Lin Yi. She was sitting at the next table over, just an aisle between them. Yidan gave her a smile. Lin Yi was taken aback for a split second, then smiled back at her. Noticing her gaze, Lin Mai looked over. Do you know her? She lives next door to me. She helped me out this morning. Yang Yidan replied softly, averting her eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a contemptuous snort from across the table. She looked curiously at Xue Di. Those two must not get along. Yang Yidan thought to herself. Meeting her puzzled look, Xue Di offered an explanation. You should keep your distance from people like that. She doesn't have the best reputation. Yang Yidan instinctively glanced at Lin Yi at the next table. Her back was ramrod straight, oblivious to their stares as she ate her meal alone. Everyone around her was in groups. She was the only one by herself. Lin Mai, being rather nosy, leaned in and asked curiously, "What's going on?" She uses her youth and good looks to flirt with all sorts of men, not even sparing the married ones. Not long ago, someone even came to our dorm to make a scene and smashed all her things. Whether Xue Di was naturally loud or just being deliberate, even people across the table could hear her, let alone Lin Yi, who was already sitting close by. Lin Mai glanced over and whispered, "She doesn't seem the type. You can't judge a book by its cover. You're just late to the party. If you'd been here a few days earlier, you could have seen the whole show," Xue Di said with a hint of schadenfreude. It was clear the two of them didn't get along. As for the source of their conflict, Yang Yidan didn't know, nor did she want to find out. Lin Yi couldn't stand it any longer. She grabbed her lunchbox and left before finishing her meal. Yang Yidan watched her leave without a word, but Xue Di wouldn't let it go. "See," she continued, "she's guilty." Yang Yidan set down her chopsticks. The two people at the table looked up at her. "I'll go get some soup, you two chat." Lin Mai quickly raised her hand. "Get me a bowl too, please. Maybe I should go." "You two just got here and must be tired from cleaning all day," said Xue Di, not minding the trouble as she got up to follow Yang Yidan. She shook her head. "No need, I know where it is. You two talk." After she left, Xue Di sat back down on the stool, rubbing the back of her neck. "Did I say something wrong? Or do something to upset her? I get the feeling Yidan doesn't like me." Lin Mai hadn't picked up on any dislike from Yang Yidan. She glanced at the people lining up for soup in the distance. "I don't think so. Why is she so cold to me?" She was just smiling and laughing with Lin Yi. "But with me, it's like she's got a face of ice." Xue Di was determined to prove to her that Yang Yidan didn't like her. "Ah, she's just like that normally. She's not much of a talker, and she's probably really tired today. Don't read too much into it." Even though Lin Mai said that, Xue Di still felt a bit put out inside. She had been so warm and welcoming to her. Even if she was tired, she didn't have to keep such a sour face on the whole time. Yang Yidan, who was in the middle of serving herself soup, was still unaware that someone was starting to dislike her. After finishing one bowl, she was just about to get another. "Why can't I finish it? Did you personally see me waste food, or did you personally witness me being unable to drink it all?" Yang Yidan hadn't wanted to argue with him, but judging by his attitude, if she really took 2 bowls of soup today, he'd probably make such a scene he'd hang himself right there. "You've got quite a sharp tongue on you, little lady. We've always had a rule here that women can only take 1 bowl of soup." The guy was genuinely furious, his tone leaving no room for courtesy. She had hoped to reason with him, but it was clear he was on the verge of throwing a punch. Yang Yidan set her bowl down on a nearby table, crossed her arms, and looked past him at the people waiting in line. "Don't blame me for holding up the soup line." She addressed the people behind him first. "If you go hungry, it's his fault. He's the one who picked this fight." But the crowd turned their blame on her. "If you'd just listened to Brother Zhong, we'd all have our soup by now." The whole group chimed in, even saying they should kick Yang Yidan out. The commotion was so loud it drew the attention of everyone nearby. No wonder this Brother Zhong they keep talking about is so arrogant. He's got all these people backing him up. Why should I listen to him? Is he the factory manager? And who made the rule that women can only have 1 bowl? It's just absurd. The women do just as much work as the men. Some jobs are even more physically demanding. So why should they get less to eat? Yang Yidan was sure Director Liang had no idea about this. If he knew, he'd probably fire whoever came up with this rule. "What do you women need to eat so much for? You don't do any heavy lifting." Brother Zhong stood with his hands on his hips. his aggressive posture suggesting he was ready for a fight. She turned around and grabbed a ladle to serve herself. Shui Di's eyes swept the room, and everyone she looked at quickly lowered their heads. Afraid she'd call them out, her gaze finally settled on Brother Zhong. It was them who made the rule. Because of it, most of the women in our factory go to work hungry, never getting enough to eat. Brother Zhong and his little gang clearly had the numbers. In a physical fight, the women stood no chance. Out of fear, they naturally kept their mouths shut. They were all just ordinary, low-level employees, afraid that if they reported it to management, they'd be targeted for retaliation. So they just endured it. When they saw Yang Yidan arguing with them, they worried she might get hit, but didn't dare step in to warn her. Learning she was the female deputy director was a relief. Finally, someone could stand up to them. Yang Yidan nodded in understanding, clapping her hands sarcastically. Such impressive authority. I suppose I should follow the rules too, since I'm also a woman. Brother Zhong's back was drenched in a cold sweat, his shirt sticking to his skin. Of course not. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just worried they'd waste food, perhaps emboldened by having backup. The female employee wasn't afraid of retaliation. A voice rang out from the crowd. That's not true at all. You're just worried about not getting enough for yourself. I saw you drink 3 bowls yesterday. And in the end, you couldn't finish it and just poured the soup out. Following him was the only way to get a full meal, so quite a few people joined their group. That's why these little cliques have so many members. Brother Zhong wished the ground would swallow him whole right then. I can explain everything, he stammered. Yang Yidan remained expressionless, her tone even calmer than before. She blinked and said, "All right then, explain. If you can't give a satisfactory explanation, you'll stay here and serve soup for everyone. You can eat only after everyone else has had their fill." She gave him a few minutes. But he just stood there wide-eyed and slack-jawed, unable to utter a single word. Her patience finally snapped. Yang Yidan said in a low, controlled voice, "Starting today, you will stand here and serve soup to everyone. You will not eat until everyone else has finished. Now you'll know what it's like to work on an empty stomach." No one dared to speak up for him at a time like this, afraid of drawing trouble onto themselves. "And none of you are getting off easy," Yang Yidan said. Turning her gaze to the group behind him, "You will all take turns, 3 days each. If I find out anyone is slacking off or letting someone else take their place, that person goes without food for a week." In the end, Yang Yidan still didn't get to have any soup. Lin Maimai offered her own, but she refused it. After they left, when He Qingsong arrived at the cafeteria, he saw Brother Zhong standing by the soup station, where the line was longer than usual. At first, he didn't think much of it. But during their shift, Brother Zhong was so hungry he nearly dropped the machine he was holding several times. "What's wrong with you?" He Qingsong walked over to Brother Zhong and asked with a frown, his tone clearly displeased. Brother Zhong said innocently, "I'm sorry, Director I'm just too hungry to have any strength." He Qingsong looked him over for a few seconds before saying helplessly, "You should eat more from now on. It's not that I don't want to eat. It's that I never get the chance. By the time I finish serving them soup, the canteen is out of food. I can only fill up on water." Recalling what he had seen a few days ago, he had thought they were just diligently helping their comrade with his work. What's going on? Brother Zhong only mentioned that Yang Yidan had punished him, but didn't explain why. What was the reason? He always felt there must be a reason for making them do this kind of thing. New brooms sweep clean. Those two just transferred here are making an example out of us. If they don't act tough, they're probably afraid they won't be able to manage the workers in our factory. Brother Zhong lied without batting an eye, and the people around him chimed in. "That's right, Manager we're so hungry we don't even have the strength." The two hadn't even met yet. He Qingsong had only heard from Manager Liang that 2 people would be sent to help, and now his impression of Yang Yidan wasn't very good. "There are some biscuits in my office, you can take them and share them." He didn't like that kind of thing. They were a gift from another boss anyway. Brother Zhong immediately sent someone to fetch it upon hearing this, thanking him profusely all the while. Yang Yidan had been running to the town for days, but had managed to recruit very few workers. Most of the town's young people had already gone to work at the big factories, so few were interested in a new startup like this. "Are you still busy?" Lin Maimai stood outside the window, tapping on the glass as she saw her slumped over the desk. Yang Yidan looked up and opened the window. "What is it?" Lin Maimai's expression was grim as she gave a curt nod. Lin Yi and Xue Di are having a huge argument. You'd better come with me to see." Having heard the news from someone close to Xue Di, she hurried after her, but then remembered Yang Yidan and turned back. Yang Yidan quickly put down her pen and followed her to the factory, arriving at the workshop to find all the workers gathered in a circle. "What's going on here?" she demanded, breathless, as she pushed her way through and pulled the two scuffling figures apart. Xue Di looked disheveled, her hair a mess and her clothes torn in several places. Lin Yi had a few bloody scratches on her cheek, which looked like they were from fingernails. Neither of them would back down, they just snorted coldly and refused to speak. "What on earth happened here?" Yang Yidan demanded of the staff gathered around when the two women remained silent. It was as if they had all agreed to stay quiet. Seeing this, Yang Yidan was furious. "Since no one will talk, and you all just stood by watching instead of breaking up the fight, everyone's pay is docked for today. They don't make much money each month to begin with, so nobody's happy about having their pay docked now." Lin Yi threw the first punch. Xue Di was just chatting with a friend when she barged over and slapped her. Someone made a remark, and the others chimed in. Xue Di shot Lin Yi a smug smile. It was precisely that fleeting smile that Yang Yidan caught. Had she missed it, she might have believed their story. "What do you say, Lin Yi?" Yang Yidan wasn't about to pass judgment based on a one-sided account. Her trust in Lin Yi was obvious. Everyone could see her bias. A single word of denial from Lin Yi, and she would have reopened the investigation. Yet, Lin Yi kept her head down and remained silent. Seeing her expression, Yang Yidan knew asking was pointless. "All right, you two are on cleaning duty for the workshop, 1 week each. Next time anyone starts a fight, I'm docking your pay." Lin Mai chimed in, trying to mediate. "We're all friends here. Whatever it is, we can talk it out. If you have any issues in the future, come to me. Clear the air, and it'll be fine. There's no need to let it come to blows." And with that, the matter was dropped. Everyone went back to their stations. After work, Yang Yidan checked the cafeteria but didn't see Lin Yi. Lin Mai walked over and asked, "Who are you looking for? Have you seen Lin Yi?" She had felt something was off with Lin Yi that afternoon and planned to talk to her after work. "I saw her. She headed toward the creek behind the dormitory building," said a female worker standing next to Lin Mai. Lin Mai, who was quite talkative, had been getting along well with the female workers these past couple of days and often joined them for meals in the cafeteria. "Do you need her for something?" Seeing her anxious expression, Lin Mai thought she had urgent business with Lin Yi and wanted to go look for her together. Yang Yidan was worried Lin Yi might do something rash. Knowing she was by the river only deepened her unease. She waved a hand dismissively and said, "It's fine, you all go ahead and eat first." Lin Mai called after her a few times, but Yang Yidan didn't hear a thing. As she ran, the only sound in her ears was the wind, and with her mind solely focused on the fear that Lin Yi might harm herself, she paid no attention to what was behind her. "Let's just go eat, Meimei, and leave them to it," said the female colleague who had just spoken to Yang Yidan, linking her arm with Lin Meimei's. Following the directions from the colleague, Yang Yidan found the river behind the dormitory. The area was deserted, and she spotted Lin Yi immediately. Crouched by the bank, she called out, but Lin Yi didn't respond, instead quickly running to her side. Sensing her movement, Lin Yi turned his head. Seeing her approach, he immediately stood up and took 2 steps back. Yang Yidan hurriedly stopped and didn't move any closer. "I won't come over. Don't be scared, I'll stay right here. Please don't back up anymore. The river is right behind you. What are you doing here?" Lin Yi had clearly been crying. His eyes were red and swollen, and his voice was thick with emotion. Breathing a little heavily, she finally allowed herself to relax upon seeing he was unharmed. The river didn't look deep. Even if he had jumped, she could have pulled him out in time. Having run through every worst-case scenario and emergency procedure in her mind, Yang Yidan finally let out a sigh of relief. "I was worried about you, so I came to check. Why didn't you go to the cafeteria for lunch?" As she spoke, she cautiously moved closer to Lin Yi. Only when she sensed no strong resistance did she feel confident enough to step right up to him. Lin Yi turned her head away, looking into the distance. Across the river was likely farmland, and when it came time to water the crops, they'd use water from the river. "You should keep your distance from me. If they see you, they'll start gossiping about you too," she said softly, her head bowed. Yang Yidan knew she was upset about what had happened in the workshop during the day. Or perhaps it was more than just the workshop incident. She crouched down beside Lin Yi, the two of them leaning against each other, side by side. Just squatting there in silence. Lin Yi never expected her to stay squatting there with her, from dusk until nightfall, as a few stars began to appear in the sky. What exactly happened in the workshop? Yang Yidan's legs had gone numb from squatting, but she wanted to make sure Lin Yi wasn't in a dark place. They kept talking about me. I couldn't take it anymore. So I lashed out. She didn't argue because she had indeed thrown the first punch and was willing to accept the consequences. Yang Yidan stared at her profile. Why didn't you say anything when I asked you? You can't pin all the blame on her. Both sides are responsible. She should have spoken up clearly back then, instead of just swallowing the injustice. She's not in Lin Yi's shoes, so she doesn't understand. She also doesn't have Lin Yi's temperament for quietly enduring things. Lin Yi shook her head and said despairingly, "You haven't been through it. If I had spoken up clearly back then, they would never have let me off the hook in the future." She was on her own, no match for a whole group of them. With all those onlookers around too, it was better to just let it go and avoid any more trouble. You know what they're saying, too, Lin Yi said, glancing at her sideways, testing the waters. Yang Yidan recalled the things Xue Di had said right to her face in the cafeteria. She nodded and said, "I know, but I don't know what the truth is. Would you be willing to tell me?" "It's fine if you'd rather not." Yang Yidan genuinely didn't want to know about their personal affairs. Back then, it had gone in one ear and out the other. She hadn't paid it any mind at all. As long as they work diligently and don't cause any trouble, Yang Yidan won't interfere with their other affairs. Lin Yi stared at her in shock. Blinking, "You don't believe them. Your business has nothing to do with me, and I don't care what they say. If I were in that situation, I'd be upset, but I wouldn't dwell on it forever." Yang Yidan thought it over carefully. When she got divorced, she also faced gossip and criticism behind her back. But she didn't let it bother her. She wasn't the one who did anything wrong, and she shouldn't have been the target of scorn. Once she became deputy director, all the criticism vanished. It just goes to show you have to keep pushing forward. When you're capable enough, no one dares say a word. They only know how to flatter. So, what would you do? Lin Yi seemed to genuinely take her words to heart, earnestly seeking her advice. A faint smile touched Yang Yidan's lips. Strive to reach the top, of course. Become a team leader, supervisor, or deputy director. Once you're in a position of authority, those people won't dare gossip about you anymore. Her smile was truly radiant. With the river breeze tousling the strands of hair on her forehead and the moonlight bathing her figure, Lin Yi felt a stir in her heart. After sitting for so long, Yang Yidan's stomach growled. She stood up, rubbing her belly. "All right, if we go to the cafeteria now, we might still catch some leftovers. Nothing is more important than taking care of yourself." Both of them tried to stand up, but having squatted for too long, Lin Yi's foot slipped and she plunged straight into the water. Yang Yidan, who was holding her hand, was pulled down with her. She normally knew how to swim, but in her panic during the fall, her leg cramped up. Yang Yidan cried out for help in the water. Lin Yi felt a wave of despair. No one would come here without reason at a time like this. They were simply waiting to die. The river water was icy cold at night, and their clothes were thin. As their body heat and strength drained away, Yang Yidan stopped struggling to keep herself afloat. While passing by, He Chingsong heard someone shouting for help. At first, he thought he'd misheard, but being overly cautious, he went to check. Sure enough, he saw two figures in the water. He immediately took off his coat and tossed it to the person beside him. Brother Zhong took his coat and, sensing his intention, said, "It's not a good idea for you to go down there yourself. Director, let me go call for help instead." He Chingsong didn't even wait for him to finish speaking. After stretching, he dove straight into the water. He reached Yang Yidan's side, sensing someone's arrival. Yang Yidan, ignoring her own peril, cried out, "There's another person who went under. Save her first." She could only watch Lin Yi go down, her heart filled with helpless anxiety. He Chingsong didn't hesitate either. He dove down, brought Lin Yi to the shore, while Brother Zhong was still standing there, frozen. "What are you standing around for? Get him up here." Seeing Brother Zhong just standing there dumbstruck, He Chingsong shouted angrily. Hearing his voice, Brother Zhong snapped out of it, pulled Lin Yi down, and then saw He Chingsong head back in. "Director, are you alright?" Brother Zhong was worried he might get into trouble in the water. After all, they were together. And if something happened to him, He might be held responsible too. Yang Yidan watched him swim towards her and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She had thought he might not bother with her, given how cold the river water was. She placed her hands on his shoulders, clinging to him tightly. Ching-sung stiffened for a moment. He glanced sideways at the person in his arms, then averted his gaze and led her back to the shore. Lin Yi was still unconscious. While Yang Yidan was so cold her limbs had gone stiff and numb, he took the coat from Brother Zhong and draped it over her shoulders. How on earth did you end up in the water? Only then did Yang Yidan get a proper look at her rescuer. His skin was somewhat dark, and he was clearly very tall. His wet clothes clung to his frame, revealing the smooth lines of his muscles with every movement. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and defined abs. She found herself momentarily unable to look away. Ching-sung's shirt was still dripping. He wrung the water from the hem, noticed her gaze, and looked up at her. His question had gone unanswered. He raised a single eyebrow, staring at her in confusion, snapping back to reality. Yang Yidan was about to answer him when she suddenly spotted Lin Yi lying nearby and hurried over. Lin Yi, Lin Yi. No matter how loudly she called, Lin Yi remained unresponsive. She placed her hand under Lin Yi's nose, and only upon feeling a faint breath did she finally let out a sigh of relief. Pinching Lin Yi's nose, she began administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. It took several attempts before Lin Yi finally showed signs of life. Lin Yi coughed violently, expelling all the water she had swallowed. Her eyes fluttered open, and upon seeing the group of people around her, she jolted upright in fright. Seeing her terrified expression, Yang Yidan quickly tried to calm her. Don't be afraid, we're safe now. This kind stranger saved us all. Not knowing his name, Yang Yidan could only refer to him as the kind stranger. Ching-sung cleared his throat with a feigned cough into his loosely clenched fist and said, Ching-sung. Yang Yidan was stunned for a second before realizing he was stating his own name. She quickly responded, Yang Yidan. So preoccupied with Lin Yi's safety, she didn't notice how the man opposite her stiffened slightly and his expression shifted when she spoke her name. She had no idea that the factory was co-owned by Director Liang and another person, so naturally, she didn't know Ching-sung. Lin Yi had arrived earlier and knew more. Hearing Ching-sung's name, her face went pale with fright. Director He. Hearing her address him that way, Yang Yidan's eyes widened as she looked at the man standing behind her and called out in confusion, Director, it's getting late. You two should head back now, said Ching-sung as he left with Brother Zhong, watching their retreating figures. Yang Yidan still couldn't figure out who he was. Lin Yi sneezed from the cold. She had given Ching-sung's coat to Lin Yi, and the two of them didn't go to the cafeteria. Xue Di didn't bother with false politeness either. After the three of them chatted in the dorm for a while, she suddenly remembered, who is this Director He? How come I've never heard of him? She had been curious since yesterday. Director Liang hadn't mentioned anything when he arrived, which is why she hadn't seen him since getting here. Seeing the blank looks on both their faces, Xue Di exclaimed in disbelief, You mean you don't know who Director He is? He's one of the few university graduates in our town, practically the whole city. He made some money and co-founded this factory with Director Liang. I think they're even related somehow. Xue Di and her friends loved to sit around and gossip about everything. That's how they knew so much, though you had to take the mix of fact and rumor with a grain of salt. Yang Yidan didn't care whether they were related or not. What she found credible was his status as a factory director. Yidan, did Lin Yi take a sick day today? Xue Di called out suddenly, noticing her lost in thought. Knowing she wouldn't bring it up for no reason, Yang Yidan looked at her quizzically. Yeah, why do you ask? Xue Di curled her lip in disdain. Sick day, my foot, when I arrived. I saw her taking the factory director's clothes to his office. She was in there for ages and came out looking positively radiant. Nothing like someone who's ill. Lin Maimai was already fuming about Lin Yi dragging Yang Yidan into the mess. Hearing Xue Di say she was faking her illness made her blood boil even more. How could she do that? She exclaimed angrily, slamming her hand on the table. A smug smile spread across Xue Di's lips as she saw her scheme succeed, but her triumph was short-lived. Cut off by Yang Yidan's words, I see, her reaction was utterly flat, so calm it left Xue Di at a loss. On the way over, Xue Di had pictured exactly how angry Yidan would be, how she would join in cursing Lin Yi. At the very least, she expected some anger. She never anticipated such a placid response. Yidan, Aren't you furious? She faked being sick, went to see director he, and deceived you, Shwe Di pressed, growing anxious as her plans seemed to be falling apart. Yang Yidan thought she could keep up the act a while longer, but she didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. She shrugged indifferently. I don't care, seeing that she genuinely wasn't pretending. Shwe Di let out a helpless sigh. Just as Shwe Di was about to leave, she ran into Lin Yi, who had just returned from outside, a smile still playing on her lips. I noticed the smile instantly vanish from the neighbor's eyes. For every sorrow, there's a joy. Shwe Di thought she had caught her red-handed. Pointing at Lin Yi, she said, Yidan, what did I tell you? She's faking her illness to trick you. Lin Yi hadn't expected her to say that. Flustered, she looked at Yang Yidan, meeting the latter's cold gaze, shaking her head fearfully. She said, I'm not, I really am sick. Then how come I saw you go into director his office, and you stayed in there for a long time, beaming like it was springtime? Who runs all over the place when they're supposed to be sick, feeling she had the upper hand? Shwe Di fired off her words like a machine gun, leaving Lin Yi with no way to argue back. She could only watch as Yang Yidan kept insisting that she was genuinely ill. Their arguing was giving her a headache. Yang Yidan didn't care about that, and she knew Lin Yi was truly sick. She was the one who took care of Lin Yi when he spiked a fever in the middle of the night. His fever hadn't broken by morning, so she called in sick for him. Shwe Di, you should head back first. It's rare to have a day off. So go get some proper rest. Yang Yidan thought to herself that once she sent her away, the place would finally be quiet. As for the conflict between Shwe Di and Lin Yi, she'd get to the bottom of it when she had time. It wasn't a good situation for them to be at odds and constantly fighting when they worked in the same workshop. Realizing this was a blatant show of favoritism towards Lin Yi, Shwe Di glanced at Lin Mai beside her. Seeing no reaction, she shook her head in resignation and left. After she left, the place did become noticeably quieter. Hold on, if you're sick and don't rest properly, are you planning to ask for another day off tomorrow? Lin Mai called out to Lin Yi, who was about to head back inside. Lin Yi understood that Lin Mei's standing was different from Shwe Di's. She was Yang Yidan's close friend, and Yang Yidan would undoubtedly believe whatever she said. She immediately waved her hands in protest, saying, No, that's absolutely not what I meant. I don't have that idea at all. In her desperation, she felt like she could kneel on the ground and kowtow to the two of them just to prove her words were true. Yang Yidan, also weary, nodded and said, I understand. You may go and rest now. With that, she pulled Lin Mai back into the house and shut the door. I'm so angry. She's clearly not sick at all, and you're still taking her side, Lin Mai said, plopping down onto a stool in a huff. If it were her, she'd have scolded the person until they went home in tears. Yang Yidan didn't want to get involved in these matters, whether Lin Yidan was really sick or not, and whether she was being deceived. She had her own understanding of the situation. Why didn't you go to town today? There's still a lot of work to do at the factory. They came here to help, so the two of them have a clear division of labor. One goes to town each day, and the other stays to help at the factory. It's Lin Mei's turn today. She should still be in town recruiting people at this hour. I was just about to head over, but I rushed here when I heard you fell into the water yesterday, Lin Mai said, letting out a sigh of relief that she was all right. Yang Yidan smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Thanks for your concern. I'm fine now. You'd better head to town soon, or it'll be late by the time you get back. It's not very safe for a woman to be out alone at night. After exchanging just a few words, they saw Lin Mai off. She then sat down on a stool to write out her plans for the next day, along with the tasks she hadn't finished. She didn't want to be like a headless chicken, running around frantically whenever she got busy, unsure of what to tackle first. That's why she always made a list. The door was knocked on again. When she opened it, she saw Lin Yi standing there, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. Startled by the sudden opening of the door, she looked at her with wide eyes. May I come in? Yang Yidan thought for a moment, then stepped aside to let her in. What's wrong? I wasn't faking being sick to trick you. I really had a fever. I went to see director he to return his clothes. I didn't want to trouble you. Just as she had guessed, Yang Yidan had come to see her about this. Yang Yidan stared at her while she spoke, then nodded after she finished. All right. Lin Yi hadn't expected that kind of reaction from her. She stared wide-eyed, looking at her with disbelief. Aren't you angry? She asked cautiously. Yang Yidan said with an amused tone. Why would I be angry? Since I already approved your leave, it's my responsibility. Of course I know you're genuinely sick. Instead of wasting time explaining yourself to me, you'd be better off going home to get some proper rest. Don't be late for work tomorrow. You'll have to make up for everything you missed today. The factory was already short-staffed, and with him taking leave, we lost one of our most capable workers. Lin Yi nodded repeatedly and assured her, don't worry, I'll definitely make up for all of it tomorrow. After she left, the room fell completely silent. Only after Yang Yidan had clearly outlined her plans for the next few days did she finally feel at ease. I haven't seen He Chingsong since that day by the river. Are you talking about me? He stood behind the two of them, his eyes lowered, fixed on the back of Yang Yidan's head. Out of all the possibilities, she never imagined he would come back, nor that he was standing right behind her, and least of all that he would overhear her speaking ill of him. She had only been trying to brush it off earlier, otherwise Lin Maimai would have kept pestering her. Yang Yidan's thumb, gripping the blueprint, turned white. She forced a smile and turned to face him. Of course not, Director, he clearly has excellent character, otherwise he wouldn't have saved both me and Lin Yi after we fell into the water. He Chingsong was unmoved by her flattery. Raising a single eyebrow, he pulled a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to her, his tone utterly flat. Take the fabric to this address, just say I sent you. She took it, glanced at the address, another trip into the city, and tucked the note away. When she looked up again, he was already gone. Lin Maimai nudged her with an elbow, her face a picture of pure, unadulterated gossip. Well, she'd really put her foot in it now. Not only had she failed to properly thank the man who saved her, but she'd been caught bad-mouthing him behind his back. Yang Yidan shot a sharp glance at the person beside her, then wrapped an arm around her shoulder and steered her out of the workshop. Let's go. The two of them hitched a ride into the city, chatting and laughing all the way. At the fabric mill, Yang Yidan followed the foreman to look at materials, while Lin Maimai waited outside. This is the batch, Director, he ordered. Do you two think you can manage it? The foreman pointed at the stacked crates in front of them, looking them over. When Yang Yidan arrived, she hadn't expected there to be so much stock. Back when she and Lin Maimai were just getting fabric, carrying it on their backs and in their hands was more than enough for the two of them. Let me think of a way. We'll get it all out first, she said to the consular officer before heading off to discuss a plan with Lin Maimai. Before she could even get close, she saw a crowd formed in a circle and could hear the sound of an argument. One of the voices belonged to Lin Maimai. An employee came running toward the consular officer behind her, shouting, "It's bad. They've started fighting." This only confirmed Yang Yidan's suspicion that Lin Maimai was in a conflict. She pushed through the crowd and saw Lin Maimai and Ding Xinyuo locked in a heated argument. Seeing that things were about to turn physical, Yang Yidan rushed forward to stop them. She positioned herself in front of Lin Maimai, frowning as she stared down the person before her. "So it is you," Ding Xinyuo said upon seeing her, letting out a contemptuous snort. Yang Yidan ignored her and turned to look at Lin Maimai. "Are you okay?" If she hadn't arrived just in time, Ding Xinyuo would have pushed her over. Lin Maimai shook her head. "It's nothing. I overheard her bad-mouthing you. If it weren't for Ding Xinyuo's big mouth and her habit of stirring up trouble, Lin Maimai wouldn't have bothered with her." Very few people knew about the situation between Guan Anfu and the other person. Yang Yidan figured that since she was out of their circle now, there was no need to bring it up, but Lin Maimai was actually aware of the truth. Hearing Ding Xinyuo deliberately badmouth Yang Yidan again, how could she possibly hold back? They had barely exchanged a few words before the argument erupted. No one in the crowd even thought of calling for help. They all just gathered around to watch the drama unfold. "Tell me, which part of what I said was wrong?" Ding Xinyuo shot back, hands on her hips, putting on a defiant act as if she had the upper hand even without reason. Lin Maimai stood behind Yang Yidan. "You have the nerve to steal someone else's husband and still act like you're in the right. Since you clearly don't care, I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what you've done, no matter how you look at it." They always have a point. The one in the wrong is Ding Xinyuo. It's her, the one whose husband died, who moved into someone else's home with her child, turned their household upside down, and stole their husband. Her husband is Guan Anfu, the deputy director of your factory. Ding Xinyuo flushed bright red with shame. Standing to the side, she was itching to shove Lin Maimai away. "I'm telling you to stop spouting nonsense, or I'll rip your mouth off." Lin Mai laughed at her flustered and furious state, crossing her arms in front of her chest. You dare do it but not own up to it. If you had the nerve to do it, have the nerve to admit it. The consul arrived late, only showing up after they had nearly finished arguing. It was clear he had no desire to get involved in the matter. What are you all still gathered here for? Is your work finished? He stood there, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, and everyone scattered like startled birds. Seeing she had someone backing her up, Ding Xinyuo grew even more brazen. Pointing at the two women opposite her, she said, Foreman, you need to deal with these two. They tried to hit me right here in our own factory. How can you stand by and let me get bullied by outsiders on our own turf? She put on that sugary voice. Even Yang Yidan felt her bones go weak just hearing it, let alone any man. But the consul wasn't having any of it. He shook off her hand and snapped impatiently. What did I tell you before? One more incident and you're out. Don't think I won't fire you just because Guan Anfu is the deputy director. The consul's reaction made it painfully clear he was fed up with her. She'd been nothing but trouble for him lately. With red-rimmed eyes, Ding Xinyuo looked at him pitifully. Monitor, she was about to say more, but seeing the consul's expression, she immediately walked away. Not without shooting a sideways glance at Yang Yidan before she left. Yang Yidan, who had barely spoken the whole time, naturally paid her no mind. After the woman left, she said with a smile, I'm really sorry for causing you this trouble. Although she didn't care for Ding Xinyuo either and felt Lin Mai wasn't in the wrong, she still knew how to be polite. The consul waved a dismissive hand. I've already had someone move all the things out. The two of you should hurry and find someone to haul them away. With more pressing matters at hand, Yang Yidan pushed the earlier incident to the back of her mind. She had no choice but to hire a flatbed cart to get everything back. By the time they got back, it was already dark. The canteen had no food left, so they each settled for a cold steamed bun. Don't go to town tomorrow. First, take stock of the materials. This is a major order, and the client is someone we can't afford to cross. Upon learning of their return, He Chingsong found the two of them and gave his instructions. They had just found seats and barely settled in before he started giving them tasks. Lin Mai was too exhausted to speak, silently chewing on a dry, hard bun. Understood, said Yang Yidan. Nodding as she swallowed the last bite of her bun, he glanced at what the two of them were eating but said nothing. There should still be some hot soup left. Go and get a bowl each. By the time they arrived, the two of them had already seen it. Not a drop of soup was left, not even the dregs. They placed the fire in the warehouse and only locked the door after confirming everything was in order, even though it was so late that no one was likely to come by. They feared thieves might be eyeing the place or someone might stumble in by accident. If even a few pieces of cloth went missing, they wouldn't be able to talk their way out of it. Yang Yidan couldn't shake her unease and kept glancing back as she left. Suddenly, someone wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Lin Mai gave it a reassuring pat. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You locked it up, didn't you? Back in the dorm, after washing up, she lay down and fell asleep almost instantly. Yang Yidan frowned, puzzled. That's odd, she said. I distinctly remember last night when I locked it. The side with the writing was facing out. How did it end up facing in this morning? You must have seen it wrong. Hurry up and take inventory. We have a rush job to finish this afternoon. It was a rush order, so Yang Yidan didn't dwell on it. But after counting, the numbers didn't match the weaving mill's invoice at all. They had counted exactly 2,000 bolts when they arrived. But now what's left is an odd, uneven number. That can't be right, Yang Yidan muttered, staring at the number she'd just written down and wondering if she'd miscounted. The two of them counted and recounted at least 10 times, but the total remained the same. Someone must have stolen the fabric. We need to report this to the factory manager. On her way to He Chingsong's office, Lin Mai was suddenly stopped. Sister Mai, there's an issue in the workshop that needs your attention. The female worker kept avoiding eye contact, as if deliberately trying to steer clear of Yang Yidan. Yang Yidan, picking up on the cue, nodded and said, I'll go find the factory manager. You go with them and have a look. Lin Mai had initially wanted to go with her, but seeing how anxious the female worker was, she had no choice but to leave first. When she arrived at He Chingsong's office, she had intended to knock, but hearing voices inside, she thought better of it and leaned against the wall to wait for the conversation to finish. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long. The door opened from the inside. And Lin Yi froze in place upon seeing her. Yang Yidan was also surprised to find her in the factory director's office. Noticing her gaze, Lin Yi quickly explained herself. I'm here to get the new sample designs from the director. Unsure why she felt the need to explain, Yang Yidan didn't press the matter and simply nodded with a smile. She knocked on the door, received permission to enter, and stepped inside. Someone has stolen several bolts of fabric. He Chingsong took the list she brought, quickly scanned it, and asked, do you know who did it? She had only just discovered it herself and hadn't had time to investigate. It would likely be difficult to find out, as only a few bolts were missing, not a huge amount, and the thief had struck under the cover of night. Seeing her remain silent, He Chingsong understood. I see, he said. You may go for now. She didn't understand his reaction. He wasn't angry or suspicious. His response was remarkably calm. As Yang Yidan walked past Lin Yi in the workshop, she suddenly pricked her hand. Are you okay? Yang Yidan asked, looking at her with concern. Luckily, she moved quickly. If the sewing machine had hit her, she wouldn't have recovered for a while. Lin Yi frantically put her hand in her mouth, only taking it out once the bleeding stopped. I'm fine. Thanks for your concern. Her reaction was so odd that Yang Yidan couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, which only made her grow increasingly flustered. Are you really okay? She had wanted to ask that back at the door of the factory director's office. Yang Yidan recalled that she hadn't scolded her recently and had barely interacted with her at all. Yet the girl was so terrified of her she practically wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. Lin Yi quickly waved her hands, saying, it's really nothing. Seeing her like that, Yang Yidan naturally didn't press the matter any further. For 2 days in a row, fabric has been taken, and whoever's doing it has a key to the warehouse. Every morning when Yang Yidan goes to take inventory, several bolts of cloth are just gone, as if the fabric sprouted legs and walked off. She reported this to He Chingsong, but his reaction was always lukewarm and completely unconcerned. Yang Yidan couldn't quite figure out what his attitude meant. Manager, if you don't handle this soon, all the fabric will be stolen. Other factories have had their share of thieves, but no other factory director has been as unconcerned as he is. When something like this happens, you catch the thief and beat them severely, until they don't dare come back. Who do you think it could be? He Chingsong asked softly, closing the black leather notebook and lifting his gaze. Yang Yidan shook her head. I don't know. If she had known, she wouldn't be here asking for his help to catch the thief. She'd have gone and done it herself. So, do you think it was someone from our factory or an outsider? As He Chingsong said our factory, his gaze settled on her. She couldn't shake the feeling he was implying it was her, but she knew she hadn't taken anything. Maybe she was just being overly sensitive. She shook her head again and spoke her mind. How should I know? If I really knew, I wouldn't have come to you. He Chingsong tilted his chin up, his eyes scanning her face before he let out a cold snort. I think it was someone from our factory. What do you think? His behavior was baffling. Yang Yidan frowned slightly. It's not impossible. Whoever stole the cloth clearly has a key to the warehouse. Every time I lock the door, she couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Once they caught the thief today, she'd see what excuses he could possibly have. But it was as if the thief had gotten wind of their plan. He never showed up the entire night. And the two of them were growing increasingly impatient. As dawn began to break, Yang Yidan knew the thief wasn't coming. She stood up to leave when she suddenly remembered there was still the other person. Stop waiting. The thief isn't coming. She nudged the nearly asleep He Chingsong with her foot. He Chingsong opened his eyes. His gaze slowly focused on her, and then, remembering what he was supposed to be doing, he immediately stood up. Care to explain? Instantly alert, he stood with one hand in his pocket, his chin tilted toward Yang Yidan. Yang Yidan blinked in confusion before grasping his meaning. What exactly am I supposed to explain to you? She doesn't even know the fabric thief. So how could she possibly know he wouldn't show up tonight? You've been lurking here for ages, and the thief never came. Doesn't that prove you're the thief? I think you weren't lying in wait to catch him. You were about to strike when you saw me coming, so you pretended to be on the lookout. He Chingsong's argument sounded perfectly logical and well-founded, but in reality, not a single word of it was true. Hearing this, Yang Yidan said with a bitter smile, what evidence do you have to prove I'm the thief? She was about to take He Chingsong back to her dorm to investigate. Why don't you come check my room yourself, see if there's any fabric there? Before he could even speak, she said with a knowing look. You're going to say I hid the fabric somewhere else, aren't you? Seeing him like this, Yang Yidan was right. It was impossible to get through to him. She turned and walked away. There was no point saying anything now, she wouldn't believe a word of it. Better to wait until the thief was caught and bring them right before his eyes, so he could see the truth for himself. Where are you going? He Chingsong called out, his eyes fixed on her retreating figure. Yang Yidan had no desire to waste any more time on him and ignored his words. He Chingsong jogged to keep pace beside her. Brother Zhong and the others told me they saw someone sneaking into the warehouse late last night. That person's build looked a lot like yours. He also wanted to catch the thief quickly. Since she was so determined, he might as well let her help with the investigation. She suddenly stopped. A slight frown creasing her brow as the faces of Zhong and his crew flashed through her mind. After that big blow-up in the cafeteria, it was all too likely that Zhong was deliberately trying to frame her this time. I'll just go ask him tomorrow and find out, Yang Yidan said, ignoring the person behind her and heading straight back to her dorm room. Director, what's the meaning of this? What have we done? He looked back and forth between He Chingsong and Yang Yidan. He Chingsong realized then that Yang Yidan understood Lin Maimai was concerned for her, and patiently explained, it's really nothing. Once the thief is caught, my name will be cleared. There was no point in hiding it from her, and Yang Yidan trusted she wouldn't say a word. Cautiously glancing around and seeing everyone was busy with their own work and paying them no mind, she took Lin Maimai's arm and led her a bit further outside. We suspect the fabric thief is an employee of the factory. Likely a female worker, with a build similar to mine. Yang Yidan shared the clues she knew with Lin Maimai. Thinking she might have some ideas, Lin Maimai stroked her chin, repeatedly glancing back at the female workers behind her. Her gaze swept across the workshop. But she couldn't find anyone with a figure close to Yang Yidan's. There's no one here with a build much like yours, either. As Lin Maimai spoke, her gaze suddenly fixed on an empty spot. Her eyes widened as her head slowly turned. Lin Yi. If she had to name someone who truly resembled Yang Yidan in build, it would be Lin Yi. She couldn't think of anyone else. Yang Yidan had a sudden realization. When Brother Zhong mentioned it, a vague figure flashed in her mind. Now, that figure was becoming clear. It was Lin Yi. Where does she live? In the few days they had been here, the two of them had only managed to recognize the staff and remember their names. They knew nothing else and certainly wouldn't have been so forward as to ask for their addresses. There should be a record, but you'll have to get the logbook from the factory manager, Lin Maimai said, shaking her head. She still had to go to He Chingsong. But this was all just her speculation. He still thought she was the thief, so she didn't know if he'd be willing to help. Yang Yidan thought it over and decided to drop it for now. Lin Yi would be back sooner or later. She could just ask her when she returned. Never mind. I should get back to work. She patted the shoulder of the person beside her and headed for the warehouse. I was about to go and take another inventory count when it suddenly hit me. I'd already returned the keys to the factory manager. Brother Zhong's furtive figure flashed before her eyes. Yang Yidan quietly tailed him, watching as he moved like a thief, pausing every few steps to glance around and check if anyone was following him. She figured out his pattern. Ducking out of sight just a second before he turned his head, she followed him all the way out of the factory compound and into a dead-end alley. There was no way to follow him inside without being spotted, so she hid at the mouth of the alley, watching as a visibly agitated Brother Zhong paced back and forth. Not only was Brother Zhong tired of waiting, even Yang Yidan was getting annoyed. The person he was supposed to meet still hadn't shown up after all this time. Just as Yang Yidan thought he was about to leave, he noticed someone approaching in the distance. With no time to see who it was, he panicked and hid in the nearest spot he could find. What took you so long? Unable to show his face, Yang Yidan could only rely on the voice to identify the speaker. It was Brother Zhong's impatient tone. Nobody would be willing to wait that long. I never asked you to wait. The woman's voice was all too familiar. So familiar that after they exchanged just a couple of words and went their separate ways, with Lin Yi being the last to leave, Yang Yidan frowned as she watched her retreating figure. What did Brother Zhong mean by telling her to be careful? What did he mean by dragging him into it? What shady business were the two of them up to, meeting here so furtively? Those three questions kept swirling in Yang Yidan's mind. She returned to the factory just as the workers were getting off shift and heading to the canteen. Yidan, what are you doing here? Did you just go out? Shue Di spotted her immediately, called her name, and waved her over. Yang Yidan looked up and gave a slight nod in response. Back in her dormitory, she couldn't stop thinking about what she had overheard at the mouth of the alley. Lost in thought, she was startled by a knock on her dormitory door from Lin Maimai. "Director, he needs to see you. He asked me to come and get you." Stepping out of the dormitory, she spotted He Chingsong standing in the distance. She walked over to him and asked, "What did you want to see me about?" "Come with me to the textile mill tomorrow. We're running low on fabric," He Chingsong said in a commanding tone. Yang Yidan turned her head and saw Lin Maimai peering through the window in their direction. "Can't you go by yourself?" He could have just taken Brother Zhong and his crew to transport the cloth. She couldn't understand why he insisted on bringing her along. He Chingsong didn't mind her rudeness. Their ages weren't far apart, but in terms of experience, she was practically his senior. He never put on airs as the factory director, yet he still commanded everyone's respect. "Brother Zhong is injured and can't go. Since you're the reason he can't, it's only natural you go in his place," He Chingsong stated matter-of-factly. If he had given any other reason, Yang Yidan would have agreed. What did Brother Zhong's injury have to do with her? It wasn't like she hired the thugs. If anything, he got what was coming to him. "What does his injury have to do with me? If he hadn't tried to corner me, he wouldn't have gotten beaten up." "Serves him right," Yang Yidan said coldly. He Chingsong raised a single eyebrow. "If you hadn't punished them by making them serve soup in the cafeteria, leaving them without a proper meal for days, do you think they'd be angry enough to corner you like this?" So it all comes back to the cafeteria issue. Yang Yidan finally understood. They had it coming. What gives them the right to drink while the female staff go thirsty? "I went easy on them. Before I got here, how many women had to work on empty stomachs? They can't handle a few days of this. Have they ever considered how many days those female workers went hungry?" He Chingsong only knew they'd been punished from what Brother Zhong said, but he didn't know the full story. He asked with some surprise, "Is all of that true?" I thought he already knew and, because he was biased in favor of Brother Zhong, didn't see a problem with it. "Why would I lie about something like this?" Yang Yidan looked at him, baffled. His gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, as if confirming what she had said. Then he gave a slight nod. "Understood. Please come with me tomorrow. I'll handle the cafeteria matter." After all, he was the factory director, Yang Yidan. No matter how bold she was, she couldn't defy his words. She had just stepped into the dormitory when Lin Maimai grabbed her. "What did the two of you talk about?" Lin Maimai asked, her eyes filled with a mix of concern and curiosity. "I'm going to the weaving mill with the director tomorrow. I'm leaving the warehouse matter to you. Also, help me ask Lin Yi if she was the one who took it." Yang Yidan knew that if she asked directly now, Lin Yi would certainly deny it. So she planned to have Lin Maimai observe the situation for a while longer. Taking her at her word, Lin Maimai thumped her chest and promised, "Don't worry, I'll definitely catch the thief for you," she said while rolling up her sleeves. "How dare you pull this shady business right under my nose? You've got a death wish." Yang Yidan was amused by her gesture and couldn't help but laugh. He patted her on the shoulder and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you tomorrow." She probably felt so brazen because her husband was the deputy director of the factory. Unaware of the bad blood between the three of them, the team leader answered truthfully, "Deputy Director Guan, is he the one holding on to this batch of materials?" Yang Yidan speculated. "That's exactly the kind of thing only he would do." The foreman nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, he's in the office. Perhaps you should speak with him directly." Yang Yidan didn't have the authority to bypass the factory director and make a unilateral decision. She glanced over at He Chingsong beside her. She really didn't want to see Guan Anfu. It was a simple, visceral disgust for him and Ding Xinyuo. The latter was bad enough, but the former was downright revolting. She had genuinely loved Guan Anfu once, even entrusting him with her heart and her very life before everything reset, and this was the miserable end she got for it. It was hard to tell if He Chingsong was doing it on purpose. One minute he was adamant about not meeting anyone from the factory, and the next he agreed without hesitation, seeing he was finally willing to meet the deputy director, and that she was off the hook. The team leader hastily asked them to wait a moment before vanishing in the blink of an eye. "How did you know the deputy director of this factory is Guan Anfu? And who is that woman? Why has she been staring at you? I saw the hatred in your eyes when you looked back at her." He Chingsong bombarded her with a barrage of questions. Yang Yidan stared at him with displeasure. "What's it to you? Feeling she had been too harsh, she added, "This is my private business. Do all you college students enjoy prying into other people's affairs?" He Ching-song wasn't the least bit surprised she knew about him. Tilting his head slightly, he said, "You seem to have a taste for other people's private matters too. You even know I'm a student. I bet you also know I'm related to your director Liang. Don't you?" Yang Yidan met his gentle gaze, held it for a few seconds, then looked away. "I'm not interested." He didn't press further. Because Ding Xinyuo had stopped the class monitor to ask a few questions and was now walking towards the two of them, Ding Xinyuo stopped a few steps away from Yang Yidan, tilting her chin up haughtily as she said, "What are you still doing here?" Knowing she was just here to pick a fight, Yang Yidan ignored her. She had no intention of making a scene and becoming a laughingstock, especially with He Ching-song present. He was the factory manager and had family ties to Director Liang. If he got the wrong idea and said something to Director Liang, her chances of a promotion would be ruined. "What do you want with Enfu? Let me make this clear. We're officially married now. You'd better stay away from him." Ding Xinyuo grew even angrier at being ignored. Yang Yidan shot her a glance and said with a smile, "Congratulations. May you be blessed with a child soon. Cut the act. Just tell me what you want with him." He Ching-song, standing to the side, sensed the tense, confrontational atmosphere between them and began to feel that something was off. "It's not me who wants to see him, it's Director He. If you have the authority to speak for Guan Anfu, then you can talk to Director He." Yang Yidan shifted her posture, directing the woman's full attention toward He Ching-song. Ding Xinyuo's eyes went wide at the sight of him, and her arrogant demeanor vanished. "And you are?" He Ching-song knew Yang Yidan was trying to deflect. With a smile, he said, "I'm looking for the deputy director of this factory." "Would that be you?" She shook her head. "You can tell me what you need, I can pass it on for you. Any decision he can make, I can make too." Yang Yidan watched her revert to the same demeanor she'd had when they first met Guan Anfu. Her eyes darted. "This batch of fabric has quality issues. Since you're in charge, either replace it with the same quality as before, or give me a refund." Ding Xinyuo is currently infatuated and would probably agree to anything. "Guan Anfu is the tough one to deal with. We can start with her." He Ching-song chimed in from the side. "Are you really in charge? Can you do exactly what our factory's deputy director just said?" "Of course I can. I'll tell him as soon as I get back. Do you have any other requests?" Ding Xinyuo agreed readily. Guanan's ability to reach his current position was entirely thanks to her. She figured it was just a matter of a word from her. He couldn't possibly refuse. "All right then. Please let him know. We'll come see you again tomorrow." With that, He Ching-song left with Yang Yidan. They came empty-handed and left empty-handed. On the way back, He Ching-song was tempted several times to ask about the matter between them, but for some reason he held back and ultimately didn't bring it up. As they got out of the car and walked toward the factory, he suddenly called out to Yang Yidan, "Come with me again tomorrow." Yang Yidan didn't want to go, but the factory director's word was law. She had no choice but to nod in agreement. The two of them walked toward the factory together when they saw someone hurrying out, who waved cheerfully upon spotting them. "Boss, it's bad. Someone's here to pick a fight with Lin Yi, and it's about to turn violent." The man gasped, rushing up to them in a panic. Yang Yidan reacted more strongly than He Ching-song. After all, she was quite fond of Lin Yi. He was capable and incredibly meticulous, which was exactly why he'd been made foreman. She hurried after the man. This time, the commotion wasn't in the workshop but outside. Almost the entire factory staff had gathered there, both men and women. Then, someone in the crowd spotted them and shouted, "The factory manager is here, the boss is here." The onlooking employees parted to make a path. As the two of them walked to the front, they saw several strangers, along with Lin Yi and Xue Di. Everyone was injured. A fight must have just broken out. He Ching-song walked over, his face ashen. He scanned the unfamiliar faces, then turned his gaze to the employees, his voice low and steady as he demanded, "What happened here?" Lin Yi kept her head down, her earlobes flushed a deep, burning red. She bit her lower lip tightly, refusing to utter a word, knowing she was clamming up again. Yang Yidan turned to Xue Di. "Xue Di," she said, "you tell us what happened." When she rushed in just now, she saw Xue Di blocking Lin Yi. Even though the two of them don't get along, when push comes to shove, Xue Di would still put herself in front of Lin Yi. "They came looking for trouble. cursing us out, we couldn't take it anymore and argued back, and then this bitch's crew tried to start a fight with us, Shwe Di said, pointing at the woman standing opposite them, panting. The men she brought were all burly, clearly used to manual labor, big, muscular guys. If a real fight broke out, the female factory workers wouldn't stand a chance. Shwe Di has a short fuse and goes off at the slightest provocation. But she's no pushover when she really loses her temper. Who are you pointing at? Point at me one more time, I dare you, the woman said angrily upon seeing her finger, rolling up her sleeves as if ready to throw another punch. Shwe Di didn't back down and kept pointing at her. Yeah, I'm pointing at you. What are you gonna do about it? Seeing the two were about to come to blows again, He Chingsong stepped between them. That's enough, Deputy Director Yang. Please take the others back to the workshop. Everyone involved in this stays here. Yang Yidan led the uninvolved personnel back to the workshop. Before leaving, she approached one of Shwe Di's close friends. You must know what happened, right? Those women are such busybodies, they have to know everything. Whether it concerns them or not, they must have heard about Shwe Di's situation this time too. It really wasn't Shwe Di's fault. That woman came looking for trouble and started cursing at us. Shwe Di only spoke up after she couldn't take it anymore. Then the man that woman brought with her shoved Shwe Di, and they all started shouting and went outside. They got into a fight, but thankfully someone stopped them. That's pretty much what Shwe Di said outside. It's a good thing someone stepped in, or they might have killed each other. After getting the full story, Yang Yidan was about to leave when a female worker called out to her, Deputy Director, Shwe Di really didn't start it this time. Could you please not punish her, whether to impose a penalty or not? Even Yang Yidan couldn't say for sure. After all, He Chingsong was aware of the matter now, so it would ultimately be up to him to decide. I'll do my best to explain things clearly to the factory director. You all focus on your work. Yang Yidan instructed them before heading to the director's office. Even from outside the door, she could hear the argument still raging inside. Knocking would be pointless. So she pushed the door open directly and saw Brother Zhong and his crew were there too. Her entrance did nothing to stop the quarrel. If anything, the voices grew even louder and more heated. Standing beside Lin Maimai, Yang Yidan could see the wound on her face just by turning her head. Frowning, she asked, "What happened to you?" "Got scratched by someone when I was trying to break up the fight," Lin Maimai said. Touching the wound, it wasn't deep, but there were 3 long scratches. With the middle one being the longest, the blood had already dried. Yang Yidan looked at the woman who was speaking. She was pointing at Lin Yi, berating her right there. Lin Yi didn't say a word, just kept her head down, accepting all the scolding. Since it didn't concern her now, Shwe Di kept quiet too. She only replied with a few words when the woman's tirade was directed at her. He Chingsong had reached his limit. He slammed the table with a thunderous crack that drowned out the woman's voice, drawing everyone's eyes to him. "Are you quite finished?" Startled by his forcefulness, yet emboldened by the people she had brought with her, the woman stiffened her neck and retorted, "I came here today to demand an answer from you. Fire this shameless woman." She was referring to Lin Yi. Yang Yidan watched Lin Yi, who was still hanging her head, and knew she was planning to stay silent and wait for the whole thing to blow over. "Watch your language," He Chingsong said, tapping the desk lightly in irritation. "If there's a problem, let's solve it. If there's a misunderstanding, let's clear it up. But don't you dare insult my employee." The woman wasn't afraid of him in the slightest, emboldened by the company she kept. "I'll say what I want. That shameless hussy seduced another woman's husband and now she won't even admit it. Why are you defending her so fiercely? Are you sleeping with her too?" Blinded by rage, the woman didn't notice He Chingsong's expression darkening. "Shut your mouth," Brother Zhong roared from the side. "Aren't you ashamed?" "I certainly am." The woman let out a short, bitter laugh at his words. "Of course you're ashamed. You're the one she seduced. You 2 adulterers deserve to have the whole town know what you've done." Yang Yidan stared at Brother Zhong and Lin Yi in shock. Recalling their conversation in the alley, she couldn't believe this was the reason for their meeting, and it all felt very strange. If they were really having an affair, they should have found a more secluded spot where no one could find them. That alley might be a dead end, but people still pass through. "Shut up. How many times do I have to tell you there's nothing between us? Why won't you listen?" Brother Zhong shouted angrily. The woman clearly didn't believe him and snorted coldly. "Who would believe there's nothing going on between you two? Even Brother Zhong, who was usually so quick with words, found himself at a loss for words in front of the woman. He pointed at her and let out a helpless sigh. He turned to look at He Ching-song, his face all scrunched up. "Director you know me. I would never do something like this." He Ching-song looked at him with some confusion and shook his head. "I don't know." He hadn't known Brother Zhong for very long either. They had no contact outside of work, and he only knew that the man's work was just passable. His words gave the woman an opening. Pointing at him excitedly, she said, "See, even your own factory director knows what kind of person you are." Yang Yidan watched as Lin Yi remained silent, not uttering a single word. Allowing herself to be misunderstood without offering any explanation. "Lin Yi, tell us what happened," she interrupted the woman, calling out to the person standing in the corner with her head bowed, not saying a word. Lin Yi hadn't expected her to call out to her. She froze for a few seconds, bit her lip, lowered her head again, shook it slightly, and remained silent. "See, she's guilty. She has something to hide, that's why she's acting like this," the woman exclaimed triumphantly. Clapping her hands, her voice was the only sound in the office. The others either wore blank expressions or scowled. "Your surname is He, right? Director He, are you really going to keep these two people of poor character and low morals?" The woman's meaning was perfectly clear. She wanted He Ching to fire them both. If he didn't fire them, she would spread this story far and wide, letting everyone know the factory was sheltering a mistress and her adulterous lover. He Ching-song ignored her, turning his body sideways to fix his gaze on Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, you need to make it clear whether this actually happened or not. Staying silent and avoiding the issue won't solve anything." All eyes in the room were on Lin Yi. Trembling, she looked up at He Ching-song. "I didn't seduce Brother Zhong. There's nothing going on between us." As soon as she finished speaking, as if overwhelmed by a profound injustice, she covered her face and began to sob quietly. The woman clearly didn't believe a word of it. She raised her foot, ready to strike, but Yang Yidan, who was closest, grabbed her by the wrist. "I wouldn't recommend starting a fight in my factory, unless you want my people to throw you out." She met the woman's gaze without a hint of fear, her voice icy with warning. The two men were poised to strike, but a single, sharp cough from He Ching-song froze them in their tracks. "This is my office. If you want to brawl, take it outside. If you want to solve the problem, keep your hands to yourselves." He Ching-song's right hand drummed lightly on the desk, the soft taps punctuating his words. The meeting ended without any resolution. Convinced she was being ganged up on, the woman stormed out with her entourage, leaving behind a string of threats. After the others had left the office, Yang Yidan and Lin Maimai, sensing the situation, were about to slip out themselves when He Ching-song called them back. "I'm putting the two of you in charge of this matter." Yang Yidan and Lin Maimai didn't say a word, of course, and simply led the group out of the office. The group found a quiet corner. Yang Yidan arrived a little later, holding a bottle of antiseptic. "Here, put some of this on so it doesn't scar." The injuries on Xue Di and the other two weren't too bad, just some bruising and swelling on their cheeks, no broken skin. They'd heal in a few days once the swelling went down. Only Lin Maimai's cut was bleeding a little. "It should be fine." Lin Maimai patted herself down but couldn't find a mirror. "The injury is on the temple. If it does scar, you'd have to look really closely to notice it." Yang Yidan applied the medicine for her. "Next time you see people fighting, are you still going to rush in? At least this time it's just a minor injury." After applying the medicine, she looked at the three of them standing there at odds with each other. "Explain yourselves. What's really going on? If this isn't resolved, the two of you can start looking for new jobs. The factory is short-staffed right now, but we can't let the two of them tarnish its reputation. There's nothing going on between us. I swear, that woman is just making a scene for no reason," said Brother Zhong, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his expression pained. Yang Yidan wasn't convinced by Brother Zhong's words. "Are you sure you two haven't been up to anything else?" The question hung in the air, not only stunning the person involved, but also drawing strange looks from Lin Maimai and Xue Di. "I didn't." Brother Zhong blinked, meeting her sharp gaze, his eyes darting around guiltily. Lin Yi tried to make herself invisible again, not wanting to say another word. But Yang Yidan stared her down and asked, "Are you sure?" She shook her head slightly and said with absolute conviction, "No." Xue Di snorted from the side, "Don't act like you don't know." Don't think I'm unaware of what's going on between you two. Stung by her words, Brother Zhong rushed up to Xue Di and demanded angrily, then go on, say it, what do you know about us? Tell me. As he advanced a step with every word, Xue Di hastily backed away. I'm warning you, stay away from me, or I won't be held responsible for what happens next. Although Xue Di was usually fearless, she was smart enough not to want to provoke a small-time thug like Brother Zhong. So, tell me, what exactly do you think you know about us? Seeing how terrified she was of him, Brother Zhong grew even more arrogant. Yang Yidan pulled Xue Di behind her, putting herself between the two of them. Enough, we're here to solve a problem, not to fight. If you want to fight, go pick one with Director He. The person Brother Zhong feared most was Director He. It wasn't because of his position, but a deep-seated, instinctive fear of men like him. Her threat immediately made Brother Zhong behave himself. I'm not going to force you two to talk, but this will come to light sooner or later, and when it does, the consequences will be severe. Think it over carefully. If you don't come to me by this time tomorrow, I'll find out on my own. Yang Yidan had made herself perfectly clear. Someone as sharp as Lin Yi would surely understand. She then left, taking Lin Maimai and Xue Di with her. After the three women had left, Brother Zhong looked at the man beside him and asked cautiously, maybe we should just drop this. If we're really found out, we'll both be fired for sure. Lin Yi's gaze turned icy. He glared at him and warned, it's already done. Even if we tell them now, do you really think they'll just let us off the hook? Then, as if remembering something else, she added, this whole mess boils down to your wife. I mean, you're a grown man. How can you not even keep your own woman in line? Brother Zhong had no fight left in him after her scolding. The man who had been so aggressive in front of Xue Di now hung his head like a scolded chick. If they really find out, you deny it to the bitter end. Got it? Lin Yi pointed at him, lowering her voice as she spoke. Brother Zhong nodded hurriedly. Even if she hadn't said it, he would never have admitted to it. Admitting it meant losing his job. Yang Yidan took the two of them back to her dorm room. As soon as they sat down, she asked, you said you know about the two of them. What exactly do you know? Xue Di knew the question was directed at her. After a moment's hesitation, reading Yang's expression, she replied, I've always said she was seducing a married man. The man is Brother Zhong. I saw it with my own eyes. Yang Yidan listened to Xue Di's words and suddenly cut in, when I asked you before, didn't you say you heard it from someone else? She remembered perfectly clearly that the only reason she hadn't believed it at the time was because Xue Di said she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. She'd only heard it from someone else. Xue Di scratched the back of her head and said uncertainly, my memory isn't great either. It just slipped my mind when you asked. I only remembered today when I saw Brother Zhong's wife show up at his door. Otherwise, she wouldn't have held on to her dislike for Lin Yi all this time. It wasn't because Lin Yi became class monitor. I remember they were in an alleyway at the time, clear as day. Brother Zhong and Lin Yi were huddled together, acting all sneaky. Anyone could tell they were up to no good. Xue Di described it with such vivid detail, and she certainly didn't look like she was lying. It would have been one thing if Yang Yidan didn't know I was out of the factory and living by the street. But now that she does, I can't in good conscience just let her stay out there alone. Why don't you crash with me for the night? The sound of her voice startled Lin Yi, who quickly turned around and waved her hands. No, that's really not necessary. The corridor light was dim, but Yang Yidan still saw the injury on her face. What happened to you? She pointed to her own face and asked, puzzled. Lin Yi, as if a secret had been uncovered, lowered her head in a fluster. It's nothing. I just tripped and fell outside. The injury didn't look like it came from a simple fall at all. Besides, it hadn't been this bad during the day. By nightfall, it seemed fresh wounds had been added. Come inside first. You can't stay out here all night, Yang Yidan said, stepping aside to let her in. Lin Yi hesitated at the doorway for a long moment before finally following her inside. She sat stiffly on the stool, head bowed, hands clutching the hem of her top, her feet crossed. Yang Yidan fetched a clean cup and poured her a glass of hot water. Her dorm room originally only had a cup for her own use, but since Lin Maimai, Xue Di, and other staff members often visited, she kept a few extra on hand. Thank you, Deputy Director Yang. Lin Yi said timidly as she carefully accepted the cup. Anyone seeing this would think Yang Yidan was some kind of terrifying monster to make her so afraid. You're welcome. She took out a new set of bedding and a pillow from her cabinet, along with a straw mat, which she spread on the floor. "You'll have to make do with the floor for tonight," said Yang Yidan, finishing the makeshift bed and washing her hands. Lin Yi set her cup down on the table and quickly waved her hands in protest. "Deputy Director, I'm already so grateful you're letting me stay. I don't mind sleeping anywhere." Yang Yidan couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Yi was acting a bit strange tonight, but she didn't dwell on it. It was very late, and outside it was so quiet you could hear the faintest whisper of the breeze. "All right, it's getting late, let's get some sleep." Yang Yidan blew out the candle and lay down in bed. As she was beginning to stir awake, she faintly heard Lin Yi's sobs, initially thinking she must have misheard. Opening her eyes to the pale moonlight streaming through the window, she saw the figure lying on the floor, shoulders trembling with quiet sobs. Yang Yidan called out to her softly, and the sound of weeping ceased immediately. Lin Yi hadn't meant to wake her. She quickly wiped the tears from her face and turned around, acting as if nothing was wrong. "What is it, Deputy Director?" That's when it clicked. What felt off? She had never used that title before, and the tone in which she said it made Yang Yidan deeply uneasy. "Are you having some kind of trouble? If you tell me, maybe I can help you figure something out," Yang Yidan said, not taking it too seriously. Lin Yi first shook her head, then fell silent for a few seconds before starting to cry again, her sobs growing louder and louder. Yang Yidan took some rough paper from her drawer and handed it to her. "Don't just cry, tell me what happened." "Brother Zhong's wife came to my house and made a huge scene. My father and mother beat me," Lin Yi said, taking the paper and pressing it to her eyes, her words choked with sobs. No wonder the bruises on her face looked worse. Yang Yidan's gaze shifted and noticed the dark purple marks on her arm. She quickly pulled her closer to examine it. Did they do this too? It was better not to ask. The moment the question was posed, Lin Yi's tears began to flow uncontrollably, as if a dam had burst. Perhaps overwhelmed by all the grievances she couldn't voice, she clung to Yang Yidan and wept uncontrollably, her sobs so intense she could barely catch her breath, soaking a large patch of Yang Yidan's clothes. Yang Yidan glanced at the deep, heavy darkness outside and suddenly had a premonition that she wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. "Stop crying for now and tell me what's really going on. I'll help you figure it out." Lin Yi's eyes were swollen like walnuts, and the tissue in her hand was soaked through. Yang Yidan placed a wastebasket beside her. She quietly told Yang Yidan what had happened. Yang Yidan already knew about the scene Zhong's wife had caused at the factory during the day. She asked Lin Yi to tell her the part she didn't know. After they parted ways, Lin Yi went back home, only to be beaten by her father the moment she stepped through the door. He even broke the broom handle in the process. A crowd of onlookers gathered around, but no one stepped in to help her. Even her own mother stood by, fanning the flames. It all started when sister-in-law Zhong came to their house and gave her parents a piece of her mind, cursing them right to their faces. Humiliated by the whole ordeal, Lin Yi's parents sent for her at the factory. The moment she returned home, they gave her a brutal beating. The more she spoke, the more wronged she felt, and the tears she had just managed to hold back began to flow again. Only after she had cried herself out did Yang Yidan say, "If you just tell me what's going on with Brother Zhong, I can find a way to help you." She wouldn't say a word, keeping everyone in the dark. No wonder Brother Zhong's wife had misunderstood her. "As long as it's nothing shady, I can help you." Yang Yidan had made it perfectly clear. Someone as sharp as Lin Yi couldn't possibly miss the implication. Lin Yi shook her head like a rattledrum, gripping her hand tightly with wide eyes. "No. We really didn't do anything. Actually, we're not even that close." If it weren't for that last sentence, Yang Yidan might have actually believed her. She gave her a chance, but she still didn't know how to take it. "Let's sleep for now, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Yang Yidan placed all the rough paper in her hand, returned to her own bed, pulled the covers over herself, and turned her back. As he watched her retreating figure, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed in the darkness, a cold glint flickering within them, and so, she drifted into a fitful sleep for a few hours, lulled by the sound of Lin Yi's quiet sobs. She waved her hand dismissively, as if unwilling to say more. As soon as they arrived at the textile mill, they spotted the foreman and Guan Anfu standing right at the entrance. The two of them got out of the car. When Guan Anfu saw Yang Yidan, his face turned a shade more sour than if he were severely constipated. "What are you doing here?" Guan Anfu said, his complexion ashen. Yang Yidan ignored him and dutifully took her place beside Director He. So you're the deputy director of this textile mill? He Chingsong's gaze swept over the man's face as he asked coldly. Guan Anfu gave a nod, sizing him up with an equally disdainful look. That's me. And you're the pretty boy who's been trying to seduce my wife. His words were rather offensive, but Yang Yidan didn't intervene. Instead, she watched the man beside her with curiosity, waiting to see how he would respond. Now that's not quite right, He Chingsong replied, unhurried. Appreciating beauty is a universal trait. No need to feel so insecure, the two of you are legally married. It's not like I could steal her away even if I wanted to. Besides, I have someone I like. I'm not here to compete with you. The tense, standoffish atmosphere between the two of them had the class monitor breaking out in a cold sweat. In contrast, Yang Yidan didn't seem nervous at all. If anything, she looked like she was trying not to laugh. Guan Anfu was about to say something more to him when he suddenly noticed Yang Yidan standing off to the side. Smiling, he looked between the two of them. Don't tell me the person you like is Yang Yidan. Unable to win the argument, he'd shifted the focus onto her. Yang Yidan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Why would you say that? He Chingsong raised an eyebrow, as if he genuinely didn't understand Guan Anfu's intention. Taking his silence as confirmation, Guan Anfu said smugly, so you like my leftovers? Yang Yidan, who had just been watching the drama, was suddenly dragged into it and subjected to a verbal attack. It was utterly disgusting. I never thought Deputy Director Guan's mind could be so filthy. So, just because two people are standing together, they must be a couple. Does that mean you two are a couple as well? Does your wife know you're into men? Caught completely off guard by this unwarranted disaster, the squad leader quickly waved his hands to distance himself. I'm not into men, I have a wife, and a child too, He Chingsong snorted coldly. Even your own subordinates look down on you. It seems you're not much of a person. Guan Anfu tried to speak again, but Yang Yidan slapped him across the face, stunning all three people present. Get this straight, I'm the one who finds you too filthy to want. If I ever hear you twisting the truth and distorting the facts again, don't blame me for exposing all your dirty little secrets. Yang Yidan wiped the hand she had just used to strike him on her own clothes in disgust. She tilted her chin, looking down at the furious man before her, though slightly shorter. Her presence was in no way diminished. I didn't expect the deputy director of your factory to be so unprofessional. It seems I'll have to seriously reconsider our cooperation. I'll speak with your factory director. He Chingsong left with those words, taking Yang Yidan with him. The atmosphere in the car was heavy, a weight not even the passing breeze could lift. Coming back to her senses and realizing what she had done, she looked apologetically at the person before her. I'm sorry. I let my anger get the better of me in the heat of the moment, but please believe me, I'm not usually like this, for some reason. She could stay calm through anything, except when she saw that smug, triumphant look on Guan Anfu's face. He Chingsong wasn't bothered. It's fine. Since yesterday, I've been considering whether to continue working with them. If what happened yesterday could occur once, it could happen again. Yang Yidan gave Lin Yi and brother Zhong a chance yesterday, and now, with the deadline fast approaching, they're both just going about their own tasks as if nothing's wrong. Look at her. Acting as if nothing happened yesterday. Well, she's got someone powerful backing her up. Who could possibly be backing her? During lunch in the cafeteria, the staff discussed Lin Yi behind her back, not caring if she could hear them. They thought Lin Yi would just swallow her pride like before, pretending to be deaf and ignoring their words. Who else could it be but Director He? She was constantly pestering him a while back. If it weren't for the director. Why do you think Deputy Director Yang has been so partial to her? The worker whose tray had been knocked to the floor looked up at Lin Yi, who stood before him with a dark expression, and shouted, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Yi swept the trays of everyone who had just spoken onto the floor. "Watch your mouths. My relationship with Director He is completely proper, and Deputy Director Yang has never shown me any favoritism either. That's not quite right, is it?" Interjected a worker sitting behind Lin Yi, sounding unconvinced. "Deputy Director Yang has subtly backed you up several times. Don't think we haven't noticed." Lin Yi turned her gaze to the speaker and snorted coldly. "Oh, really? Isn't she close with Xue Di? And aren't all of you part of Xue Di's little clique? You think I should be grateful just because she threw me a few crumbs? Besides, I've never heard her speak up for me. Cut the act, all of you. If I hear you gossiping about me again, this tray won't just end up on the floor." Her daring to fight back was something no one had anticipated. After a few stunned seconds, they buried their heads in their meals. It was none of their business. "Who are you trying to fool, you home-wrecking slut? The man's wife came right to your door. If I were you, I'd have slunk away with my tail between my legs. Not be here strutting around." The staff member bent down to pick up the tray from the floor. She hadn't even finished her meal, and now she'd have to go hungry all afternoon. She directed all that resentment squarely at Lin Yi. Lin Yi took her tray and sat in another corner, out of sight, out of mind. Lin Mai saw it all, and of course, she heard every word Lin Yi said. She was certainly angry, but she didn't want to stir up trouble for herself. As soon as Yang Yidan returned to the factory, Lin Mai hurriedly pulled her aside. Before leaving, Yang Yidan gave He Qingsong a quick nod. Mai, what's the rush? What's happened now? This small factory has been anything but peaceful lately, with employee disputes followed by family members causing trouble. She was afraid that the woman from yesterday would return while she was away. Lin Mai told her everything she had overheard in the cafeteria. "I told you not to be so nice to her. She doesn't appreciate it at all." Yang Yidan was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled at her. She never expected Lin Yi to be indebted to her, nor did she overthink it when she offered her help. Hearing what Lin Yi said now didn't bother her in the slightest. "And you're still laughing? How can you laugh when people are talking about you like that?" Lin Mai was fuming, hands on her hips, growing more irritated the more she thought about it. Yang Yidan patted her back soothingly. "Don't be angry. Let me tell you what happened at the textile mill." As she led her towards the workshop, Yang Yidan recounted every word He Qingsong had said to Guan Anfu. The people around them listened, clapping their hands in approval. Ever since Lin Yi overturned the tray of that gossipmonger in the cafeteria, the people who used to bully her haven't dared to act so brazenly. Yang Yidan was also busy scouting for the next textile factory, putting the matter of Lin Yi and brother Zhong out of her mind. Lin Mai was in charge of training new hires and recruitment, and sometimes Yang Yidan would come to lend a hand. The factory had enjoyed a period of relative calm, but this peace didn't last long. Late at night, after visiting several factory sites, Yang Yidan was finally able to rest when a female worker hurried through the darkness to the dormitory and knocked on her door. "Deputy Director Yang. Director, he needs to see you right away." The woman was still catching her breath from running so fast. Seeing the worker's frantic state, Yang Yidan felt a pang of unease. She grabbed her coat from the chair and followed her out. This wasn't the way to Director his office. Judging by the path, it seemed to lead to the stream behind the dormitory. "Why are we going here?" Yang Yidan suddenly stopped, eyeing the female worker's back with suspicion. The female worker seemed to understand her concern, with a troubled expression. She took a few steps closer. Brother Zhong was caught trying to assault Lin Yi. Director, he thought it was inappropriate for him, as a man, to handle this alone, so he asked for you to come as well. Yang Yidan's eyes widened slightly in disbelief, thinking she must have misheard. In a daze, she followed the female worker to the riverbank. Lin Yi was huddled behind He Qingsong, wrapped in his jacket. Brother Zhong knelt before him, his face bearing fresh injuries. While another female worker stood nearby, spotting her, He Qingsong gave a slight nod of his chin. "She must have filled you in on the way here." Yang Yidan gave him a grave nod. She approached Lin Yi, who was trembling uncontrollably. Whether from fear or the cold was impossible to tell. The moment a hand touched her shoulder, she flinched violently, her reaction immediate and extreme. She quickly withdrew her hand. "Let me take you back first." Lin Yi stared at her with wide, tear-filled eyes. It took her a few seconds to process the words before she nodded and followed her away. Before leaving, she shot a glance at Brother Zhong, who was still kneeling on the ground. Brother Zhong knelt there trembling, his very teeth chattering. Meeting her gaze, he immediately broke down and shouted, "It was you, you bitch, trying to ruin me." He Qingsong shoved him back down and roared, "What do you think you're doing?" He immediately dropped to his knees again, clasping his trembling hands together. "Director, I swear I never meant to do it. She set me up on purpose. She's trying to ruin me. Is she out of her mind? She'd ruin her own reputation just to get at you." He Qingsong demanded angrily, grabbing him by the collar. As Yang Yidan turned her head, He Qingsong happened to glance over at the same moment. Their gazes met briefly in the air. She saw Brother Zhong glaring at them with pure hatred. While the person in her arms continued to tremble, she hadn't gone far, and could still hear He Chingsong's stern instruction, "Not a word of what happened today leaves this room." He was speaking to the two female staff members, who quickly nodded and hurried after Yang Yidan, taking Lin Yi back to the dormitory. Yang Yidan worried about what the other residents might say if they saw her in such a state, so she took Lin Yi to her own room instead. "You take the bed tonight," Yang Yidan said. Having already laid out a makeshift bed on the floor for herself as she looked at Lin Yi sitting on the edge of the mattress, Lin Yi's eyes were rimmed with red, her whole person seemed to be in a state of shock, silent as tears streamed down her face without stopping. "What happened tonight?" Yang Yidan turned her gaze towards the two female employees sitting on the stools. The female employees' dormitory wasn't far from the riverbank. Hearing Lin Yi's cries, they went to investigate and saw Brother Zhong grabbing her clothes. Witnessing this, one of them ran to fetch the factory manager while the other stayed to watch over Lin Yi. Fortunately, He Chingsong was working late and was still in his office. Upon learning what happened, he rushed over without delay and intercepted Brother Zhong, who was trying to flee. The sight of him made Brother Zhong drop to his knees in terror. After hearing their account, Lin Yi seemed to recall something terrible. Her trembling grew more violent, and tears streamed down her face. "I understand, it's getting late, you should get some rest. Please don't mention what happened today to anyone," Yang Yidan reminded them before they left. The female staff member nodded repeatedly and assured her, "Of course, Deputy Director. You can count on us." Seeing their earnest and sincere manner, Yang Yidan didn't say anything more and simply thanked them. After seeing them out, Yang Yidan poured a cup of hot water for Lin Yi and placed it in front of her. "Here, warm yourself up with this." After being out in the wind by the river for so long and getting such a fright, Lin Yi's hands were now ice cold. She accepted it carefully, then huddled her body inside the coat. Yang Yidan sat quietly by her side, keeping her company, given her current state. It wasn't the right time to ask about what happened by the river. Yang Yidan decided to wait until tomorrow. Meanwhile, Brother Zhong was clutching at He Chingsong's trouser leg, weeping and wailing, loudly protesting his innocence. "Director He, I'm telling you, I've been set up. She was the one who asked me to meet her here." We'd barely exchanged a few words when she undid her collar, grabbed my hand, and shoved it inside her clothes. As Brother Zhong poured out his grievances, he began acting out the scene. Just as Brother Zhong's hand was about to reach for him, He Chingsong took 2 steps back, furrowed his brow, and stared at the man before him. "Do you even believe the story you're telling?" Brother Zhong nodded at first, then froze for a few seconds, blinking without a word. Honestly, no one would believe it if he told them, who would ruin their own reputation to frame someone. But he truly hadn't had those thoughts and was genuinely wronged. It's just that. At this moment, he had no way to defend himself. At this thought, a look of bitter resentment flashed across Brother Zhong's face. "Let me ask you, why did Deputy Director Yang punish you by making you serve soup in the cafeteria before?" Seeing him remain silent, He Chingsong thought he had nothing to say and pressed on with his questioning. Brother Zhong knew he was in too deep this time. In a tone of utter defeat, he confessed, "I was the one who stopped the female workers from getting soup. Deputy Director Yang found out and punished us." Hearing this, He Chingsong's fury boiled over. He had trusted this man, only to have that trust thrown back in his face with a pack of lies. "I'll settle your wages tomorrow. This factory has no place for a bully and a liar like you." With those final words, He Chingsong turned and walked away. Watching him leave, Brother Zhong slumped to his knees on the floor and let out a cry of pure despair. The factory workers watched Brother Zhong leave, all speculating about what had happened. Only a few of them knew about last night's incident, so the other workers assumed He Chingsong had fired him because of the scene his wife had caused at the factory last time. Lin Yi sat at her workstation, listening expressionlessly to the people around her discussing Brother Zhong's situation. "Lin Yi, you're close with him. Do you know why the factory manager fired him so suddenly?" The worker sitting behind Lin Yi suddenly turned around and nudged her back with an elbow. All eyes were on her, and even those who weren't looking had their ears perked up, listening intently. Lin Yi ignored the chatter behind her until, pestered beyond patience, she slammed her hand on the table. "Is your work all done? If you've got so much free time on your hands, why don't you go ask him yourselves? You're so concerned about him. Do you have a crush on him? If you really do, I can put in a good word for you." Or maybe I should have a chat with his wife instead, having been snapped at for no good reason. The employee angrily shot back. What's the big deal? I just asked a simple question. Are you that upset because he got fired? You seem more upset about this than I am. Do you want to get fired along with him? I could put in a word for you with director he. Lin Yi set down her work and turned to face the employee directly, after her outburst. The workshop fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. It had never been this quiet before. Yang Yidan found the unusual quiet of the workshop quite unsettling. When they worked for long stretches, they'd get drowsy and bored, so people often chatted in hushed tones. As long as the work doesn't suffer, everyone turns a blind eye. It wasn't until lunch in the cafeteria that Yang Yidan learned that Brother Zhong had been fired. He Qingsong's message was clear, the matter was considered closed. And no one brought it up again. Lin Maimai had also asked about Brother Zhong, but Yang Yidan didn't tell her. She knew Lin Maimai wouldn't gossip, but the fewer people who knew about what happened last night, the better. After getting He Qingsong's approval for the new textile mill she found, Yang Yidan went to negotiate the partnership. She hadn't been at the factory for 2 days straight, and upon her return, she ran into sister-in-law Zhong, causing a huge scene on the premises. This time, she even brought people with her and ransacked Lin Yi's dorm room. The people who shared the dorm with Lin Yi didn't dare confront sister-in-law Zhong, so they took all their anger out on Lin Yi instead. What are you doing? Yang Yidan walked over and snatched the thermos flask from the woman's hands. Lin Maimai had been doing her best to stop them, but she was no match for the two burly men on her own. They insist that Lin Yi got Zhong fired because she's sleeping with director He. Now they're planning to wreck the whole factory, Lin Maimai explained, coming to her side as she returned. Yang Yidan frowned slightly. Where's director He? With all this commotion, there's no way he hasn't heard about it. He hasn't been coming to the factory much these past couple of days. Seems like there's some trouble at home, said Xue Di, walking alongside Lin Maimai. The two of them had been practically inseparable lately. When she heard the woman was causing trouble again, she came along with her. Where's your director He? I'd like a word with him. Why did he fire old Zhong over that woman? The woman bellowed furiously. Her shout felt like it shook the entire building. Yang Yidan figured that Brother Zhong, capable of doing such a thing, would certainly not have told his wife. So she pulled the woman aside into a corner. The factory director and I aren't available right now. I'm the deputy director here. I don't think Brother Zhong has told you about this matter. And it's not really appropriate to discuss it here. Let's find somewhere else to talk. Sensing the eyes on them, Yang Yidan lowered her voice to a whisper, ensuring only the two of them could hear. The woman shook off her hand, eyeing her up and down with a skeptical look. Do you even have the authority to make decisions, right now? Only myself and the other deputy director have any real say. Even if you smashed this whole factory to pieces, Brother Zhong would still be fired. I don't think he's told you the real reason, so let's get this straightened out, Yang Yidan said in a calm, measured tone. The woman glanced at her, then turned her gaze to the person staring at her with resentment. After a long pause, she finally nodded and said with great reluctance, "All right, I'll trust you this once. Maimai, I'll take her and go ahead. You have the others tidy up the dorm." Yang Yidan shot Lin Maimai a meaningful look, which she immediately understood. Yang Yidan led her to the river behind the dormitory and recounted, in exact detail, what Brother Zhong had done to Lin Yi that night. Upon hearing this, the woman exclaimed that it was impossible, her reaction intensely agitated. My old Zhong explained everything to me. It was that wretched woman trying to set him up. He wouldn't give her the time of day. He understood she was quite agitated, but he still frowned upon hearing how she addressed him. Our staff here saw it perfectly clearly. It was Brother Zhong harassing Lin Yi. Otherwise, our factory director wouldn't have been so furious as to fire him on the spot. Yang Yidan said with remarkable composure. The person in front of her was already agitated enough. If she lost her cool too, they'd be at each other's throats after just a few words. No matter how Yang Yidan tried to explain, the woman insisted that Brother Zhong couldn't possibly have harassed Lin Yi. All right then, why don't you call her over? I'll confront her face to face and get to the bottom of this. The woman, finding her tone quite reasonable, decided not to direct her anger at her. The woman already had a bias against Lin Yi. If they were to meet now, she'd likely end up hitting her. How about this? I'll get the full story for you first, then come back and tell you. What do you think? Yang Yidan suggested, her eyes darting as she thought of a plan. Clearly, the person opposite her didn't agree with this approach and insisted on seeing Lin Yi in person. Yang Yidan was worried she might upset Lin Yi. After all, going through something like this must be incredibly difficult for the victim. How about I go with you to see Brother Zhong? If what he says is true, then I'll arrange for the two of you to meet. The two women were locked in a stalemate by the riverbank. In the end, the older woman relented and agreed to take her to see Brother Zhong. Before leaving, Yang Yidan let Lin Maimai know, "Are you sure you can handle this alone? Do you want me to come with you?" Lin Maimai asked with concern, her gaze fixed on the woman standing not far away. The woman was easily twice as burly as Yang Yidan, not to mention the several hulking men following behind her. After talking with the woman by the stream for a short while, Yang Yidan felt she wasn't an unreasonable person after all. "It's all right, I need you to do something for me." Yang Yidan whispered a few words into her ear, and Lin Maimai nodded in understanding. As they passed the dead-end alley where Brother Zhong had met Lin Yi, the woman said, "Our home is just up ahead." Noticing her staring at the alley, the woman pointed to the one in front of them. Yang Yidan was surprised they lived so close. If those two really had something going on, they probably wouldn't have chosen this spot. Besides, the woman seemed like a formidable character. Even Brother Zhong seemed a bit intimidated by her, hardly the type to dare cheat right under her nose. Then again, some people might actually enjoy that kind of thrill. After losing his job, Brother Zhong holed up at home, never setting foot outside. He knew that if he did, he'd be met with the gossip and whispers of the neighbors. All the other men his age had jobs. The shame of being supported by his wife while he stayed home was more than he could bear. "Old Zhong, look who I've brought home," a woman called out as she pushed the door open. Finding him sitting dazed on a stool, hearing her voice, Brother Zhong turned his head and saw Yang Yidan standing in the doorway. He quickly stood up and beckoned her inside. Come in, let me get you a glass of water." Yang Yidan waved her hand at his eager display. "No need for that, I came to ask you about something." Brother Zhong sat on the stool the woman had brought, nodding repeatedly in a very cooperative manner. Ask away, I'll tell you everything I know. Remember what I told you when your wife came to the factory and made a scene? If you're willing to tell me what you two did, I promise I'll go easy on both of you." Yang Yidan reminded him of that day. Brother Zhong remembered too. It had been so long he'd forgotten. "I remember now. Is that why you came to see me?" He had thought director he had gotten to the bottom of things and was asking him to come back. Yang Yidan shook her head. "Not exactly. I wanted to ask you about what happened by the river the other day." Brother Zhong repeated what he had said to He Chingsong, then slapped his own hand in anguish. "I swear to heaven, I never had any improper thoughts about her." The woman nodded in agreement beside him. "This time, I believe my old Zhong. He even dared to swear on his parents' memorial tablets. So this must be that woman trying to frame him." She cut herself off before finishing her sentence. Seeing Yang Yidan frown, afraid he might leave if displeased, she quickly changed her tune. "Why are you both so convinced she's trying to frame you? What grudge is there between you?" Yang Yidan fixed Brother Zhong with a piercing gaze. Whenever he was asked about his connection to Lin Yi, he would just hang his head and refuse to speak. The woman insisted that Lin Yi was the one framing Brother Zhong, and was certain he was the one who said it. But why was he so convinced Lin Yi was setting him up? Yang Yidan suspected it must have something to do with whatever they had done together, causing a rift between the two of them. "Because I spread the word about her dirty little secret, she seduced another woman's husband. That kind of shameful behavior means no decent family would ever want her now, so she's taking revenge on our old Zhong." The woman, oblivious to the expressions of those around her, spoke up in defense of Brother Zhong. "Is that so?" Yang Yidan retorted, her tone rising at the end as she stared fixedly at the downcast Brother Zhong. Brother Zhong nodded and said quietly, "It must be. This is already." The woman pressed on relentlessly, but Brother Zhong refused to say another word. As their quarrel grew louder and louder, neighbors began to come out to see what was happening. They didn't notice Yang Yidan standing in the corner. A woman who was standing nearby nudged her husband to go check it out. Old Zhong got so angry he started hitting his wife, said a woman holding a kitchen knife. She must have been about to start cooking when she heard the commotion and came out of concern. She sent her husband to investigate. While the woman's wailing pierced through everyone's ears, the husband had only been inside for a moment before he came back out, waving his hand dismissively. "They're fine, everyone go home, nothing to see here." What couple hasn't had a fight? As the commotion died down and the crowd dispersed, the woman with the cleaver finally noticed Yang Yidan standing by the wall. "Miss, who are you looking for?" Yang Yidan offered a faint smile, gave no reply, and turned to leave. On her way back, she wondered what exactly Brother Zhong and Lin Yi had done. Even now, with things having come to this, Brother Zhong would rather go find work in a factory again than say a word. As soon as she returned, Lin Mai had been waiting for her. Spotting her figure, Mai hurried over, pulled her into a nearby corner, and blurted out, "The fabric thief is Lin Yi." She had prepared a whole long speech, but when it came time to speak, only that one sentence tumbled out. Yang Yidan knew Lin Mai wouldn't make such an accusation without proof. "What did you find?" she asked. Before leaving with the woman, she had instructed Lin Mai to keep an eye out while cleaning the dormitory. There might be something to find. It appears to have been genuinely discovered now. A small piece of cloth, about the size of a handkerchief, was found in her drawer. It was so inconspicuous that the people she lived with never noticed it. If she hadn't stumbled upon it by chance, it likely would have remained unseen. While Lin Yi wasn't looking, Lin Mai slipped a small piece of fabric into her sleeve and showed it to Yang Yidan. "Look," she said. "This is the fabric from the warehouse. This kind of fabric isn't really that special, and with just this small piece, you can't exactly prove she stole it. Put it away for now." Yang Yidan pushed her hand back. Looking around warily, Lin Mai put the fabric away. "What do you want to do?" That look on her face means she's definitely got a plan. "I'll go talk to her and see if she's noticed anything missing. If she bought it, she'd probably be looking for it. No one would bother looking for such a small scrap of cloth if they lost it. But if the cloth's origin is questionable, they'd definitely panic." Understanding her meaning, Lin Mai pocketed the cloth. And the two of them returned to the workshop as if nothing had happened. Yang Yidan found Xue Di. "I remember you have a good friend who shares a dorm with Lin Yi, right?" Xue Di nodded blankly, a puzzled look on her face as she asked, "What's wrong?" "A lot has happened these past few days. I'm worried Lin Yi might do something rash, and I was hoping you could keep an eye on her." Hearing this, Xue Di thumped her chest and promised readily, "Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of it." Before leaving, Yang Yidan made sure to remind her, "Don't let Lin Yi find out about this. If she knew, she'd be on her guard around you." She agreed without hesitation, and Yang Yidan left feeling reassured. As she passed by Lin Yi's workstation, she deliberately glanced at her, noticing the look. Lin Yi's heart tightened, and her hand was pricked by the sewing machine needle once more. She pretended not to have seen anything, averted her gaze, and left the workshop. Xue Di and the others didn't like Lin Yi. They would definitely keep a close eye on her, and if they noticed anything amiss, they would surely report it to Yang Yidan. Yang Yidan waited for several days like this, but the first person to show up wasn't Xue Di, it was Brother Zhong's wife. "I need to talk to you," the woman said. Following the directions she'd been given to approach her, she set down the document in her hand and glanced at the employee standing by the door. "The warehouse isn't usually open to visitors. Are you not aware of that rule?" The employee was well aware of the woman's past incidents and was terrified of provoking her for no reason and ending up on the receiving end of a beating. "Letting her in will only get you a scolding at worst. It's nothing serious." "That's far better than taking a beating. She said she has something important to discuss with you," the employee explained, shrinking his neck. Yang Yidan said sternly to the employee, "Don't let it happen again." She led the woman out of the warehouse, closed the door, and stood a short distance away, asking, "What did you need to see me about?" "Last time I went to her place, I thought Brother Zhong would be sensible and tell us what they did. Who knew he'd refuse to say a word, no matter what?" The woman said with her chin held high, "If I tell you what old Zhong and that little tramp did, will you let him come back?" It wasn't up to Yang Yidan to decide such things. She wasn't the factory director. "I can try." She didn't want to make any promises. Once she discussed it with He Chingsong, if he disagreed, all the blame would fall on her in the end. The woman also knew better than to push too hard. The two of them stole cloth from the factory, but Lin Yi forced him into it. Lin Yi said if he didn't do it, he'd tell you about the men he sent to corner you. Yang Yidan thought about the incident where she was confronted. It must have been around the time Brother Zhong got injured. That's precisely why he didn't dare tell you. He was afraid you'd punish him. The mention of it made the woman angry. Seeing Yang Yidan's silent expression, she mistook it for anger and quickly grabbed her hand. I'm so sorry, old Jong is far too impulsive. I apologize on his behalf. Please, can you forgive him and let him come back? Our family is already struggling, and he's our main hope. He absolutely cannot lose this job. The woman spoke with such heartfelt sincerity that she seemed on the verge of kneeling before Yang Yidan right then and there to beg for her forgiveness. In the few seconds of Yang Yidan's silence, the woman actually did kneel down, startling Yang Yidan, who hurriedly helped her back up. What are you doing? Yang Yidan asked, keeping a firm hold on the woman's arm, afraid she might kneel again. At the slightest hint of movement, she was ready to pull her upright. With red-rimmed eyes and none of her former arrogance from that day, the woman's only hope was that Yang Yidan would let brother Jong stay. I know it's not easy for anyone, but which of the things he's done is actually good? I could let the other things slide, but how can the factory manager possibly overlook stealing fabric? That's a matter of integrity. Yang Yidan had genuinely considered speaking up for brother Jong, but that was before she knew he was the fabric thief. She believed that as long as what someone did wasn't too egregious, there was always a chance for redemption, but a breach of integrity was different, that crossed a line. You promised me before that you'd put in a good word for him with the factory manager, the woman said. Wiping the tears from her face and throwing her previous words back at her, Yang Yidan looked at her tear-reddened eyes and, after a long pause, finally spoke, I'll give it a try. The woman bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you so much. Sensing she was about to kowtow again any second, Yang Yidan quickly had someone lead her away. Just as she was about to head back to the warehouse to continue the inventory, He Chingsong approached from a distance, remembering her promise to the woman. She called out to him and waved him over. He Chingsong hadn't been to the factory for several days. Everyone said something had happened at home. Seeing how pale he looked, Yang Yidan had initially wanted to show some concern, but in the end, she kept her mouth shut. What did she want with you? He Chingsong must have seen the two of them. Yang Yidan recounted to him, word for word, the woman's purpose for coming and everything she had said. After speaking, she noticed the continued silence from the other side. Tentatively, she asked, will brother Jong be able to come back? He Chingsong looked up, his gaze deep and penetrating as he stared at her. Do you think this is a hotel, where you can come and go as you please? Meeting his gaze, Yang Yidan's heart skipped a beat. Understanding his meaning, I started this factory to make money, not to run a charity. Keeping someone with such ill intentions around is just asking for trouble. He Chingsong said dismissively. His stance was clear. There was no way brother Jong was getting his job back. Yang Yidan was about to go and tell the woman, but just as she turned to leave, the person behind her suddenly called out, bring Lin Yi and come to my office. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching his confident retreating figure, Yang Yidan said nothing. She couldn't find Lin Yi in the workshop, and after searching almost the entire factory, she still hadn't found her. Lin Yi wasn't at the factory, and she hadn't asked for leave when she left. Unable to find the person and not wanting to keep the factory director waiting, Yang Yidan went to the office and said, she's not in the factory. He Chingsong was leafing through the register. Hearing her, he nodded and said, let's look up her home address in this register. You knew she wasn't at the factory. Yang Yidan walked over, pulled up a stool to sit on the other side, and picked up another register from beside him. If he already knew, why did he send her to look? She thought to herself. He Chingsong lifted his eyelids to glance at her, as if seeing right through her. He let out a soft sigh. I was just guessing, too. When he got back, he heard the rumors about Lin Yi circulating outside. He figured someone must have spilled the beans about what happened by the river that night. Her family would surely be furious, and she probably knew about it by now. Found it. Yang Yidan's eyes flew over the lines of text, and she finally located Lin Yi's home address. He Chingsong glanced over. Where is this? He hadn't been back much since leaving for school, and with all the changes since then, he barely recognized the place. Yang Yidan hadn't been here either. Copy down this address, and we'll go ask someone. She was literate from her studies and could write, but her penmanship wasn't the best. She was afraid of being laughed at, and also worried that others wouldn't be able to read what she wrote. Without another word, He Chingsong tore off a corner of paper and scrawled a few characters with a bold, flowing hand. His calligraphy was truly impressive. Your handwriting is beautiful, Yang Yidan said, her admiration genuine. As if he already knew, he replied with confidence, of course it is. She had never met someone so lacking in humility. Usually, even if people knew they were skilled at something, they'd offer a modest reply when complimented. Yang Yidan was stunned for a few seconds before following him out of the office. The two of them walked and asked for directions along the way. Finally finding Lin Yi's home, he Qingsong surveyed the surrounding alleyways. "They've built a few more houses here," he said, nodding towards the nearby homes. Yang Yidan, who was too far away to hear him, waved him over. "Lin Yi's house is right here." It was a bit shabby compared to the other houses around, but it kept the rain and wind out, so it wasn't too bad. He Qingsong stood at the doorway and called inside. "Is anyone there?" There was no response at first. They called out a few more times before someone finally emerged from within. "Who are you?" asked the middle-aged man, who stood glaring at them menacingly from the doorway. Just one look at his face told Yang Yidan this man wasn't to be trifled with. "If I'm not mistaken, this must be Lin Yi's father. We're here to see Lin Yi," Yang Yidan said softly, clearing his throat. The man across from them gave them a once-over, as if trying to figure out whether they were here to cause trouble or for some other reason. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he said coldly, "Lin Yi isn't here." Yang Yidan glanced at the note in her hand. "This should be the place. The address she left is right here. I told you she's not here. What do you want with her?" The man, seeing they didn't look like trouble, hesitated before asking again. "We're friends from the factory. She didn't show up for work today, so our supervisor sent us to check on her." The man's expression changed the instant he heard they were from the factory. "She's not at the factory, and she's not here." With that, he turned and hurried into the house. His demeanor just now didn't seem truthful in the slightest, but since he wouldn't let them in, they couldn't very well force their way inside. Just then, a neighbor behind them said, "I'd advise you not to get involved in their family affairs." Yang Yidan turned to look at the woman who spoke, furrowing her brow in confusion as she asked, "Why not? That girl, she's been fooling around outside several times. Other men's wives have come looking for her, and her parents, they don't even ask questions. They just beat the child. Oh, it's so brutal every time. I'm afraid they might beat her to death." She thought of the injuries Lin Yi had been carrying not long ago. She was probably locked up by Lin Yi's father because Zhong's wife had come to make another scene. "I heard she was even harassed by someone by the river. When her parents found out, they called her back from the factory, locked her up, and beat her for a long time. They didn't stop until the baby stopped moving. Just hearing about it is terrifying. No wonder the man didn't let them see Lin Yi earlier. Lin Yi is probably still unconscious. Is it true that you work at the same factory as that girl? If it is, what a sin, a young, innocent girl ruined just like that," the aunt said, shaking her head with pity. Yang Yidan replied with remarkable calm, "That's not true at all. It's all just malicious gossip." Seeing she didn't seem to be lying, the aunt finally feigned a sigh of relief and said with concern, "It's good that it's not true. If it were, her life would be ruined." The two of them planned to come back tomorrow. No sooner had they turned to leave than they heard the sounds of beating and cursing coming from the neighboring courtyard. Yang Yidan immediately recognized Lin Yi's crying. In her panic, she tapped the forearm of the person beside her and then hurried over. Seeing her go, He Qingsong followed. The two of them stood outside the door, watching as the man raised a club to strike the person lying on the ground. "Stop, Lin Yi already looks frail as it is. If that blow lands, it'll take half his life." The man looked up at the sound and saw them, saying impatiently, "You two again. I suggest you be smart about this and get lost. This is a family matter. I'm the deputy director of the factory, Yang Yidan. I can assure you, all the rumors going around are completely false." Yang Yidan knew he was hitting Lin Yi because of the rumors. As the man's club came down, she cried out in a panic. Sure enough, the man froze mid-swing. "You can really guarantee that?" "It's true, I'm the factory director, and I can vouch for it too," He Qingsong chimed in, nodding in agreement. Hearing he was the director, the man immediately dropped the club and hurriedly opened the door to let them both in. The woman, who had been hiding inside, heard the commotion outside and followed it out. She saw the man bowing and scraping before He Qingsong. "May I ask the factory director's name?" The man's smile was even more obsequious than before. He Qingsong glanced at Yang Yidan, who was helping Lin Yi up, then fixed a cold gaze on the man before him. "My surname is He." He was typically courteous and respectful to others, especially those older than himself, but the man standing before him was someone he simply could not bring himself to treat with any courtesy. What on earth did she do to deserve a beating like that? He stepped in front of the two women, his gaze burning into the man before him. The man broke into a sweat under his stare and explained, Lin Yi is a troublemaker. She's caused a lot of problems. I'm just teaching her a lesson. Whether it was from the pain of the beating or the presence of the two onlookers, Lin Yi glared furiously at the man. Excuses, nothing but excuses. Since when do you need a reason to hit me? You do it whenever you feel like it. After all, he was the elder. He could let He Ching-song's disrespect slide. He was Lin Yi's boss, after all, but being shouted at by Lin Yi herself was a real blow to his pride. His eyes bulged and his nostrils flared as he roared, Who the hell do you think you're talking to? You little brat, I'm your father. You wouldn't even exist without me. What's the big deal if I give you a few beatings? If you hadn't done such a disgraceful thing and dragged our family's name through the mud, would I have laid a hand on you? Lin Yi's eyes were swollen from crying, puffy like walnuts. I didn't do any of those things. They're all lies. No matter how much I try to explain, you won't listen. You only believe outsiders. I'm your own flesh and blood. Why won't you believe me? It was the first time she had ever talked back to him. Furious, he took 2 steps forward and jabbed a finger at her. Precisely because you're my daughter, I know exactly what you're capable of. If you were innocent, why would they come after you? Hearing his words, Lin Yi's heart turned to ice. She suddenly let out a bitter laugh. I know, you never cared about me. The only thing you ever cared about was my paycheck. Let me make this clear. I won't give you another cent from now on. I don't care what you say about me out there, and I won't lift a finger even if you starve to death in the gutter. The man's face flushed crimson, having been called out so directly. Enraged by her following words, he snatched up a stick from the ground and hurled it at her with all his might. Terrified, Lin Yi ducked behind Yang Yidan. Before she could even process what was happening, she saw a club flying toward her and instinctively crossed her arms in front of her face. The expected pain never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw He Ching-song standing protectively in front of her. The club was studded with nails, and one of them was now deeply embedded in his shoulder. The man hadn't expected to hit He Ching-song. His face went pale with fright, and he stammered, I didn't mean to. He Ching-song lowered his gaze slightly, meeting Yang Yidan's as she looked up. He reached back, took the stick from his shoulder, and threw it to the ground. This isn't over, he said, dropping the words before leading Yang Yidan away. Seeing the blood soaking through the left shoulder of his white shirt, Yang Yidan asked with concern, Are you okay? Should we go to the infirmary? As if remembering something right after asking, she took Lin Yi's hand and led her away. Lin Yi couldn't stay at home for the time being. Once they left, the man would be even more precise and ruthless in his attacks. He Ching-song glanced at the wound on his shoulder, shook his head, and said, No need, it's just a puncture from a nail, not very deep. The spot where the club hit hurts a bit, it's probably swollen. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Lin Yi said, walking alongside with his head bowed in self-reproach. The moment she spoke, Yang Yidan was reminded of the image of her hiding behind him, whether it was intentional or not. Yang Yidan felt uneasy in his heart. He Ching-song's voice betrayed no emotion. It's fine. Stay in the factory dormitory for now. You can go back tomorrow once tempers have cooled. Back at the factory, Lin Yi went to his dormitory first. Remembering something, Yang Yidan asked him to wait a moment, then went to his own room to fetch the medicine he had bought in the city for him. You should take care of that wound. This ointment should help. She handed him the tube. He Ching-song didn't stand on ceremony. Thanks. How much do I owe you? Since he got hurt saving her, giving him the ointment was the least she could do to repay the favor and ease her own guilt. She waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. Without giving him a chance to respond, she turned and went back to her dorm room. She saw Lin Yi crouching outside her dorm room door, not going in, and guessed she had probably forgotten her key again. She opened the dorm door to let her in. Wait in my room for a bit. You can go in after they get off work. There's a 1-hour lunch break every day. It's almost mealtime now. They'll be back once they finish eating. Lin Yi thanked her, walked into the dorm, and sat down on a stool with practiced ease. Noticing the bruise by her eye, Yang Yidan asked, Did the last one heal properly? Seemingly surprised she remembered, Lin Yi shook her head. I gave them all my wages, couldn't afford medicine. To save herself the hassle of multiple trips to town, Yang Yidan had bought 2 salves. One new, which she gave to He Ching-song, and the other, the one Lin Mai Mai had used, she kept. She took the ointment from her cabinet and placed it before Lin Yi. Can you manage on your own? If not, I can help. Lin Yi took the medicine from her with a word of thanks. She watched as Lin Yi rolled up her sleeve, revealing a severely swollen arm. Many of the wounds had festered, a truly horrifying sight. The medicine must have stung, as Lin Yi kept her brow furrowed and her teeth clenched. Yang Yidan went out to fetch a basin of water, placing it by her feet, then brought her own towel. Would you like to wipe yourself down? Lin Yi shook her head. No, thank you. She had applied the ointment to every spot she could reach on her own, leaving only her back. She felt too embarrassed to ask Yang Yidan for help. Sensing her dilemma, Yang Yidan picked up the ointment and walked behind her. I have a heavy hand, so this might hurt a bit. Try to bear with it, it's all right. Lin Yi said softly. Despite the pain, she didn't make a sound the entire time. Only after Yang Yidan finished did she notice a fine layer of sweat on Lin Yi's forehead. You should wash your face. My towel is clean. She put the half-used ointment back. Lin Yi shook her head in a fluster. That's not what I meant. I was afraid I'd dirty your towel. It's fine. It's just a towel. I can get another one from Auntie He. Please, use it. Perhaps the wound on her face hurt too much. As Lin Yi washed with great care, Yang Yidan sat to the side, studying her, and asked as if casually, what made you go back all of a sudden? They called me back. I had to leave in such a hurry and couldn't find you, so I didn't have time to ask for leave. Yang Yidan sat across from her, staring intently at her hunched figure. Noticing the gaze on her, Lin Yi's eyes darted around in their sockets as she kept track of the other's movements from the corner of her eye. Only after she had calmed down did Yang Yidan speak. I know what you and Brother Zhong did. The words hit Lin Yi like a thunderbolt. Her body trembled, and she slowly looked up, her eyes wide as she stared at Yang Yidan. Her mouth opened and closed for a long moment before any sound came out. I don't know. She was flustered and tongue-tied. She had guessed Brother Zhong might spill the beans, but she hadn't expected Yang Yidan to bring it up at this moment. Leaving her without a prepared excuse, I found a small piece of fabric in your dorm. Of course, if you say you bought it yourself, I can't argue with that. Yang Yidan met her slightly panicked gaze, her tone less stern and tense. Lin Yi knew she was already convinced she was the thief. Any explanation would be useless now. After a long silence, the room was so quiet they could hear each other breathing. Lin Yi resignedly nodded and said, "It was me." She hunched over, elbows on her knees, her face buried in her hands as sobs escaped through her fingers. Yang Yidan remained unmoved, her expression blank as she watched the weeping woman. Was framing me with Brother Zhong's help something the two of you planned together? Lin Yi looked up in a panic, instinctively grabbing her hands. She shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. No, I really didn't know he was going to slander you. All she wanted was for Yang Yidan to believe her. She was even willing to get down on her knees. In her panic, she lost all sense of restraint. She gripped Yang Yidan's arm so hard, without even realizing she was hurting her. Yang Yidan shook off her hand. I can let this matter slide, but I will report your theft of the fabric to the factory manager, exactly as it happened, after investigating for so many days. Finally catching the thief had finally cleared her name. Lin Yi rose from the stool and knelt before her. This time, she clutched at the hem of her clothes, tears and snot mingling on her face. I'm begging you, please give me a break. I had no choice. It was all because Brother Zhong forced me. If I didn't do it, he would beat me. You know how he's always been a bully. I didn't dare refuse. Yang Yidan listened to her words, a slight frown creasing her brow. In the past, she might have believed her, but after everything that had happened these past few days, she couldn't tell what was true and what was a lie anymore. That night by the river. Was it Brother Zhong who harassed you first, or are you the one framing him? Yang Yidan recalled going to see Brother Zhong. The emotions he showed when explaining himself didn't seem fake. Lin Yi fell silent upon hearing her question. She tilted her little face up, looking at her with red-rimmed eyes, biting her lip in a pitiful, wronged manner. Don't lie to me. This is your last chance, Yang Yidan said with a hint of warning, gripping her wrist and leaning in slightly to stare into her eyes. She shuddered involuntarily, a wave of goosebumps prickling her skin. It was me. I framed him. After a pause, Lin Yi added, he didn't mean it that night, but there were several times before when he harassed me. I managed to scare him off each time. A faint, sardonic twitch pulled at Yang Yidan's lips. Just how many lies have you been telling these past few days? I really didn't mean to. I had no choice, Lin Yi pleaded, her tears overflowing once more as she sobbed, gasping for breath. If I hadn't done it, I wouldn't have been able to survive. Unable to bear seeing her like this any longer, Yang Yidan handed her a tissue. If everyone could just use "I had no choice" as an excuse to be forgiven for their wrongdoings, then the world wouldn't need police. I will still have to tell the factory director what you did, but I will also put in a good word for you. This was the greatest concession Yang Yidan could make. If it were anyone else, she probably wouldn't have bothered to intervene any further, but the mere thought of Lin Yi's parents at home, and the prospect of him being forced back into that snake pit without this job, made her heart ache with pity. We just hope you won't do this kind of thing again in the future. Whether you felt you had no choice or not, if you're in trouble, you can talk to us. We'll help if we can, and if we can't, we'll figure something out together. Lin Yi knelt where she was. Listening to her words, she wiped the tears from her chin and nodded repeatedly. I understand, thank you. Yang Yidan left her in the dormitory and went to He Chingsong's office to find him. Where have you been? Lin Maimai saw her figure, jogged over, and pulled her aside, watching her flustered and hurried figure. Yang Yidan had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Did you need to see me for something? Lin Maimai wore an expression of wanting to speak but hesitating. Guan Anfu came looking for you. But I sent him packing. I'm worried he'll be back tomorrow. Though, it takes time and money to get here from the city. For a penny pincher like Guan Anfu to be willing to spend both, it must be something serious. Did he say what he wanted to see me about? Lin Maimai shook her head. I don't know. But judging by his demeanor, it's probably not something trivial. I'm afraid he'll come looking for trouble with you again. That's why I was thinking. Maybe you should take a day off tomorrow and not come to the factory. Who knows what that scoundrel is up to? Whatever it is, it's definitely no good. Why should I hide? I haven't done anything wrong by him. If he comes looking for me, I'll have it out with him. Plain and simple. Yang Yidan would never take a day off because of Guan Anfu, let alone hide from him. After what he did, the fact that she's only divorcing him shows she's being merciful. Lin Maimai patted her on the shoulder. You're right. If he dares to give you any trouble tomorrow, I'll kick him out myself. Seeing her righteous indignation, Yang Yidan suddenly laughed. The two of them used to be at odds because of Guan Anfu, but now they could join forces against him. Noticing her gaze, Lin Maimai blinked her confused eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Yang Yidan took her by the arm and led her away. Thank you, she said. After all that, I never expected her to be so sentimental. Though Lin Maimai was secretly pleased, she pretended to be annoyed and said, There's no need to thank me. We're friends. Of course I'd help you. The two of them returned to the workshop and got serious. Yang Yidan felt the team leader position needed to be given to someone else. If Lin Yi remains team leader after making such a serious mistake, even more people will resent it. Due to certain circumstances, Lin Yi can no longer serve as team leader. We'll hold a new election tomorrow. As soon as Yang Yidan shared the news, everyone immediately started chattering and speculating. They didn't seem to care that Yang Yidan was right there, as their gossip grew more and more outlandish. She rapped her knuckles on the table. Enough of this nonsense. Get back to your own work. Deputy Director, who will our new class monitor be? Someone piped up, instantly drawing everyone's attention to her. Isn't it obvious? It's got to be Xue Di. Last time, Lin Yi only got the position because she pulled some underhanded tricks to edge her out. Xue Di listened as they all agreed she was cut out to be class monitor. Outwardly modest, she was secretly quite pleased with herself. She had never accepted Lin Yi as the class monitor from the start. Last time, she clearly had more votes, yet Lin Yi ended up with the position. Later, due to certain incidents, her resentment towards Lin Yi only grew deeper, so much so that every time they met, she couldn't help but throw a few barbs her way. Alright, enough discussion for now. If you don't finish your work today, no one's going to lunch. Seeing that their debate was dragging on and they had completely forgotten they were still on the clock, Yang Yidan promptly reminded them. She left the workshop and went to He Chingsong's office. She knocked on the door and waited for permission from inside before opening it. He Chingsong was just about to put on his jacket. When he saw it was her, he immediately turned his back. Yang Yidan only glanced, but upon seeing him, she immediately turned around, her hand still resting on the railing. I didn't mean to. I didn't know you were changing. A flush of embarrassment spread across her cheeks. I'll come back later. Just as she was about to leave, Ching-song's voice came from behind her. What did you need? He had already buttoned up his shirt and was sitting in the chair as if nothing had happened. Yang Yidan turned her head to look at him. As if nothing had happened, she closed the door, walked up to him, and told him about Brother Zhong and Lin Yi. I think Lin Yi was definitely in the wrong here. She can be punished to set an example, but it hasn't reached the point of firing her. He remained silent after hearing it. Yang Yidan wasn't sure what he was thinking and tentatively tried to plead for leniency on Lin Yi's behalf. Ching-song could tell what she was about to say just from the shift in her eyes. The fingers of one hand tapped rhythmically on the desk. Your reason, the words, spoken in a pleasant voice, left his thin lips. He's just a recent college graduate, yet the aura he projects is anything but that of a green, inexperienced student. The commanding presence he exudes is just as formidable as when Director Liang is in a serious discussion. For a moment, Lin Yi had a flashback to Director Liang. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, he said, her skills are arguably among the best, even compared to the veteran staff. Besides, she's already come forward to admit her mistake. Skills can be developed. And admitting a mistake doesn't automatically earn forgiveness. If I keep her on, how am I supposed to explain this to Brother Zhong? Between the two of them, Brother Zhong was pretty much blameless. Yang Yidan knew he wouldn't agree no matter what, so she nodded and said, I understand. She had done her best. Lin Yi should have long since considered what the final outcome would be. Deputy Director Yang, I'm curious. With such a gentle disposition, how do you manage your subordinates? Ching-song's voice, melodious and lingering, fell upon her ears. When he called her name, Yang Yidan thought his voice was the most pleasant she had ever heard. More so than anyone else's, she halted and turned to meet Ching-song's mocking gaze, her heart giving an inexplicable jolt. She averted her eyes without answering his question. She knew he was being sarcastic, so a response wasn't necessary. She didn't consider herself weak-willed, nor did she see anything wrong with what she had done. Lin Yi and Brother Zhong aren't heinous criminals. Everyone makes mistakes. It depends on the severity of the matter. After work, back at the dormitory, Yang Yidan told Lin Maimai the final outcome. As if she had already known, Lin Maimai gave a relieved smile and said, just as I guessed, thank you all the same. Looking at that smile, Yang Yidan felt a pang of discomfort. She waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. During her shift, she didn't see Lin Yi in the workshop. She asked the others who shared a dorm with Lin Yi, and they all said they hadn't seen her either. She was gone when I woke up in the morning. They all gave the same story, as if they'd coordinated their alibis over breakfast. Yang Yidan searched along the riverbank and checked all her usual haunts, but there was still no sign of her. What are you looking for? Ching-song happened to run into her when he came to the river. She didn't ask him why he was there, after all. Most people had no reason to come to this place unless they had business. Lin Yi is missing. She left this morning. Yang Yidan was worried she might do something drastic. She was just severely beaten by her own father yesterday, and now she's about to find out she lost her job. Yang Yidan appeared calm on the surface, but was frantic with worry inside. Don't panic. Let's go look for her together. Maybe she went home. Ching-song suggested they split up. One would search the factory and the surrounding area, while the other would check Lin Yi's house. Ching-song went to Lin Yi's house. Standing at the door, the unnerving silence from within made his heart race. Fearing a repeat of last time when Lin Yi had been knocked unconscious by his father upon returning home, he called out, this time. It was Lin Yi's mother who emerged from the house. Seeing him, she hurried to open the gate. Sir, what are your instructions? The woman asked, bowing slightly with an ingratiating smile. Ching-song quickly waved his hand. Please, just call me Xiaohe. I was wondering if Lin Yi has come home yet. The woman's expression shifted repeatedly at the mention of Lin Yi's name. How could she dare come back? She made her father so furious yesterday. If she showed her face, she'd be beaten to death for sure. Seeing she didn't seem to be lying, Ching-song knew Lin Yi hadn't returned. He nodded and said, I understand. Thank you for your trouble. As he turned to leave, the woman suddenly grabbed his arm. Has something happened to her? Ching-song looked at the woman before him, her face etched with concern, and said gently, she's fine. Don't worry for now. We'll come to let you know she's safe once we find her. The woman nodded at his words, murmuring to herself, that's a relief. You must find her quickly, and tell her not to come back. If she returns, Her father will never let her off the hook. The woman seemed utterly terrified. As she finished speaking, she clutched his hand tightly, unwilling to let go, as He Chingsong stepped out of Lin Yi's house. He ran into her head-on. He was about to speak when he saw her expression was tense, her brow furrowed, and fear flickering in her eyes. His mind went blank. Wondering what she was so afraid of, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and led her away first. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just figured I was going to get fired sooner or later, and I was too scared to go home, so I went out to find a place to stay," Lin Yi explained, walking beside him. He Chingsong ignored her. He led her all the way out of the alley and only stopped when he was sure Lin Yi's parents couldn't hear them. "Shouldn't you apologize to Yang Yidan?" He Chingsong said in a flat tone. "She searched the entire factory for you when she found out you were missing." Lin Yi listened, hanging his head in silence. A few seconds later, he offered another quiet apology. "I'm really sorry. This won't happen again." He Chingsong let out a weary sigh. "You're not a child anymore. You need to think about the consequences of your actions. You think being fired is unfair. What about Brother Zhong, who worked alongside you and got framed by you? Isn't that unfair to him? You have to face the music when you do something wrong." She never expected these to be the words she'd hear from him. Lin Yi's face flushed a deep crimson, and she bit down hard on her lower lip. "I know I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? I'll make it up to you." Lin Yi looked up at him. Her eyes rimmed with red. She had shed so many tears over the past 2 days. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her face was deathly pale. It was clear she was not doing well at all. He Chingsong was not a man to change his mind easily. He had his principles, and stealing had crossed a line he would not tolerate. "I'm sorry. But no," He Chingsong said coldly, looking at the fragile woman before him. The light in Lin Yi's eyes instantly dimmed. She stared at him in despair, shocked by his utter ruthlessness. "You can stay in the dormitory for now. You can go back once your father has calmed down." Just as he was about to leave, someone called out to him from behind, causing him to freeze in his tracks. Seeing him stop, Lin Yi felt a flicker of hope. "Brother Chingsong, you really have forgotten me." He Chingsong turned his head, looking at the person before him with confusion. He narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to recall anything about her, but to no avail. "Do you remember how we used to play around here as kids? Then you moved away. It's been so many years. You really have forgotten me," Lin Yi said, her voice tinged with sadness as she spoke. Fragments of memory surfaced in He Chingsong's mind. There really had been a girl who used to play with him. He turned around, and the image of the little girl from his memory overlapped with the woman before him. She had grown so much over the years, her appearance changed considerably. "So it was you." The years had stretched so long that he'd nearly forgotten all about what happened back then. But Lin Yi always remembered. When she saw He Chingsong waiting to return to the factory and spotted an acquaintance, it was then that she recalled what Lin Maimai had said the day before. Guan Anfu noticed the commotion behind him and turned to see the three of them. He squinted for a moment, then stormed over to her. Raising his hand as if to strike, He Chingsong was quick to react, catching his hand. "What's gotten into you?" Yang Yidan made no move to dodge. She glanced at his raised hand, frowning with displeasure as she demanded an answer. Guan Anfu struggled a few times but couldn't free his hand. Pointing at her with his other hand, he spat. "You bitch. I wondered why you agreed to the divorce so easily. You've been carrying on with him all along, haven't you? I thought he was drunk and here to cause a scene." But Yang Yidan didn't smell any alcohol on him. Lin Yi stepped forward, sizing up the person in front of her. "Who do you think you are? Let me tell you something. You can mess up your dinner, but you can't mess with the truth. The deputy director and Brother Chingsong are completely innocent." Yang Yidan didn't want to deal with the lunatic. She stared at him coldly. "Are you quite finished? You're the one who wants to be with Ding Xinyor. I'm giving you both what you want by divorcing you, and you're still not happy. What, you just like having your cake and eating it too? That's bullshit. When have I ever said I wanted to be with Ding Xinyor? If it weren't for divorcing you, the two of us wouldn't even be together." She had hit the nail on the head. But Guan Anfu didn't want to admit it. Yang Yidan couldn't understand why he was so angry. They were already divorced. She was free to be with whoever she wanted. The main thing is that she has nothing to do with He Chingsong. "Then you should be even more grateful to me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have married Ding Xinyor. And you wouldn't have such a grown son to take care of you in your old age. I'm being generous by not making you kowtow in thanks." If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for tearing your mouth apart." The person in front of her became more and more repulsive the longer she looked. She deeply regretted ever being with him. Thankfully, fate had given her a second chance. "Tell me the truth, are you insisting on divorcing me because you want to be with him?" When exactly did the two of you start this affair? Guan Anfu completely ignored Yang Yidan's words, stubbornly convinced she had betrayed him. At first, Yang Yidan didn't pay it much mind, but as she watched him persistently trying to pin the blame on her, she sensed something was off. "You're the one who cheated. Yet you're trying to pin the adultery label on me. What are you so afraid of?" Hit the nail on the head again. Guan Anfu was stunned for a moment. He never expected the person in front of him to understand him so well. In those few seconds he was stunned. Yang Yidan swung her arm and slapped him across the face. "I told you not to bother me again. If you don't believe me, I'll spread everything you've done. I'll make sure even your parents know." Guan Anfu was itching to throw a punch, but with He Qingsong gripping his hand, all he could do was glare at Yang Yidan, trying to intimidate her with his eyes. "I know it must have been you who told the old folks, otherwise, they wouldn't have come all this way just to give me a hard time." Guan Anfu's hometown was quite far away. After they got married, they both worked in the city and settled down there. Usually, the old folks wouldn't come to visit unless there was something important. Before the wedding, Yang Yidan had met his parents. They were extremely pleased with her and practically treated her like their own daughter. After the divorce, neither of them told his parents. Yang Yidan felt it wasn't necessary to make a special trip just to announce she divorced their son, while Guan Anfu was too guilty to face them. His parents were getting on in years. Yang Yidan was afraid that telling them the news might be too much of a shock and cause them harm. If anything happened, she'd be held responsible. So she decided to let Guan Anfu break the news to them himself later. Yang Yidan finally understood why he'd suddenly gone to the trouble of coming here to make a scene. The truth will always come out. Guan Anfu was convinced she was the one who told his parents about the divorce, and that she'd twisted the story to pin all the blame on him. "Come back with me now and tell them the truth. We're getting a peaceful divorce because you're not a proper wife. You've failed in your duties. And we've both agreed to end it." He really washed his hands of all responsibility. Yang Yidan stared at the man in front of her as if he were a fool. The person before her felt more and more like a stranger. She narrowed her eyes slightly. "You're quite the actor." Guan Anfu tried to step forward and grab her, but He Qingsong yanked him back hard. "If you harass my employee one more time, I'm calling the police." Guan Anfu finally fell silent, glaring at Yang Yidan with pure, unadulterated hatred in his eyes. What on earth is he so angry about? Does he expect her to keep a cheating husband around just to raise another woman's child? Yang Yidan met his gaze without a trace of fear. Her conscience was clear regarding their relationship. Lin Maimai sat on the cafeteria bench, propping her chin in her hand, her appetite completely gone. Everyone was worried the factory might suddenly go under and shut down, forcing them to go out and find new jobs. Yang Yidan and the other girl had only been there for a month. If the factory closed down, how would they explain it to factory manager Liang? "It probably won't shut down." Yang Yidan speculated between bites of her meal. They might just sell the factory to someone else. A few days ago, she had a vague sense that something was off with the factory's operations, but that wasn't something a low-level employee like her could get involved in, no matter what. Director Liang wouldn't just stand by and watch his factory go under. After 2 tense days, He Qingsong returned to the factory and told the two of them about the matter. "I've discussed it with Director Liang. I'll step down to a managerial role within the factory. From now on, another director will manage the factory alongside Director Liang. However, this means the two of you will have to stay on as regular employees." He Qingsong made a trip to the city. He knew his own shortcomings were the reason the factory had been losing money lately, so he voluntarily stepped aside. His title of director is more of a figurehead than anything else. It sounds intimidating, but in reality, he still has to start from the bottom and work his way up. "Do you two have any questions?" Yang Yidan had no objections. She understood that when Director Liang gave an order, you followed it. It wasn't like the two of them had never been junior staff before. Starting over was just that. Starting over. They were still young. They weren't afraid of beginning again. "We have no problem with it." He Qingsong looked at them apologetically. "All right," he said, "get things in order tomorrow to welcome the new director and deputy director. I'll go inform the rest of the staff shortly." The all-staff meeting finally put my mind at ease. Knowing the factory wouldn't shut down and I wouldn't lose my job was a huge relief. Xue Di, who had only been a team leader for less than a month, was naturally unwilling. Why, surely you're not making her the team leader just because she's someone you brought in. What Guan Anfu hated most was being talked back to, especially by someone of a lower rank. There aren't that many whys to ask. Who's the deputy director here, you or me? Guan Anfu said in a tone that brooked no argument. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he settled the matter. Xue Di was indignant. But there was nothing she could do. As he turned to leave, the sight of Yang Yidan working only fueled his anger. He rapped on her desk. Go bring in all the fabric from outside. That fabric out there would take at least 2 people to move. How was she supposed to get it all from the warehouse by herself? Doing it in trips would waste so much time. Just me. Yang Yidan stared at him in disbelief. A smug smile played at the corner of Guan Anfu's lips as he nodded. That's right, just you. The tension between them was so palpable that anyone could tell something was off, and all eyes turned their way, irritated by their flirtatious exchange. Ding Xinyuo cut in angrily. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and move it, or do you expect me to do it for you? Lin Maimai knew they were deliberately making things difficult for Yang Yidan. I'll help her, she said. She had barely risen to her feet when Ding Xinyuo stopped her. Stay where you are, this is none of your business. If you're really that idle, I'll find plenty more work for you today. A new broom sweeps clean. She hadn't been in her new position for long, but she was already throwing her weight around. Even the factory's own employees couldn't stand to see them being bullied like that. But anyone who spoke up for them got shouted down. Ding Xinyuo kept repeating the same old insults. Yang Yidan went to the warehouse alone and, following Guan Anfu's instructions, began moving the 2-meter-high stack of fabric piece by piece. Sweating profusely from the effort, she wiped her forehead with her sleeve. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed Guan Anfu standing at the warehouse entrance. He wore the look of someone enjoying a spectacle, and it was unclear how long he had been standing there. So, now you know how it feels to cross me. Get on your knees. Kowtow, and apologize, and I might just forgive you. Yang Yidan felt sick just looking at his smug, triumphant face, panting as she moved the bolts of cloth. Yang Yidan retorted, if you're so keen on people kowtowing to you, you can drop dead right now. Once you're gone, they'll all be kneeling before your coffin for 7 days straight. That should satisfy you. Guan Anfu wasn't angry. He knew there would be plenty of time to torment her later. He could afford to wait. Keep telling yourself that. When you've come to your senses, come find me in my office. It's different for those transferred in from outside. He already has an office. It's the one He Qingsong used to have. As He Qingsong passed by the warehouse, he saw the man strutting out, looking quite pleased with himself. Driven by curiosity, He Qingsong walked over and saw Yang Yidan unloading the goods all by herself. He quickened his pace, stepping forward to steady her with one hand while supporting the bolt of cloth she was holding up with the other. Without even looking to see who it was, she said, "Thank you." She set the fabric down, and upon seeing it was him, thanked him again. "He made you move all this by yourself," He Qingsong said, looking at the neatly restacked fabric in surprise. Even if there was bad blood between them, it was downright embarrassing for a grown man to keep picking on a woman. Especially when she wasn't at fault to begin with. Yang Yidan didn't think much of it. At first, she also thought it was impossible. But as she looked at the goods, it suddenly didn't seem so difficult. "Don't you have to go to work?" Yang Yidan asked curiously, glancing at the person beside her as she hoisted the fabric onto her shoulder. Although he was the department head, he no longer sat in the office but worked alongside the staff, having even given up his own office. "I'll help you move it over. I'm heading to the workshop anyway," he said, already starting to lend a hand. The two of them walked together toward the workshop. After a moment's thought, He Qingsong decided to explain it to her. "I had no idea they would send him." At first, she didn't understand why he was explaining himself to her, which is why it didn't register immediately. She gave a soft ham in acknowledgement, even if she had known in advance. She had no power to change anything for the time being. If they're deliberately targeting you, you can tell me. After all, you're my employee. Them targeting you is like a slap in my face. After saying this, He Qingsong felt it didn't sound quite right and added a final explanation. Hearing his words, Yang Yidan laughed. "It's fine, I can handle it myself." The two of them carried the fabric into the workshop. As soon as they entered, they heard Ding Xinyuo's snide remark. "So that's why you took so long off flirting, were you?" Her shout made everyone in the workshop turn to look at them. Lin Yi turned her head and stared at the two of them standing side by side, her hand clenching the cloth into a tight fist. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yang Yidan warned with a displeased frown. But Ding Xinyuo wasn't afraid of her. She and Guan Anfu were truly a perfect match, both wearing the same smug, triumphant look of petty people who've gotten their way. She pointed at the two people standing at the door. "Then explain this. I only sent you alone to fetch the supplies, so why did you come back with two people?" That was the last straw. The mention of it made Yang Yidan see red. She slammed the heavy bolt of cloth she was carrying onto the ground. "Well said. I was just about to ask you, why was I the only one made to carry all this cloth by myself? Weren't you a deputy director before? You're the only one who knows where the warehouse is. And if you can't even handle this little bit of cloth, I suggest you leave the factory sooner rather than later." Ding Xinyuo gave a look to the employee who had come with her. "Go get it. We could lift this measly load of fabric you brought with one hand and still have strength to spare." The female worker had walked up to Yang Yidan. She was twice Yang's size, and with a light shove, Yang stumbled back a couple of steps, with a casual flick of her wrist. She hoisted the bolt of cloth effortlessly onto her shoulder. Yang Yidan watched as the worker shot her a challenging look. She then took the cloth from He Qingsong and placed it at her own feet. "Since you're so strong, you can carry all the fabric from now on." With that, she sat down at her workstation without waiting for Ding Xinyuo to respond. Ding Xinyuo, furious at her defiance, slammed her hand on the desk. "Yang Yidan, do you even see me as your team leader anymore?" Yang Yidan wasn't intimidated in the slightest. She looked up and met her gaze. "Team leader, are you trying to pick a fight with me, or do you want me to finish my work? Your job is to help with moving the goods. You won't be doing any sewing from now on. Your daily task is loading and unloading shipments." He Qingsong listened with a frown. "That kind of work should be left to the male workers outside. This is my decision, Director He. If you carry on like this, I won't be able to manage my own team," Ding Xinyuo said with a veiled sarcasm. She deliberately used a tone that invited misunderstanding, and Yang Yidan could feel everyone's eyes on her. "You said it." Yang Yidan tossed the work in her hands onto the desk. Ding Xinyuo lifted her chin smugly and declared, "From now on, your desk is out there. You're not allowed back in here." Yang Yidan didn't want to work in the same room with her anyway. Sure, moving her stuff was a pain, but at least she'd get to relax most of the time. Lin Maimai, however, didn't see it that way. She looked at Yang Yidan with concern, sensing the gazes of those around her. Yang Yidan gave her a look that said, "I'm fine." As she walked past He Qingsong, she sensed he had something to say to her, but she paid it no mind. "Ding Xinyuo, you've gone too far. Yidan is a girl, after all. How could you make her carry such heavy things?" Lin Maimai couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and spoke angrily. Xue Di chimed in. "Exactly. We've never had such a rule here. What gives you the right to come in and start changing how we do things? I've had it with them for a while now. They wouldn't be acting so high and mighty if they weren't leaning on Guan Anfu, the deputy director here, unfazed." Ding Xinyuo sat at her workstation, shrugged, and said indifferently, "If you're not happy with it, you're free to quit and leave the factory right now. It makes no difference to me." Then her tone shifted. "But if you choose to stay, then I'm your foreman. You will listen to me and follow my instructions." The workshop was split into two factions, one siding with Xue Di and her group, the other with Ding Xinyuo. It was easy to tell. Those who were close to Ding Xinyuo had all transferred with her from another factory. The ones who got along well with Xue Di were all the workers who had stayed on at the original factory. Guan Anfu wouldn't intervene. He was happy to watch them fight it out, knowing he'd step in to settle things in the end. And naturally, he'd side with Ding Xinyuo. Once it happens enough times, they'll learn who the real deputy director of this factory is, and they won't dare cause any more trouble. He Qingsong cleared his throat to cut them off. "All right, let's not bring this up again. Just focus on doing your own jobs properly," since the director had spoken. Ding Xinyuo knew better than to push her luck and let the matter drop. When he walked out, he didn't see Yang Yidan. Thinking about it, he had a pretty good idea where she'd gone. Arriving at the warehouse, I found her just as expected, moving bolts of fabric. I walked over and took the load from her hands. Let me discuss this with Deputy Director Guan. This kind of work isn't for you. He Chingsong looked at her slight frame. Moving a few boxes once or twice might be okay. But doing it all day would be too much for her. Yang Yidan knew Ding Xinyuo was doing this on purpose. She was just waiting for her to buckle under the pressure and quit. Even if she didn't resign, things wouldn't get any easier. At this thought, Yang Yidan's gaze grew resolute. She shook her head and said with firm conviction, "No, I can do it." She lifted her head and stared straight at the person across from her, repeating firmly, "I can do this job." He Chingsong gazed into her bright eyes, which shone with a resolute light. His heart stirred slightly, and his fingers, which were holding the fabric, twitched. He thought she had misunderstood that he was going to fire her. "What I meant was to have you return to the workshop for sewing duties. The factory already has male workers specifically assigned to those tasks. If we replace them with you, they would lose their jobs." Yang Yidan shook her head once more. This wasn't just to prove to Ding Xinyuo and the others that she wouldn't back down, it was to prove to herself that she could handle this job. If she could just stick it out, she knew she could succeed at anything. Seeing her determination, He Chingsong didn't press the matter further. "If you ever need help in the future, you know where to find me," he said. With those words, he left her to it. Half a month passed in this manner. Yang Yidan grew increasingly adept at the work, finding her own rhythm and techniques, and it no longer drained her the way it had at the start. She still felt tired by the end of the day, but it was all within her acceptable limits. In just half a month, she had already built up some muscle. While eating in the cafeteria, she rolled up her sleeves because of the heat, revealing her toned forearms. Seeing her eat with her head down, too busy to even talk, Lin Maimai said with a touch of heartache, "Maybe I should go talk to Guan Anfu. If you keep going like this, your body won't be able to take it." "Not at all," Yang Yidan said, shaking her head as she continued eating, completely unaware. "I feel healthier than I ever have before." The last 2 weeks have practically used up a whole year's worth of exercise for her, but she does feel healthier than before. Xue Di sat down beside the two of them and handed her steamed bun to Yang Yidan. "Have you really gotten used to this job, since she was no longer the deputy director?" Xue Di didn't speak to her with the same level of courtesy. They had all bet that Yang Yidan wouldn't last a week, but she's already made it through half a month. Seeing her incredulous expression, Yang Yidan said nothing but also didn't take her steamed bun back. Her workload had increased, and she was eating more than before. This amount was definitely not enough now, but Guananfu had a rule: each person was only allowed 1 steamed bun. Xue Di still held the bun out to her. "I'm not hungry. You have it. If you don't eat it, it'll go to waste, and wasting food is no good. Aren't you going to be hungry tonight?" Yang Yidan had practically licked her plate clean and still didn't feel full. "I'm not hungry. You've got a heavier workload than I do, so you should eat this." Yang Yidan thanked her and began chewing on the plain steamed bun. To others, she looked pitiful, but Yang Yidan didn't feel that way at all. In fact, she was starting to enjoy the hauling work. "It's absolutely outrageous. Lately in the workshop, she's been finding any excuse to yell at us, and her own skills are terrible. The clothes she makes are so poorly done you can't even bear to look at them." Just the mention of it made Xue Di furious. She slammed the table and launched into a loud tirade. She didn't notice the staff members behind her turning their heads to stare. Lin Maimai saw this and gave her a pat on the arm, signaling her to be quiet. Then, she turned to the 2 staff members and said, "Finished listening." The 2 staff members didn't seem the least bit ashamed. They snorted coldly. "What's the matter? Afraid of being overheard while you're gossiping about people? You know you were eavesdropping, sneaking around like that, and you still have the nerve to act proud about it." Xue Di wasn't afraid. She was telling the truth, and she'd say it right to Ding Xinyuo's face if she were standing there. The employee retorted, "Why don't you talk about how you all gossip about others? Are your own actions so above board?" Yang Yidan fixed a heavy gaze on the 2 of them. "And you're saying you didn't? Don't make me air all the things you've said." When she took breaks outside, she often overheard people who sided with Ding Xinyuo bad-mouthing her behind her back. It was all lip service, no genuine respect. No one likes being outranked by someone they consider inferior in every way. Under her piercing gaze, the 2 employees immediately fell silent and looked down, not daring to utter another word. Yang Yidan bit into the steamed bun in her hand and warned Xue Di, "Don't bring up her affairs again from now on. Don't think for a second she'll let it slide." Xue Di was completely unfazed. Let her come find me. I'm not afraid of her." The two employees who had argued with Xue Di in the cafeteria promptly went and told Ding Xinyuo everything that had happened there. How could Ding Xinyuo possibly swallow such an insult? And with them now running the show at this factory, she was even less likely to let this humiliation slide. That afternoon, she went straight to Xue Di, pointed a finger at her, and demanded angrily, "So it was you gossiping about me in the cafeteria, wasn't it?" Seeing her aggressive approach, Xue Di had already guessed her purpose. She lifted her chin defiantly and retorted, "What do you mean gossiping? Every word I said was true. Do you dare deny it?" The confrontation between the two of them made everyone put down their work and turn to look. There had been conflicts in the workshop before, but never one as tense and explosive as this. With previous incidents, people were content to just watch the drama unfold, but this time they started stepping in to separate the two. "It's all just a misunderstanding. Let's sit down and talk this through calmly." Each side urged their own person. Ding Xinyuo completely ignored them, forcefully shaking off their hands and raising her voice. "A misunderstanding? Then tell me, was she bad-mouthing me in the cafeteria or not?" She was questioning one of the two employees, who immediately lowered her head, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. "I knew she was foolish. But I never expected her to be this foolish." She sold her out on the spot. Following her line of sight, Xue Di's dark gaze fell upon the two of them, and she suddenly let out a laugh. "So that's how she found out. It was you two little bitches here," tipping her off. "What, so only I said something and you two didn't? Would you like me to repeat what you said about her behind her back?" Consumed by rage, Ding Xinyuo was fixated on Xue Di's backbiting and didn't catch a word of what she was saying now. Suddenly, she slapped Xue Di across the face, the force of the blow knocking her sideways. A sharp slap echoed, plunging the surroundings into silence. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide with disbelief that she had actually struck. Xue Di was even more stunned. Clutching her swollen cheek, she stared back in utter disbelief. Half a second later, she retaliated with two slaps of her own. All hell broke loose as the two women grabbed each other's hair and tumbled into a tangled brawl. The onlookers snapped out of their shock and rushed forward, trying to pull the two apart. In the chaos, someone took a couple of wild swings out of sheer frustration, but missed their mark and hit an innocent bystander instead. That person, not about to take the hit lying down, swung back and ended up striking yet another innocent party, and just like that, what started as a one-on-one brawl exploded into a full-blown melee, with everyone who tried to break it up getting dragged into the fight. Lin Maimai had been holding a grudge against Ding Xinyuo for ages, just waiting for her chance. She seized it now, grabbing Ding by the collar and slapping her across the face several times. The workshop descended into utter chaos. Tables and machines were toppled over, chair legs went flying, and the air was filled with nothing but howls of pain and furious shouting. Amidst the chaos, only the corner remained perfectly still. Lin Yi sat there, watching the group tear into each other like dogs. Even if they ended up killing someone, it was none of her concern. In fact, she thought they weren't hitting hard enough. Seeing someone break away, presumably to get help, Lin Yi quickly intercepted them. "Where do you think you're going?" The person didn't even question why she was unscathed and said urgently, "If this keeps up, someone's going to get killed. I'm going to fetch the director." Realizing this person was left behind from the original factory, Lin Yi glanced worriedly at the injury on her face. "You're hurt, I should go instead. It wouldn't be good if others saw you in this state." As if suddenly aware of her own disheveled appearance, the woman grabbed Lin Yi's hand in return. "Then you need to be quick," Lin Yi said with a grave frown. "I know, don't worry, you go and stop them quickly, don't let them keep fighting." After rushing out of the workshop, she didn't go look for He Qingsong, but went to find Guan Anfu first. She disliked Xue Di, who had been bullying her all along, even more than Ding Xinyuo, who had only recently arrived. She knew about Guan Anfu's connection to Ding Xinyuo, so she was sure that if he showed up, he'd side with his own people. Xue Di was in for a world of hurt. Guan Anfu was sitting contentedly in his office, sipping tea, when a sudden, frantic knock at the door startled him. His hand slipped, and scalding tea spilled onto his lap. "Who is it?" he yelped, the burn jolting him upright. He set the cup down on the desk and hastily wiped the stain from his trousers with a tissue. Lin Yi pushed the door open, pretending to be out of breath as she said urgently, "Deputy Director, It's terrible. The people in the workshop are fighting. Hearing this, Guan Anfu didn't even care about the water stain on his trousers. He opened his eyes wide and asked in alarm, "What? How could a fight break out for no reason? Who's involved?" Everyone. That made it impossible for him to stay seated any longer. He hurriedly got up and followed her outside. If it was just a minor scuffle between a few employees, he would turn a blind eye and let it slide. But when the entire workshop erupted into a full-blown brawl, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. In his haste, Guan Anfu didn't pay attention to the people behind him, so he naturally failed to notice that Lin Yi hadn't kept up. She simply watched as Guan Anfu scurried away in a panic, then followed at a leisurely pace. As a result, a casual glance revealed He Qingsong with Yang Yidan. The two of them looked to be chatting and laughing. Quite the lively scene. Lin Yi stopped in her tracks and snorted coldly. Yang Yidan's best friend was in a tussle with someone, yet here she was, flirting away. He Qingsong had originally intended to check the newly arrived goods in the warehouse. Seeing Yang Yidan still at this job, he couldn't help but feel surprised, once again overturning his previous impression of her. "You're even more tenacious than I imagined," he said. He had planned to help her move the items. But seeing her now, more capable than even him, he was utterly impressed. Yang Yidan set aside the goods in her hands and stepped aside to let him pass. "The items you're looking for should be inside." Deputy Director Guan specifically instructed that the new arrivals are not to be used yet. Hearing her words, He Qingsong paused mid-motion. Why? They're rushing to complete the current order, aiming to secure this new batch of goods, which was specifically requested by name. When he assigned this task to Guan Anfu, he made the instructions perfectly clear. Yang Yidan shrugged, noticing the faint trace of confusion in his eyes. The reason was obvious. He only needed to think about it for a moment to understand. "This is outrageous," He Qingsong exclaimed angrily after realizing what had happened. There was another batch of fabric in the warehouse, identical in appearance to the new shipment, but of inferior quality. Wasn't it Guan Anfu himself who ordered that substandard batch, passing off shoddy goods as quality ones, with no integrity whatsoever? "This factory is doomed under his management," He Qingsong said angrily. Yang Yidan had indeed tried to explain the gravity of the situation to him, but she was immediately shut down by Guan Anfu's retort. "Who's the deputy director here? You or me?" Lin Yi was too far away to clearly make out the expressions on their faces. Their expressions were clearly grave, yet she appeared to be chatting and laughing casually. After some thought, she decided to tell them about it anyway. So, she made her way to the warehouse. Pretending to be out of breath from a long run, Yang Yidan was about to warn him about Guan Anfu's character and advise him to be more cautious when she heard a commotion behind her. Turning around, she saw Lin Yi's expression, which was as if facing a formidable enemy. For someone as composed as her to be this flustered, something must have gone wrong in the workshop. She reached out to steady Lin Yi, patting her back. "What's wrong? Take your time and tell me." Gasping for air, Lin Yi stammered. "You need to get to the workshop, now. A whole group of them are fighting. We can't stop them. It's getting out of hand. Someone could get killed." She was deliberately making the situation sound as dire as possible. Hearing this, the two who had been in the warehouse didn't have a moment to think. They immediately sprinted toward the workshop. On the way there, Yang Yidan wondered why they had started fighting. After turning it over in her mind, she concluded it could only be about the incident in the cafeteria at noon. She quickly recounted the incident to He Qingsong. "I bet someone told Ding Xinyuo what Xue Di said, and that's why the two of them came to blows. Ever since Ding Xinyuo and her crew arrived, there's been bad blood with the people in the workshop." Later, because they had Guan Anfu, the deputy director here, backing them up, they felt they could get away with anything. They grew increasingly brazen, which only fueled everyone else's resentment. After getting the full picture, He Qingsong simply responded with a quiet He genuinely hadn't anticipated these issues and resolved to be more mindful of such matters in the future. By the time they arrived, Guan Anfu had already taken control of the situation, or more accurately, had unilaterally decided that Xue Di and the others were at fault. Ding Xinyuo and her group stood smugly behind Guan Anfu, shooting challenging glances at Xue Di and her friends. "Director He, you're here," Guan Anfu said, the title on his lips devoid of any genuine respect. In his mind, the difference between a director and a deputy director was negligible, their authority practically the same. More importantly, he believed a greenhorn like He Chingsong was no match for someone with his experience. He Chingsong paid no mind to the title. He walked over, his gaze sweeping across the faces in the room. Everyone came out of it worse for wear, with no one gaining the slightest advantage. "What's going on?" he asked, frowning, his presence radiating intense pressure. Ding Xinyuo spoke up first, putting on an act of being wronged. "They were talking behind my back. All I did was ask for an apology, and then she hit me." As she spoke, she covered her face with her hand, tears welling up and clinging to her lashes, painting a picture of pitiable vulnerability. He Chingsong wasn't buying any of it. Besides, he had long since witnessed her domineering and unreasonable behavior firsthand. Keeping his voice low and without turning to look at the person behind him, he said, "Xue Di, tell me what exactly happened." Xue Di then recounted everything that had just occurred to him, truthfully and in detail. "So this whole mess started with you, is that it?" He Chingsong slowly turned around, his brow furrowed, his gaze icy as he fixed it on her. She had no way to refute it. Because she was indeed the one who started it, but she felt a deep-seated resentment. "It was wrong of me to talk behind her back. I admit that, but every word I said was the truth. It's because she's constantly picking on us, finding fault all day long. I was at my wit's end. That's why I couldn't help but say a few things." He Chingsong cut her off. "I'll get to the bottom of this myself. But if you hadn't been bad-mouthing her behind her back, this might never have happened. I'm docking half a month's wages. Any objections?" She was about to defend herself, but just as she opened her mouth, she felt someone beside her tug gently on her sleeve. Turning her head, she saw Yang Yidan give a slight shake of her head. She swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and said reluctantly, "No." Just as Ding Xinyuo was smugly provoking Xue Di, He Chingsong, standing opposite them, spoke up again. "Is what Xue Di said true? Did you do those things?" "Of course I didn't exploit them. I was only offering reasonable suggestions. After all, if I, as the class monitor, don't manage them properly, then what's the point of me being in this role?" Ding Xinyuo's words sounded sweeter than a song, but as soon as she finished speaking, the others let out scornful laughs. Hearing the derisive snorts around her, Ding Xinyuo glared angrily at the group. "What's so funny? Would you dare to claim that you wouldn't slack off if it weren't for me, would you? We never slacked off even before you became class monitor. And isn't every word Xue Di said true? You spend all day letting your little clique do nothing, dumping all the work on us. Since things had already come to this point, there was no point in holding back." The people standing with Xue Di glared right back at Ding Xinyuo. He Chingsong turned his gaze to Guan Anfu. "Deputy Director Guan, since you address me as director, do I have the authority to manage the staff in this factory?" Under that stare, Guan Anfu felt a chill run down his spine. He nodded and said, "Of course you do." With that assurance, He Chingsong nodded in relief. "You said it yourself." Seeing the faint, unsettling smile tug at the corner of He Chingsong's mouth, Guan Anfu was suddenly seized by a bad feeling. As the class monitor, you not only failed to properly break up the fight, but you actively threw the first punch. On top of that, you abused your authority to let your friends slack off. Frankly, I don't see any reason for you to remain in this position. He Chingsong fixed Ding Xinyuo with a cold stare. "You will forfeit 1 month's wages. Anyone else involved in the brawl will lose half a month's pay. If anything like this happens again, I will fire you on the spot. This is a small operation. We can't afford to have so many big shots like you around." His voice boomed like a bell, serving as a stark warning to everyone present. Ding Xinyuo was about to speak up for herself, but Guan Anfu stopped her. For the first time, she thought Guan Anfu was such a coward. Someone was bullying his wife right in front of him. Yet he didn't say a word. Having been humiliated in front of so many people, she glared at He Chingsong with resentment. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Not daring to utter a word, it was Yang Yidan who finally broke the silence, frowning with concern as she looked at the deep red scratches on Lin Meimei's face. "Didn't we tell you to steer clear of fights from now on?" she said, her voice laced with worry. "What if this really leaves a scar? This wound was much deeper than the last one, and blood was already trickling down from it. I just can't stand their smug, arrogant attitude. We're all human. Who do they think they are to look down on anyone?" She sat on the stool, with no mirror to look into. She could only guess at the general state of things. Everyone was pretty badly hurt this time. After it was over, they all sat in their spots, cursing in pain. That evening, Yang Yidan took her remaining medicine to find Lin Maimai, only to discover Xue Di and the others were there as well. A small group was huddled together, deep in discussion about something, but they fell silent the moment they caught sight of her. Yang Yidan didn't ask any questions. Instead, she placed the medicine on the table. Since you're all here, let's divide this up, see who needs it. Some of them had minor injuries and had already applied medicine in the afternoon. She sat down on the empty stool beside them, her gaze sweeping over the group. Don't be so reckless in the future. If something like this happens again, you must report it to the supervisor immediately. That's easy to say. But after this incident and losing half a month's wages, they probably won't dare to try it again. No one in the room dared to speak, their eyes all fixed on Xue Di, who sat by the bed. Yang Yidan sensed the strange atmosphere and followed their gaze, which also settled on Xue Di. Go ahead. What is it you need to tell me? Yang Yidan inquired proactively. They exchanged glances and finally decided to let Xue Di be the one to tell her. Didn't you notice that Lin Yi deliberately called out to Guan Anfu first? Xue Di had been frowning as if pondering some great matter of life, but it turned out she was just thinking about Lin Yi. Yang Yidan only found out about this because Lin Yi came to tell them, and she had no idea that Lin Yi had informed Guan Anfu first before coming to them. She asked with a puzzled look, "Why would you say that? Maybe Guan Anfu's office is closer to the warehouse. So he sent him to break up the fight first." That's definitely not what happened, one person interjected, cutting Yang Yidan off with absolute conviction. She deliberately went to fetch the deputy director first. The others chimed in one after another in agreement. This time, even Lin Maimai nodded. Yidan, I really think Lin Yi is more complicated than she seems on the surface, the person sitting next to Yang Yidan said. By the way, when the fight broke out, I saw her sitting in the corner watching us like it was a show. She never even thought about trying to break it up. I saw that too. In fact, she only sent her to get help because she saw I was about to go call someone and stopped me. The person who had been stopped by Lin Yi during the day was also in the room now, and she voiced all her thoughts. I thought she was on our side at the time, so I told her to go get the department head, who knew the deputy head would show up first. Even later, when they thought back on how Guan Anfu had come in, first scolding them harshly, then putting on a show of asking for their side of the story before immediately deciding to punish them, they still felt angry. Xue Di's face darkened once more as she slapped her thigh. That traitorous bitch. She's just got it in for me and is deliberately trying to get back at me. Recalling what she had done to Lin Yi, Yang Yidan suddenly understood why Lin Yi had acted that way. Besides, there was no way to know if what they were saying was even true. This matter is over and done with. Let's not bring it up again. To avoid starting another fight, Yang Yidan waited for them to vent their feelings before speaking up to remind them, losing half a month's wages is already the harshest punishment. If there's a next time, they'll all be fired. The mere thought of their wages being docked completely deflated them. My family is counting on my pay to get by, one lamented. If the supervisor takes that away, how are we supposed to survive? Seeing their gloomy faces, Yang Yidan said softly, Don't worry, the supervisor mentioned that if you perform well, there will be a bonus at the end of the month. It might even make up for half a month's wages. Upon hearing this, the group asked in disbelief, only feeling reassured once they confirmed it was true. After comforting them, Yang Yidan left Lin Meimei's dormitory and ran into Lin Yi on her way back to her own room. She walked in from outside, beaming with joy, but the smile vanished from her face the moment she saw Yang Yidan. Noticing the change in her expression, Yang Yidan raised an eyebrow in confusion, thinking to herself, do I really look that scary? Lin Yi, unaware of her thoughts, walked up to her and asked, haven't you gone to bed yet? Not yet. I'm on my way to deliver medicine to Lin Maimai and the others. Hearing that she had gone to deliver the medicine, Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He forced a dry laugh and said, is that so? Are they all right? This afternoon really scared me. I tried to stop them, but there was just no holding them back. Her own words were contradictory. When she called for them this afternoon, she made it sound like a scene where even a dog would get slapped twice just for showing up. If she had really tried to intervene, she would have ended up with at least a few scratches. Yet here she stood, completely unscathed. Their condition isn't great. But the medicine has been applied, so there's no need to worry. Yang Yidan offered a faint smile, her gaze fixed steadily on her. Noticing her gaze, Lin Yi instinctively looked down at herself and asked, puzzled, "What is it? Is there something on me?" "No, you're perfectly clean. I was just worried you might have gotten accidentally hurt when you stepped in to break up the fight, but it seems I was overthinking it." Catching the insinuation in her words, Lin Yi's smile froze on her face. She replied stiffly, "I suppose I was just careful when I intervened. It's getting late, I should head back to rest." "You should get some rest too." Watching her figure disappear from sight, the smile instantly vanished from Yang Yidan's face. It was quiet and peaceful here, but a world apart over there. Ding Xinyuo waited until Guan Anfu returned from the factory, sitting on a stool in a huff. The moment he opened the door and saw her stormy expression, Guan Anfu knew exactly why she was upset. With a grin, he walked over and tried to hug her from behind. Before his hands could even reach her, Ding Xinyuo swatted them away. "Don't touch me. What's wrong? Who upset you again? I'll go give him a piece of my mind right now," Guan Anfu coaxed in a gentle voice. Ding Xinyuo glared at him sideways. "Let me ask you, why didn't you speak up for me when He Qingsong was bullying me? You just stood there and watched them walk all over me." "But I did have your back," said Guan Anfu. Referring to the time before He Qingsong arrived, if they hadn't shown up, Xue Di and the others would have been forced to swallow their grievance again. "Do you still have feelings for Yang Yidan? Is that why you're reluctant to lay a finger on her little friends?" To be continued. Stay tuned.